shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Good morning, rise and shine. Welcome into BetMGM Game Day here on the BetMGM Network. We've got 3 hours full of Week 8 NFL talk coming your way. We're going to break things down from a betting perspective for that entire time. Sides, totals, props. We'll let you know what we like on today's slate and hopefully help you make some smart bets along the way. Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lockenfora. I am Kate Constable here with you. If you want to watch the show, you can do so over on YouTube or Twitch. Just search the BetMGM Network. And if you miss anything throughout the show and want to go back and listen, because we do talk about specific games as the show goes on and don't always circle back to them later on. So if you want to go back and listen to a game you might have missed, you can do so anytime on the free Odyssey app. Honestly, it's kind of an ugly slate this week with Dolphins, Falcons, Browns, Patriots, Jets, Bengals, like yuck. But sometimes those are the best games to find the most value in. So we'll talk through all of those. 6 teams on a bye this week: Lions, Raiders, Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks, and Jags. Jason, coming off of week 7 last week, how'd things go for you?
It went okay. Last couple of weeks in the NFL have not been great. Even, Thursday night, I needed 20 receptions out of Herbert, where if you study him at home the last year, that's baked into the cake. He's 14-19 at the half. I can't get anything out of Minnesota. I can't make it a game. He ends up only attempting 25 passes and completing 18. So that's sort of, look, if they wanted him to throw 45 times for 560 yards in that game, he could have. I just needed 20 completions and 220 yards. Got that part. And I thought McConkey would go off. I thought the Chargers would win. But yeah, it feels like a weird part of the schedule for me. I'm actually finding a whole lot more joy right now in soccer, in the NBA, in the NHL than I am in college or pro football. I keeps it real.
All right, good. How do I find that joy? I don't really remember anything that's happened this week.
Watch WannaBet and tail my soccer bets. At least those up until Bayern Munich yesterday. We're doing awesome.
Everything has been an entire blur. As far as this week, it's kind of what we saw on Thursday a little bit. We saw a backup quarterback situation where, that's a strange one, where we talked about it a week ago. What is going on? He's emergency quarterback. Can he play or can he not play? And then he's the emergency quarterback again. And then there's a play coming towards him talking about J.J. McCarthy that he seems to avoid just fine. Like, why is he not on the field? But no, today is about how do we figure out the value of all of these drop-offs. Lamar to Huntley. Okay, no, it's not going to be Tyrod. It is going to be Fields. And then you really don't have much of a change in the points, right? It's still Purdy out. You've got Jaden Daniels out. It's Mariota in. We saw a big move with that one. And, of course, the Penix news over the last 24 to 48 hours. That was huge. Like, how do we value Cousins? We haven't seen him in so long. The last time we saw him, it was way down. But, the market is not saying that it's much of a change. And then they're facing a disaster. I think that's the theme of the day. Just that it's maybe the most challenging week of the season because you have 6 teams on bye and you have all of these quarterback situations that are, I have no idea what Andy Dalton's going to look like. It's probably bad. It's probably going to be bad, but there are some guys that we have not seen play in a long time. And so now we're trying to figure that out with these point spreads, these totals that are dropping because of the backup quarterbacks. Guys, I think that's the theme here. And it could be tough sledding.
Great call.
Yeah, now that you say that, you go through all these games and almost all of them at least have a backup quarterback playing in some capacity. Let's start with the backup quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. Used to be the starter, Kirk Cousins. Joe, you just mentioned him. He comes in. Last time we saw him, late last season? He was throwing picks left and right. Like, he could not take care of the football whatsoever. But we've also seen a very good version of Kirk Cousins back in his Minnesota days, even early on with the Falcons. Atlanta at home, laying 6.5 against a Dolphins team where Tyreek Hill's talking about potentially retiring. Tua can't say anything right in the media. That organization feels like they're just doomed. I know it's the drop off from, at least in the market, from Penix to Kirk really didn't move at all. I mean, it was 7.5 I saw with Penix. I see some 7s out there right now. I mean, Jason, I think that's kind of fair to not drop it off all that much, even though we haven't seen a whole lot of Kirk Cousins in the last, this season at least.
Yeah, it doesn't change the cap that much for me, and this is a game that I'm pretty leveraged on. I think it's a smash spot for the Falcons. Now, look, I was off on the Falcons last week, but again, my caveats were they're going on the road, and they don't handle success. They don't string wins together. They don't string 3 straight covers together. It's not in their DNA. Look, if the officials don't let a caravan of offensive linemen carry Christian McCaffrey 8 yards into the end zone, and Big Brother decides we're not going to intervene on that one, replay eye in the sky, I still do okay on that game. The way I played it, alas, I did not. But I think the Falcons smash here. My concern with the Falcons offense is not the quarterback. It's the Bobo calling the plays. It's Zach Robinson. And the relationship between Zach Robinson and Kirk Cousins is bad. It was bad last year. It's not good now. But Bijan, how do you not just ride Bijan? And Kirk Cousins doesn't really want to get hit. He's still hopeful of getting out of there by the trade deadline. I don't know how realistic that's going to be. But he knows he has no future there. I just think you look at a Miami team allowing 160 rushing yards a game. Miami's the most run-on team in the NFL. Most rushing attempts against. It's worked well. 26th in rush D EPA. 9 rushing touchdowns allowed already. And Bijan coming off a game in which the game plan was stupid. He didn't see enough bubble screens and slip screens behind the line of scrimmage. They should have been running the stuff for him that San Francisco was running for McCaffrey. And he's held below 100 scrimmage yards for the first time in a long time. I just think Kirk Cousins is smart enough to see how to butter his bread here. Tua's an interception machine. And I don't think Cousins will try to do too much. I think Cousins will keep it simple, stupid. Maybe they even let him get under center and play some play action games that way. If they do, he'll eviscerate Miami. But I'm not playing Cousins. I was already on Atlanta at -5.5 because I don't trust their kicker. And I was already on a big Bijan day. So I feel pretty comfortable in those positions.
Yeah, I totally agree. If your handicap was I like Atlanta in this game because of X, Y, and Z, I don't think that changes because of Kirk Cousins. You weren't betting on Atlanta because you believed in Michael Penix. Right. It was all about this dumpster fire with the Dolphins, and then you have arguably the best running back in the game going against a rush defense that can't stop anybody. Like Jason mentioned, how many rushing attempts that they're getting? Well, it's 128 rushing yards per game allowed by this Dolphins defense. So the cap is it's going to be all Bijan. Like you go through week by week by week, they're getting destroyed. And we're not nowhere near the level of Bijan. Over the last couple of weeks, we're talking about a rookie running back in Judkins on a bad team. We're talking about Vidal of the Chargers, the third running back that they've gone to, going for 124. We're talking about a guy who started as RB2 in Dowdle goes for over 200 yards against this rush defense. It's going to be all about Bijan. I don't love that London's not going to play because he's had some explosive games, but you have to depend on Cousins for London to get through. So I think this Dolphins defense has no chance of stopping Bijan today. And so for me, I'm not really worried about it. Yeah, big picture down the road, if it's Cousins again, yeah, it would be very different. Like we would have talked about the Atlanta-San Francisco game on Sunday night if Cousins was out there very differently, I think. But in this one, the way that it's shaping up, I still like the Falcons.
I mean, you guys are spot on, and I'm with you and everything you said. I'm going to be playing the Falcons today. I think it is a smash spot for them. I love Bijan props. I mean, you look at what he's done in the last 3 games, 280, 50 carries. That's not too bad. And Atlanta's offense leads the league in rushing, 136 plus yards per game. So they're going to just lean on the run. Why would you not against this terrible Miami defense? I think you can play alt lines on Bijan as well. His rushing prop right now, it continues to climb. So if you want to grab it just at the price, it's at 91.5 is the best number I'm seeing right now. It was 88.5 earlier on in the week. You could also play Bijan 2+ touchdowns. It's not great value. I'm looking at plus 210 is
baby.
the best number I see. Like,
Climb the ladder with me. I'm like, who is that?
The touchdown
I'm
ladder?
thinking of Donkey Kong. Yeah, or like the scrimmage ladder. Bijan anytime
ladder.
touchdown, 100 scrimmage yards. Bijan anytime touchdown, 125 scrimmage yards. Bijan anytime touchdown, 150 scrimmage yards. That's the Donkey Kong ladder. On. Was that Mario? Was that where Mario? Is that Mario who's climbing? Was that him who was running away from Donkey Kong? Is that where Donkey Kong started? I mean,
Probably.
Where Mario Brothers started. Because I think the little guy climbing the. You had to climb the ladders to get away from the barrels that Donkey Kong was throwing at you?
Yes.
Not former producer Mario Kart the game.
No, not Mario with the great hair. Mario with almost no hair. I feel like little Mario and Luigi, I don't think of them as being particularly hairy, at least as the eye could see it. The rest of their pixelated bodies, who knows? Who knows what's going on there?
I did say London out. He's questioned. He was downgraded. So they downgraded him to questionable yesterday. We'll see on that. Just want to clarify that. But I was on the same page with Kate. I thought that was the other Mario that you were talking about as well.
Yeah, I had to think about that one for a second.
No, I'm thinking about the little guy trying not to get hit by barrels, being thrown by a huge gorilla.
Yeah, that takes me back to my childhood. That was the game I played all the time. Let's go over to this game. Giants and Eagles. Divisional matchup. Eagles laying 7.5. They finally got right last week, right? Against a terrible Vikings team. Like, Eagles finally win. Their offense looks good, but let's look at how the Vikings played last week or on Thursday against the Chargers. It's not going great in Minnesota. This Giants team coming off a monumental, could you call it a historic loss to the Broncos last week in Denver? I mean, you gave up 32 points. Or you scored 32 points, rather. You gave up 30 plus in the fourth quarter to lose that game. Is this more of a, Joe, demoralizing loss? Well, it is a demoralizing loss, but does that carry over to this game, or like a motivation to bounce back against a division rival that you've already beat once in the Eagles?
Certainly worth bringing up. My thought a couple of weeks ago, when the Eagles lose to the Giants outright, was, this revenge spot right around the corner is going to be fascinating. And then, you have a week that is worth bringing up with the Giants. Like, they had it in their back pocket. It was done. People are back in the Giants right now. It looks like a scary team. They were not supposed to go to Denver, put up that many points. They were not supposed to go in those elements. You don't do that as a young quarterback going on the road to Denver against that defense and perform that well, but they did, and they just couldn't pull out the victory. I look at the change in the betting market. So that Thursday game where the Giants upset the Eagles, that game's in New York. The Eagles are favored by 7.5. Now the game's in Philly. We just saw the game. The Eagles are favored by 7.5. Like, look at how much change we've had in a matter of just 2 weeks in the NFL. Maybe a bit of an overcorrection, maybe. It was scary last week for Philadelphia because it looks like, okay, they're back on track. They've got this game in hand. And then you see a bit of a pop with Vikings and Wentz. They made it a close one, and they almost pull out the victory. The deep passing game is something that stood out. And now you got A.J. Brown. Now he's not going to be out there. Yeah. So there's certainly a lot of things in play. But I do like the favorite. Again, so it makes me a little uncomfortable. I'm typically not like this, but I just look at it like they just played. It's a spot for the Eagles to get back to them. I don't like the A.J. Brown situation, but Jalen Hurts is playing better ball. So are the Eagles overall. And just for a young Giants team, I like what they're doing. There's a lot of fight in this team. Couldn't hang on last week, but that's going to be a lot to recover from too. So I do like the favorite.
Yeah, I don't love this game. I jumped to 7.5 on the look ahead lines, and I mean that's sort of right, like Joe just said. That's kind of still where we are, and so I think the Giants can keep it close. I think Giants can keep it close against most teams. I think they will look back on that game last week and say, why didn't we activate our quarterback's legs a little bit more? And we saw what he did against the Eagles, and I think he's going to be able to run on Fangio's defense again, should they choose to do it. And I think after losing in that manner, Dable fighting for his job, having the quarterback do too much throwing-wise, I just wonder if they try to kick it old school, muddy this game up, try to make it an under game, and keep the pressure on the Eagles. That's just sort of what I think. I mean, I'm on it a little bit, have a few plays on it, but I don't love it.
Yeah, that's a tough one to figure out, especially with the Eagles laying over a touchdown. Browns and Patriots, that's also a 7-point spread. Same with Bills and Panthers. We'll discuss those two on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on the BetMGM Network.
Caleb on Chason in the end zone with the football.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
That's Clavion Chason of the New England Patriots. Fumble recovery for a touchdown the other day. Thanks to CBS for that sound. The New England Patriots, they're on a roll. They've won 4 straight, beat the Panthers, Bills in prime time, Saints, Titans. Not exactly murderer's row, except for maybe that Bills game. But either way, Mike Vrabel has this squad playing pretty well, and they are back home. After 3 straight road games, they get to face the Cleveland Browns this afternoon. The Browns coming off a big win themselves against, the Miami Dolphins. I'm not sure that's even all that impressive. But still, a 31-6 win for a Browns offense that has not looked good this year. There's some positive signs there. The Patriots, though, laying 7 at home right now. Jason, the total is 40.5. I don't really see how this Browns offense moves the ball with Dylan Gabriel. I think it's going to be a heavy dose of the ground game. Quinshon Judkins, I've been on him throughout the season, whether it's playing his rushing attempts over, rushing yards over. But in terms of the spread, did you have any thoughts on Patriots Browns?
Look, no great revelation here. I think New England finds a way to win the game. So to me, if you're in the teasers or it's just a money line leg, it makes some sense. And I've played it that way. I did jump the under beginning of last week. I wondered how low it would go. It didn't go as low as I thought. I do still think it's probably an under game. I think Jimmy Schwartz's Cleveland Browns defense will show up. I think it's pretty legitimate. It's usually better at home than on the road, but I like it in this spot. I'm hesitant to lay a lot of points with New England. I do believe in the Vrabel effect, but this is a team that's covered 4 times in their last 20 home games, have the Patriots. So you've got that. I don't think Dylan Gabriel's an NFL quarterback. I know he won last week. I know he looked kind of okay in London. Just his build, the lack of sort of arm strength, I just don't buy it. And look, Vrabel was a covering machine in Tennessee, and New England have covered 4 in a row. But this is new terrain for them. Like, they haven't been a favorite like this since the Brady days. So I really don't want to do a whole lot there other than I do think New England is the better football team. And I think with Vrabel at the helm, they probably find a way to win this game. And the Browns have been terrible on the road. 0-3 on the road, 12 points per game scored, 33 allowed. It's kind of hard, it's kind of hard to look past. Gabriel has not turned the ball over yet, but do we really think that's do we think that's going to go on much longer? Like, I have a hard time thinking that's going to go on much longer. And this is a good New England defense that he's facing. So, I wanted to play Drake May. I never really got there because I do think Myles Garrett and those guys are going to be fired up for this one. I thought about betting May rushing totals, and I still might before kickoff, but I haven't. Where I landed here is New England money line as a leg in several different parlays, and I do lean to the under. I like the under.
Mm-hmm. New terrain is right. It's one thing when you're favored by 5.5 against Carolina and you cover 6.5 even last week against the Titans. And you still cover as a game for a short period of time, and then you still move on and cover. Things end up going your way because it's the Tennessee Titans and they do what they do every single week. This feels like a little bit different. And for a game that has a point spread of a touchdown, I'm oddly fascinated to see what happens.
Yeah.
Because now Drake May has entered the MVP conversation. That's how good he's been. You can say whatever you want about the opponents. Him being the 4th favorite, he's in that conversation as a top 4 quarterback in this league right now. Is it real? Well, you're facing a real defense, Drake May. Now we're going to find out. Yes, it's been an easy road so far, and you've passed all those tests with flying colors. I think today's a little bit different. Not saying the Browns are a great team, but, matchup-wise, they're a terrific defense. Now, for the Browns, if you're going to say, okay, I think they keep it close. I think they can cover the 7 points. Like, I lean that way, but it's also difficult matchup-wise to get there because the Browns have to lean on the run game. And what are the Patriots great at? They're great at stopping the run. So now you put it in Gabriel's hands. Now, as far as the Patriots, what are they going to do? Well, the Browns are as good as anybody at stopping the run. So the Patriots are going to have to pass on this very good Browns defense. So we're going to learn a lot in this game, believe it or not. I do think it ends up being closer than what we've seen recently. That's not saying a lot. At one point, the Patriots are going to stumble here. Like they obviously did week 1 against the Raiders, but I didn't think they'd go 3-0. I thought they'd have trouble with one of those road games, and they didn't. So now they come back home, face a strong defense. It's going to be an interesting test. I think Cleveland keeps it close, but just, matchup-wise, it's hard to say that because it's going to have to be a lot of Gabriel just because of the matchup. Probably Stefanski's going to want to lean on Judkins, but you're not going to get a lot of productivity in that matchup doing that.
Leaning on Gabriel, not a recipe for success, which is why I lean to the under in this one. I think the way that the Browns have a chance to win, and I don't see that happening, but in their minds, they're going to give themselves a chance to win. It's kind of by muddying this game up, a heavy dose of the run for both teams, despite those run defenses being very good. So I'm in agreement with you guys that 7 is a lot, but I'm not going to play a side. Instead, I like the under in this one. 40.5, low total, might be the lowest one on the board today, if I'm not mistaken. But I still think the under in that game is a solid look, especially, Joe, you mentioned it, the defenses that the Patriots have faced over their winning streak. Nothing really scares you out of those 4 teams. So now finally facing a really good defense, I think the Patriots might struggle just a little bit. Bills and Panthers, we have Andy Dalton going for Carolina, Bryce Young sidelined. The Bills are coming off of a bye, and they've been, it's fair to say they've been less than stellar offensively so far this season. I don't believe the Bills are on upset alert whatsoever against this Panthers team, who the Panthers have played really well at home. It's kind of on the road that they've struggled. But I think this is a spot where the Bills come out and kind of reassert their dominance and remind people who they are. I am tempted. I have not done it yet, Joe, but I'm tempted to lay the 7 with Buffalo. And there are some 7.5s out there. So always grab the best of the number. I'd much prefer a 7 than a 7.5.
I understand what you're thinking. I just can't get there. I want to see it with the Bills. Now, Jason mentioned teasers a few minutes ago. I think this is a great week for teasers. Like, there are plenty of spots, and this Bills spot is certainly one of them. I am a little concerned about the Panthers playing better at home. The other thing that really concerns me, even though you got the Bills, a couple weeks to get a little bit healthier and prepare for this matchup, it's that Panthers rushing offense against this Bills rushing defense. And now that you've got both guys in the mix, you've got a heck of a tandem between Dowdle and Hubbard. Dowdle actually got more touches last week. I'm looking at Dowdle props. I think they know in the organization that this might be our guy right now. Let's ride that hot hand. And in the props world, okay, what do we do? These have to be much shorter numbers. Dowdle right now, 50.5 rushing yards against an awful rush defense. I like that. Him to get into the end zone is plus 155. That's a really juicy number. Obviously, you're worried about Hubbard getting a bunch of run here, but I think they understand that right now, Dowdle is the guy that we need to lean on a little bit more, and it's a great matchup for that. That's how I'm going to be playing this game, guys. I'll use Bills in some teasers, and I'm going to be on Dowdle props.
Yeah, I think the Bills maybe kind of could be on upset alert here. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is there's not a lot of teams that have good offensive lines in this league. To me, the primary reason the Colts are so much better than most gave them, most expected, is they're just absolutely kicking the crap out of people with their offensive line. And Carolina is the same way. And the Bills' defensive front, I think it's a flat-out weakness, and I think they better address it before the deadline, or they're not going to go any further in the playoffs. 31st in rush defense EPA, 29th in success rate, allowing 5.8 per carry. I've got we talked about the ladder and Mario and Donkey Kong. I've got a Dowdle ladder that goes from 50 to north of 100 rushing yards. I've parlayed Dowdle 60 plus rushing yards with Hubbard 50 plus scrimmage yards for around plus 250. Look, Hubbard's still going to get his touches. They like him. They paid him. Dalton likes him. He still got 14 rushes last week. Now, his 14 rushes went for 3 yards a carry, and Dowdle's 17 went for like 5. But I still think Hubbard's going to be out on the field in passing situations. And look, no Milano. There you can attack this linebacking core, not just on the ground with your running backs, but through the air. I think Andy Dalton at this stage of his career doesn't really want to get hit. But I think he can unlock Tet maybe a little more than Bryce has. And I'm fine with Bryce. I think Bryce has played well. And look, I kind of would like the Panthers more if Bryce was playing this game, just because we've seen it, we know it, and Bryce at home is pretty good. I'm just going to point out the lowly Carolina Panthers have covered 8 of their last 9 at home. Their home games are usually pretty bonkers. 9 of the last 12 have gone over. I think this game is going over. Buffalo's failed to cover 4 in a row. Buffalo is 3-10 their last 13 games as a favorite of 6 points or more. Again, I'm on Dowdle. I'm on Hubbard scrimmage. I'm on the over. I think Buffalo wins, and I do have a ticket from very early in the week that included Buffalo money line as part of a parlay, but I don't feel awesome about it. I really don't. If I think there's a script out there where Carolina shortens this game, they speed up Josh Allen, who doesn't have great receivers who can win downfield, and he starts slinging the ball, hoping and prayer, and he gets picked a time or two. And that, Buffalo maybe still has enough to come back and win in the fourth quarter, but I think they're winning by maybe 1 or they're winning by 3. Carolina can bully them now. I don't think there's any two ways about it. Carolina's offense can bully them.
What's the panic level if the Bills do lose today? Or, I mean, win and maybe win on a last-second field goal where their offense doesn't look good, things aren't convincing. They're already second in the division. Patriots above them right now. I mean, is that a spot that, like, then you really start pressing the panic button if you're the Bills?
Yes.
I mean, they've already
Patriots
lost.
might be winning the division.
Yeah, they've already lost to New England.
Yeah.
I mean, coming off a bye, like usually
Especially coming off a bye, yeah.
The Reed family tree, like you got Harbaugh coming off a bye in Baltimore, and we'll get to that one. That ain't a layup either. It wasn't a layup even if Lamar played. Told you guys that last week. Like they're usually really good in these spots, but I think the composition of Carolina and their specific strengths, how much better they play at home, the fact that Dalton will just be a game manager and is totally content to run it through these running backs. Not that Bryce Young wouldn't have been.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting
deep drives. I don't know.
We'll keep our eyes on this one throughout the afternoon. See if the line moves at all up until game time. Real quick, let's just start this game off and we can finish it on the other side. 49ers at the Texans. Texans 2.5-point favorites. They are 2-4. Their offense has looked awful this season. CJ Stroud has not had the bounce back year that many thought he was going to have. This Niners team 5-2. Mac Jones still going in place of Brock Purdy today. The Niners, for all the injuries, as banged up as they are, they just still find a way to get things done, Joe. And all of a sudden now this line is Texans 2.5 at home. Is that fishy at all to you?
A little bit. I understand why you would think that. And what's happening, the public is lining up on the Niners side, and then the pros, the sharper bettors are lining up on the Texans side. But, look, my view of this is, okay, San Francisco, they willed their way to a victory last week. And they did it for the first time without Bosa and Warner. And it was like Warner was like the leader of that team, even though he wasn't on the field. A lot of times there's a bit of a let up after
Yeah.
a key player misses a number of weeks. So I do wonder if we're going to see the same performance on the road without Warner and Bosa that we saw on Sunday night. I don't think so. But what scares you about this Texans offense? And now you're sitting there without Nico Collins, without Christian Kirk this week, and it's Stroud and who's going to lead the way? Schultz. We'll talk about more about this on the other side, but yeah, I do understand why some of the pros are lining up on the Houston side.
Yeah, you ask what scares you about that Texans offense, really nothing. We'll finish up this game on the other side, get Jason's thoughts. Then it's the revenge game for Aaron Rodgers going up against his former team in the Packers. That's all coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Week 8 of the NFL season. Nearing the halfway point, we're going through each and every game on the slate today, giving out some sides, totals, props, even some touchdown props for you today. And we left off the last segment talking about the Texans and 49ers. If you've missed anything throughout the show, any of the games that we previously discussed and want to go back and listen, you can do so anytime on the free Odyssey app. Continuing this conversation about San Francisco and Houston, Joe, kind of left off with your thoughts. Anything else you want to add on the Texans being 2.5-point favorites at home?
Yeah, not too much. I would just say I would lean towards the Houston side. I understand it. This is probably the best defense in football at home. That's the spot you want to back them. And I'm not sure that I trust this San Francisco team in general. What's the defense? What are they going to be? I don't know that what we saw against Atlanta is it long term. Now, I did bring up Schultz, and this is something we have not mentioned all hour. I probably did not mention it as much as I should have during the week on BetSweats.
Oh, I know where you're going.
I told myself last year, I can't forget about this again. I put it on the family calendar, just so everybody knows. Everybody knows. National Tight End Day. They started pumping it up last Sunday already.
Yes.
I think it's a real thing. I really do. I know narrative-wise, people say, oh, well, they move numbers, whatever. Everybody's betting. I don't care. The teams clearly go out of their way to make sure the tight ends are fed today. And I bring it up now because this is a game where we have a couple of tight ends where both of them could get into the end zone or clear their props. So that is something that you should consider if you do a bunch of props, if you're putting together some sort of a parlay today. I do think it's worth mentioning. I want to get your guys' thoughts on it.
When I did my $1, plus 15,000, a bunch of guys to score multiple touchdowns, a bunch of guys to score first touchdowns. Yes, names like Noah Fant figure prominently in that. I thought it was Fakaka. I thought this is the silliest thing in the world. And then I'm watching it the last couple of years. Like, I'm watching all these tickets cash, and I'm like, shame on me. I should get on the fun instead of being the Grinch. So I haven't gone crazy with it, but it did, for the first time ever, it entered my thinking multiple ways this week. Not on this game so much, and I know Kittle's sort of the godfather of this. It didn't enter National Tight Ends Day didn't enter my mind in this game, playing it through Kittle, but it did just remind me of the impact that Kittle has on their run game and how significant it is. And he did not get a target in that game, but all of a sudden outside zone is there all over the place. And all of a sudden, you're not seeing McCaffrey getting gang tackled behind the line of scrimmage, and nothing else really changed with the offense. It's still a beat up, hobbled quarterback. You're still down all your deep threats. Yet all of a sudden, against a really, really good Atlanta front, McCaffrey's going off. Why is that? I think it has a lot to do with Kittle. And when Kittle and that fullback get together, they just bring a different energy, a different set of brass knuckles to the fight. And I think it affects their entire ethos offensively. So in this game, National Tight Ends Day impacted me in that I like the under. And I do think I'm not big on San Francisco. I don't think San Francisco is going anywhere in the playoffs. But Sensei versus, student, right? You got Shanahan, Ryans. There's a lot of familiarity there. Stroud can't complete a pass more than 10 yards downfield, and now he lost another wide receiver. They're going to get this Woody Marks kid involved. I just think D'Amico Ryans, after being embarrassed on national television, will do whatever he can to tell their inept offensive coordinator, you got to help my defense out here and keep it close. I think San Francisco is going to put the ball in McCaffrey's hands a million times because that's all they do. I think the game goes under. I played at San Francisco money line, and I moved the line up to 51.5 and went under. And I did that for around $1.50.
Okay, so going back to National Tight Ends Day, last season, 14 different tight ends scored touchdowns. 16 touchdowns scored altogether. Kyle Pitts and K. Dotton each had 2. Yeah, I think if you want to throw a couple small parlays, we're not saying like anything huge, half a unit, quarter unit on a couple of these tight ends to score. It does feel like a real thing, which is silly. Like, right? This is the NFL. Who cares? Like,
totally arbitrary. Yeah.
It's dumb. You know what else was silly? That stupid cape they made last Sunday night, running back day. That was really
I missed that.
Oh my God.
I did too.
Who's
they're
that?
trying to copy the tight ends and,
who was behind this?
Have their own day.
It was just an NBC thing. They made a cape last minute. They were presenting it with Christian McCaffrey after the game. It was quite embarrassing.
I missed that. I was asleep by then.
Oh, good idea.
I was so pissed off I lost all my bets. I was like, yeah. I mean, I didn't lose all of them. Well, yeah, I pretty much lost all of them in that game. Yeah.
Well, let's see if you can win.
I needed 100 scrimmage yards out of Bijan, and I needed Atlanta not to lose by double digits. And when they pulled McCaffrey into the end zone for the fake touchdown, I lost by double digits.
Yeah, it's a brutal way to do it. Aaron Rodgers going up against his former team in the Green Bay Packers. He always says, definitely not a revenge game. He's not reading it 1,000%, Aaron Rodgers. This is a revenge game for you. Yeah. Just come out and say it. That would be easier. Just flat out say it. No one believes you when you deny it. Steelers at home, they're 3-point dogs. This one's easy for me, not because of any revenge factor for Aaron Rodgers, but this is just the classic Mike Tomlin home underdog spot coming off of a bye. Steelers 11-3 against the spread on any extended rest after a straight up loss since 2017. You look at the Mike Tomlin ATS numbers with a rest advantage at home as a dog. Joe, simple for me. Mike Tomlin, Steelers +3.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at. This line is not budged all week. I think you're getting good two-way action, and you're going to. A lot of the public's going to come in and take the Packers. Big picture, I have been unimpressed with Green Bay. Now, they sit there 4-1-1. It just feels like week after week, okay, I'm ready to take off, smash teams like you did in the first couple weeks. Maybe they're just not that team. They do what they have to do to get out of there with a victory. And if it's a sizable point spread and you're taking them as a favorite, it might be difficult. You might be sweating that move. As far as taking Pittsburgh as a dog, yes. As far as taking Pittsburgh off a loss, when they give up 33 points on defense, when they have extra time to prepare with Tom, yes, it ends up checking a lot of boxes. And then we've got that key number of 3. Never mind the revenge factor with Rodgers, which obviously it's something, especially what we know about that guy. It's a big deal. Like, we've had teammates of his come out this week talking about how he demands perfection. Oh, it just happens to be Packer week when he is demanding perfection from his receivers. Look at the numbers historically. Tomlin off a loss, great record. Tomlin as an underdog, off a loss. As a home underdog, off a loss, Mike Tomlin is 12-3 against the spread, guys. It's just automatic. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm taking Pittsburgh +3 as well.
I just love this post-truth world we live in where, like, does this guy think we all forgot about the long, sordid national soap opera this was from the moment they drafted Jordan Love without telling him until he finally extricated himself from that situation, like, however many, 15 months later or whatever it was? Like, you made us all live through Favre 2.0. Like, you wanted to strangle Mark Murphy. You were calling all of them out. Like, you were threatening to retire. Are you kidding me? Like, I got nothing but love for those guys. I mean, what? Anywho, this game scares the bejesus out of me. I couldn't get there. You guys said it. You can find historical data that will put you onto either side, put you onto both sides, but it doesn't work that way because only one can win. Although I guess the Packers are pretty good at tying. But yeah, I would never fade Tomlin in this spot. But I also got to point out, LaFleur's 22-12-1 against the spread on prime time. Like, Green Bay's failed to cover 4 in a row. At some point, do they break through? LaFleur is 12-4 against the spread on Sunday Night Football. I don't know what to make of Pittsburgh's defense. I know this. Pittsburgh's going to want to run the ball. Good luck doing that on Green Bay. So does that mean a lot of Rodgers? Rodgers is turning the ball over more than I think, he would like, they would like, than he's accustomed to. And that is a takeaway prone defense. I don't know, man. I have not made a play on this game. I thought I would play Warren scrimmage. I didn't do it. And whenever I play Warren scrimmage, it doesn't hit anyway. So I should pretty much just extricate that from my life. One less thing to worry about. I kind of like the first half under, but I also don't trust this Pittsburgh defense at all. Tomlin going 56 straight games without scoring more than 7 points in the first quarter is kind of crazy.
56?
Yeah.
Yikes.
And so it's been right. Green Bay either comes out gangbusters and falls apart or takes the first half off and then comes back. So if you think that this is one of the weeks where LaFleur's guys don't start playing until halftime and Tomlin's teams don't start super fast, first half under, I spent a lot of time on. Again, I didn't bet it. Just full disclosure.
Going back to your Jalen Warren, I think you could take some unders on him today, actually. Was so glad you didn't play any overs on that. He had 127 yards last week, 16 carries, but that was against a Cincinnati defense.
Yeah.
Little different than what he's going to be facing today in the Packers defense. Cowboys at Broncos. We'll talk about that game on the other side. Broncos laying 3.5, coming back after a great comeback win against the Giants last week. We'll talk about that one next. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day with Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lecanfora, and Kate Constable.
happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason Lockenfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Week 8 in the NFL. We've got you covered here on BetMGM Game Day. Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lockenfora, Kate Constable here with you. 2 more hours to go, and we've got plenty of games that we need to continue going through. We just briefly touched on this game, set it up in the previous segment. Cowboys at Broncos. Broncos 3.5-point favorites here. Broncos are coming off of a game against the Giants in which they allowed 32 points to a Giants team, a rookie quarterback last week, but yet the Broncos had a massive fourth quarter, were able to come back in that one and win. The Cowboys and Dak Prescott, I mean, Dak's been playing good this season. He's been putting up a ton of passing yards each and every game. Just the overall record for the Cowboys, 3-3, not all that impressive in this one. Joe, can Dak get it done today in Mile High City?
Yeah, he can. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But yeah, will he is another question. I don't really have anything on this game, to be quite honest, but I'm really fascinated by this matchup because it is an elite offense against what is usually an elite defense. You know, last week, not so much against the Giants, but typically, especially that Denver defense at home, they're strong, and I think they're going to bounce back. But, you know, now you're facing Dak, who's been awesome. Awesome. Like, we should probably be throwing him into other conversations. That's how good Dak has been. And I was looking at it before the year. Every time he has a season-ending injury, boy, does he bounce back in a major way. And I was starting to think, maybe not this. He is getting older, but he's doing it again. They did set him up for success with the addition of Pickens, but a lot of fascinating matchups to watch in this game. You got Surtain likely going against Pickens in a bunch of this. Now, a bunch of the game. 4 straight games, Dak has had at least 3 passing touchdowns, but not facing a defense to this level. Which Bo Nix are you going to end up getting? It should be a prime spot for Bo Nix to go off, be one of those terrific Bo Nix games, but it's a very high total for a game with a Denver Broncos defense, something we typically don't see. I would consider the under, but there's so many other games, guys, that I have a strong opinion on. This is not one of them, but I'm really looking forward to watching this matchup of elite offense against elite defense.
Kind of in a similar boat. Fascinated by it. Did a lot of work on it, like all these games. Didn't end up playing a whole lot. I do lean over here. I look. Denver does have a good defense, but it's certainly not infallible. And Denver has not been averse to playing track meets. So I'm looking at a Dallas team that has no defense, that is humming along offensively. CD Lamb comes back and it doesn't disrupt things. Pickens still gets his. Like, Ferguson shows up where he shows up. And now you've got a dude who comes out of the slot who could take it to the house for 80 yards. Dallas football games this season are averaging 61.1 total points. Now, look, Dallas does slow down on grass. I get that. Dallas outdoors. I get it. But, like, Dak's also thrown for 3+ touchdowns in 4 straight games. Like, Dak over 1.5 passing touchdowns is priced -135. That had been like -200 in recent weeks. Like, he's still, even if it's garbage time, like, isn't it kind of about placating the billionaire, you know, sitting in the thing who's paying Dak $60 million a year? Like, at the end of the day, like, isn't Jerry looking at the box score? Like, I think he is. Like, I think he likes the fact that Dak's throwing all these touchdown passes and has all these yards. So, like, I think he gets to 2 passing touchdowns. And I think Bo Nix is going to find a lot of joy against the Dallas defense that it doesn't have a whole lot to hang its hat on. It's light in the ass up front, and you can throw on them, and they're dinged up in the secondary. I don't know, guys. Like, I think it's probably a wacky game. You got a dead over team against a dead under team, but that dead under team can score and can score quick. We just saw it. Can score quickly and can score quickly against teams that have elite pass rush, and Dallas doesn't. So that's sort of where I am. Do I think Denver probably wins? I do. Bo Nix is 12-0 straight up as a favorite at 2 points or more. And it is Sean Payton, who wins a lot of close games, a lot of one-score games, and it is still a rookie head coach on the other side. So, I've got a little bit on Denver money line and over 40.5. Not a ton. It's not it's not my favorite play of the week, but I played it. And I do think that this game could be played in the 50s.
I don't have any thoughts on the side on this one. I do like George Pickens over his receiving prop, 57.5. I think we get Patrick Surtain on CD today, right? Is there any reason to think that maybe he plays both Pickens and Lamb a little bit? I think it'll be mostly Lamb, which will open things up for Pickens more. So 57.5, I think that's a fairly low number for what George Pickens has done and what you guys all just mentioned with how Dak Prescott's thrown the ball this season. So that's going to be my only play in this one is Pickens over 57.5. Let's move on to the Bears and Ravens. This one, a lot of eyeballs on. Yeah, this is the show.
The injury report bowl.
BetMGM showdown right here. Jason's
Those
Ravens,
classy Baltimore
our
Ravens.
Yeah.
Let's lie about our practice report.
Exactly, Jason. I mean, just take this one away. Lamar Jackson was listed as a full participant on Friday. Comes out only a partial participant and should have been listed as limited. He's out for the game. Snoop Huntley in. This line moves from 6.5 to 2.5. What's going on in Baltimore?
A lot of word games, a lot of obfuscating, precious little winning. That's with either professional franchise in this town. The other one's running a fake managerial search. It's amazing. They're just going to give it to Manzolino. It's amazing. Yeah, look, they led everyone to believe with the way they handled the Lamar thing that Lamar was going to play. The way they ramped him up, at least if you believed what they were putting in injury reports, and the way that they started talking about Lamar's return before they even played the previous game to the bye, they were sending some pretty overt messages that Lamar and Roquan are back after the bye. I mean, Harbaugh essentially said as much. Did he have a setback during the bye? I don't know. But when he didn't practice on Monday, it told me that this is more than they're letting on. At the same time, they keep saying, no, he'll practice this week and he'll eventually practice full. And then they list him as practicing full on a Friday, which already is deceptive because Friday practices are generally glorified walkthroughs. And then the fact that he couldn't even do that stuff with the starters, but was only with the scout team. Like, they think they're cute. I mean, this is the same team that had a general manager on a primetime game against Detroit strutting around the sidelines during the game wearing sunglasses at night like he was planning a Super Bowl round. It happened. It happened. A lot of his peers around the league saw it and were texting me. Thought it was a kind of a jackass look. Hard to disagree. So yeah, I don't think they won one football game since then, and that was against the Cleveland Browns. I think they're in trouble here. You guys know I thought they were in trouble even with Lamar scheduled to play. I jumped Bears +6 on this show in real time last week. Or 6.5, I should say. Chicago is going to be able to do what they want with Swift. Roquan coming back is no big advantage to the Ravens. And look, they signed Cooper Rush because they were like finally going to get a half-decent backup quarterback, and he lost his job to Snoop Huntley, who they didn't want in their building anymore, who they were done with, couldn't be one of the three last quarterbacks standing in Cleveland, and now he's starting this game, a playoff game in October with the season on the line, with a fan base that's coming out there to try to get their billionaire to fire their head coach. Like, the defense stinks. Did you guys watch Houston last week? Just go back to Houston's previous game before their bye. They came to Baltimore, and they were running up the score. They're like, hey, Stroud sucked. We're not taking him off the field until he throws 4 touchdown passes. Like, they literally did whatever they wanted for 4 quarters. Like, Watch what they've done against anybody else this year. One of these things is not like the other. If you want to say, well, they showed up a little bit against the Rams, Devontae Adams dropped 4 balls he normally catches, including 1 in the end zone. Puka Nacua left that game real early with an ankle injury. The kicker missed a bunch of stuff, and they still lost by 14 points. They can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They have 0 pass rush. When last we saw them, their entire group of edge players combined for 0 pressures. They traded Dafe Owe to the Chargers to get not a special safety, a 6th-round pick who just understands how to play football and keep people aligned so they can run 3 safety sets. Dafe Owe goes to the Chargers, immediately gets 2 sacks. No one on the Baltimore Ravens has more than 2 sacks. I think Caleb's legs become a thing in this game more than the past few weeks. I love Swift anytime touchdown and Swift 75-plus scrimmage yards. You can throw on Roquan Smith all day long. This might even be the week where, like, Komet's banged up. Like, Loveland, I mean, are they just going to stick Kyle Hamilton on Loveland? I mean, Loveland hasn't done anything all year. I don't think they can afford to do that. Like, I think he does. I'm not saying he goes crazy, but is this the first week he goes over 40 yards receiving? Like, I think it's a strong possibility. And we'll see about the Ravens' run game. Like, I expect Dennis Allen to be early down run blitzing. There's no way Snoop Hunt. It's also windy here again. There's like maybe effects of a storm. Like it's the coldest it's been all year. Like I nobody in that organization believes in Snoop Hunt. I'm just telling you, he's back here by default. So I know that it's heady territory for the Browns to win 5 straight, and I think it's probably a fairly ugly game, but I think the Bears all along could score 27 in this game. Mm-hmm. And I don't think the Baltimore Ravens are scoring 28 on Snoop Huntley. And I know how bad the Bears are against the run. I've done all the work. I've seen the film. But ain't nobody buying Snoop Huntley. And I think Dennis Allen, who I'm not a big fan of, will have a game plan here. And I think they're going to be able to run with the quarterback and run with multiple running backs. I think you're going to be able to boss the Ravens at the line of scrimmage.
All week, I thought it was Lamar. The point spread was telling us it was Lamar. So the Ravens did a good job until they lose a draft pick, if that ends up happening.
Yeah.
With this whole situation, you can commend them for now if you want because they fooled everybody. How impactful is it going to be for this game?
Well, what did that get them, though, Joe? What did they gain? I mean, these silly little games played by silly little people.
Yes. But, Jason, they removed the ping pong table. How many points is that worth to the point spread? They removed the pinball machine. So now they're all in. Season on the line.
They're focused.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, here's the thing. The dirty little secret about that is the guy who was behind that is the quarterback who's not playing today. And I don't mean Cooper Rush. Lamar Jackson.
Really?
He was the one that wanted the ping pong gone?
Yes. He was
That's
sick of
hilarious.
watching his offensive lineman. He was sick of watching his offensive linemen who have played horse bleep football all year long, playing Super Smash Bros, going all crazy and giddy in a locker room with a team that's won 1 time all year. Yeah.
Wow.
More time to hang out at the food truck.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot with this whole game. And then, I know a handful of bettors that have been frustrated by the Bears because the Bears have gotten them. Because the Bears already have had their bye. So they've had 6 games when a lot of teams have had 7. They still have 2 more takeaways than any other team in the league. So is this something that's sustainable moving forward? But now, Jason, you talk about the Bears getting to that 27. That's the difference with Ben Johnson and this Bears offense. There is now a floor. There's now a floor. The Bears don't have the floor. It was always a wide range. But now you have that floor with Caleb. So I understand where you're coming from on that one. We talked about teasers, how many favorites teasing down just to win. How about teasing the Bears up as a 2.5-point underdog up to 8.5? Are the Ravens winning by 9-10 points this game? No, I think the Bears suddenly are a strong teaser leg if you want to look at that. If it was Lamar, I was thinking Ravens, but now there are a lot of things, obviously, with the quarterback change. Things are pointing to the Bears side of things in this one. But I'll be playing the Bears in teasers for sure. Hidden in all this also, Jason, the Bears injury report is bad, but everybody's talking about Lamar. Like, they're missing their top 3 corners from the start of the season at this point. So it's not great for them, but is Huntley much of a threat? We can give our final thoughts on this one as well moving forward. But, fascinating how the league comes down on Baltimore for this one, guys.
Kyler Gordon out, Roshan Johnson, Braxton Jones, Cole Kmet, Tyreek Stevenson all out today for the Bears. We'll continue our thoughts on this one on the other side, plus Chiefs Commanders. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Bears at Ravens this afternoon. Just talked about that one briefly in the previous segment. If you missed any of that and want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app. You can also watch us live over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search the BetMGM network. Guys, we kind of got your thoughts on this game in the last segment. I like the over in this one. You look at what the Ravens have given up. Almost 33 points per game over their last 3 games. I don't think their defense, it gets much better, even with a couple players back and healthy. The Bears offense is going to be missing a couple players. Cole Kmet not playing this afternoon. A few others as well out. Braxton Jones out, actually on IR now. But still, I think
He's bad anyway. He was a backup. He sucks.
Yeah, like doesn't really matter. 44.5. I'm gonna play the over on that one. Anything else you guys want to wrap up with this game before we move on?
I would just point out, because people go gaga over Harbaugh after a bye, and he is 14-3. He's 10-7 against the number, and he's 1-5 against the spread. His last 6 times he's played at home off a bye. So I'm just putting that out there because there's a lot of Harbaugh truthers out there. The over is 9-3 between these teams, Kate. I'm with you there. Neither one really musters a pass rush whatsoever. Baltimore 31st in pressure rate, 8 total sacks all season, 2 of which tied for the team lead, Nnamdi Madubuike, whose season ended like week 2. So, yeah, I look, I don't know what Snoop can do, but I do like the Bears to score like at least 27 points in this game. So I'm in the Bears team total. Like I told you, I'm in the Swift anytime touchdown. I'm in Swift 75 scrimmage yards or more. That's probably conservative. The injury report scares me a little bit. He was on the injury report all last week and then dominated against a really good Saints front in the second half on a day where they didn't really want to throw the ball. And I think they're going to be able to throw or run the ball here. Baltimore's hemorrhaging rushing touchdowns. They've allowed 9 rushing touchdowns already. So
so you mentioned earlier about Loveland, which is an interesting look. He hasn't done anything so far, but if Kmet being out against this defense, maybe you find value there. You mentioned Swift. I'll just throw this out there. I would be interested in Monangai as well. The prop is 24.5, and he got involved a lot last week, and you can find plus 370 for an anytime touchdown. The Bears RB2 that's been getting more and more run lately. So it wouldn't surprise me if he gets involved as well.
Yeah, I actually really like Monangai. That's a great call, Joe. Chiefs and Commanders, huge spread here. Chiefs laying 12.5. No Jaden Daniels for the Commanders. That's a big blow. That moved this line all the way up to 12.5. It was sitting, I believe, below a touchdown earlier in the week, 8.5 late in the week. And then once this news was announced, we're up to 12.5 here. The Chiefs historically, if you go back to last year, do play a lot of one-score games. They don't really blow teams out, but they're coming off a game against the Raiders in which they absolutely blew them out. So certainly a possibility on Monday night against this Commanders team. Joe, can you lay the big number? Patrick Mahomes, tight end, National Tight End Day, Travis Kelce. What do we like?
And so does it count if it's Monday? I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know.
That's a good
question. Nope.
Yeah,
we're off Travis Kelce props. Don't play him. Don't play him.
Yeah, I don't know. So we've seen over the years that a lot of times with the Chiefs and Mahomes that they're going to win, but are they going to cover some of those outsized double-digit numbers? Last week, as a heavy favorite against the Raiders, they did. They end up pitching a shutout. I view the Chiefs as the best team in football right now. I don't care about the 3 losses early on without some of the key players that they have right now. I view them as the best team in football. And now you're going up against Marcus Mariota. Now, for Mariota, at least he has some of his receivers back, something that Jaden Daniels did not have the last couple of weeks. You've got McLaurin. He's going to be playing. Deebo Samuel is going to be playing. I was thinking this number was going to keep on ticking, like maybe in the 13 range, but it's kind of just stuck there at 11.5. But if we're being real, a lot of people have not gotten down on this game that will be betting this game come Monday. I'm going to be staying away from it. It does worry me that Chiefs, when they have a massive point spread, a lot of times they do not cover. Are they going to do it in back-to-back weeks? Yeah, they could. They could. If they bring their A game, they're going to cover. There's no doubt going up against Mariota. But it's just one of these weird spots where everything's been going so well, and the Commanders are in a spot where they've got to come up with a lot of creative stuff here to hang in this division race, which the Cowboys are now certainly a part of. And, maybe people will say, what if the Giants pull off an upset this week once again and you sweep the Eagles? Then they'll get momentum too. The Commanders want to stay in that conversation, but I'm just going to be off the game. I'll probably end up on some props in this one, guys, but I'm not going to be laying the 11.5, and I'm not taking the Commanders as a big dog either.
I think this is probably a further coronation of the Chiefs are back and a smash spot for them. Like if you played it right now, Kansas City minus 9.5 and Kansas City over 27.5 points, you can get plus 105 at BetMGM. So I played it earlier in the week and I got better numbers, but that's not bad. I don't think this Washington defense, which stinks, is holding Kansas City below 28. Kansas City scored 30 plus 3 in a row at home. They've scored 28 plus 4 in a row. And they're very aware of this. If you watch these games, even late in these games, they're not taking Mahomes out as quickly as they could. And you could say, well, there's always been a little bit of that in Andy Reid. Maybe there has. But he was clearly trying to let Mahomes throw a 5th passing touchdown on the Ravens. They are very into rebuilding up this muscle memory and let everybody know when you get in your meeting rooms on Monday and you're facing the Chiefs and you get your statistical packet from your coaches, you're going to see Mahomes is back in the top 5 in passing touchdowns. You're going to see touchdowns per drive. We're back. So I don't think they're taking their foot off the gas. It's a Washington defense that, despite Dan Quinn being milquetoast and vanilla, they've already allowed 5 passing plays of 50 yards or more. That's a problem. You can't get a pass rush and you're getting beat over the top playing a whole bunch of zone. Good luck against these guys with Rice back now. They got Rice back in the offense last week, right? It wasn't the deep stuff, but they threw the ball 30 times. He got 10 targets. He's getting 1 of every 3 targets. They want to get his sea legs under him. They want to get him reestablished. This is the week I think he gets deep. So, Rice long reception, I'm on. Mahomes completion over 38.5 yards, I'm on. Mahomes 3 or more passing touchdowns, I'm on. And I told you, I don't love the Chiefs covering this big of a number. It's been a problem for them, especially lately. And Mahomes hasn't been great Monday night. 1-6 against the spread his last 7 Monday night games. But I just don't buy a whole lot about Washington. And I think the Chiefs, this is about optics as much as it's about winning a football game. I hadn't even thought of Kelsey here because, it's not technically that day. But geez, oh whiz, if all these other tight ends get their fun, I can't catch one in the late. I can't catch one late in the third quarter before, Patty, before you and I, hit the showers because the game's already over. And Mahomes is in a great, obviously, vein of form right now. And I don't think Dan Quinn has the answers. Washington's allowing 8.3 yards per passing attempt. That's worst in the NFL. 105 opposer quarterback rating. 12 touchdowns to 2 picks. So, again, I don't want to give up. I don't want to play at 10 or more. I'll lay 9.5. I think the Chiefs are getting at least to 28. I think they're getting more to 33. And I think Mahomes does his thing. I think Rice, you can get plus money on Rice over 6.5 receptions. I mean, look, maybe they just get so out of hand that you tell me there's not enough volume. But there wasn't a ton of volume against the Raiders. The Raiders game was over in the second quarter last week. Rice still caught 7 balls on 10 targets.
You still had Mahomes throwing the ball a ton too. I like Mahomes over his completion number in this one. 22.5. I feel like that's a little bit low, especially with the lack of run game that the Chiefs have showed throughout the year. I think it's getting a little bit better, but it still hasn't been great. You mentioned everything that Patrick Mahomes is going to be able to do against this Washington defense. So I like Mahomes over his. Yes. Well, maybe. I mean, with you saying explosive, look at some receiver. Like what's Rashid Rice's longest reception? Those types of bets in this one. That's 22 and a half. I think that's something that's very playable right now.
And I played the Mahomes at 38 and a half, which is high. But against this defense, it didn't scare me. And what haven't they reestablished yet, right? If you look at this team incrementally, like it's been building. Oh, we've got 3 running backs now, right? So it was about, while everybody was hurt, it was sort of about that. And like getting Hollywood, like letting him feel good about himself again. And then you lose the left tackle. And it's like, is that going to slow them down? No, it didn't. And then Rice comes back. And now I think it's about now you have to defend all quadrants against us again.
Yeah, that game could get out of hand early. This one probably won't get too out of hand. It's the Saints and Bucks in New Orleans. 4.5, 4s out there in favor of the Bucks, who are coming off that primetime loss to the Lions last week. Baker Mayfield kind of finally looked human for the first time this season, or that Bucks team as a whole. Really, not a great game for them. They only had, 251 total yards in that game. So that was a team, and maybe still is a team, that fourth quarter comes around and they show up. They know how to win close games. And this one today, based on the spread, Joe, of Saints, we're actually now down to 3.5. So Saints plus 3.5 at home could be a tight game down the stretch.
Yeah, pros are on the Saints. This number's been going down all week. 5.5 to 5. 4.5, and now we're sitting down at 3.5. Like, we're right on that cusp. I don't think it gets to 3, but I find it interesting. I just have a tough time backing the Saints. I know there's recency bias involved. I think overall that Rattler's been better this year than what we were expecting or what we've seen in the past. But then last week he comes out as he has 4 turnovers himself, 3 interceptions, loses a fumble against the Bears. So they're tough to back. So how are you going to do against this Bucs defense, which completely shuts down the run? So a lot is going to be on Rattler's arm, and how much do you trust it? We saw Olave involved last week. You know, the Bucs are still beat up. There's no doubt about it. Bucky Irving's still out. Evans makes his return, and then bam, like he has the brutal multiple injuries last week. It looks like Godwin's still going to miss some time. Ibuka was on the field. I wasn't expecting him to be on the field, but he was able to fight through. I think that really showed. There's a lot of recency bias in this game. It's not just on the Saints side, but also, Kate, like you mentioned with Baker, I don't think we see that poor of a performance. That was very different than what we've seen all season. That was also a very rough spot in Detroit where the Lions needed to bounce back, and then they had that all-in effort, and you certainly saw it. We're going to get a better performance out of Baker. I lean to the Bucs with a divisional matchup, laying more than a field goal on the road. You have a number of injuries still. That concerns me. Reality is it's probably going to be a field goal game, but I'm staying off this. The respected money on the Saints raises my eyebrow a little bit. I cannot join them, Jason.
Yeah, look, I think Baker was clearly hurt in that game, and he was able to practice more through the week. Unlike the Ravens, I don't think the Bucs are lying about their injury report. I think the knee was swollen or banged up, and it was causing him to airmail throws. But this is a big spot for them. It's a Saints team that he's had a lot of success against. 2+ touchdowns all 4 times he's faced them as a Buck. He's had at least 32 attempts in all those games. They're beat up at running back. They're not running the ball that great. Saints take away the run anyway, but the Saints stink against the pass, allowing a QB rating of 104.7, 14 touchdowns to just 4 picks, 7.5 yards per attempt. They're really bad against tight ends. 123.3 rating when you throw to tight ends, 75% completion percentage. Who really started to eat to keep the chains moving when Evans got hurt? It was Otten. So I like Baker to get back to throwing 2 passing touchdowns, which he's done with regularity and still almost did the last game when he was hurt. Baker 2 touchdowns, Otten at least 4 receptions. That'll get you some good plus money. I don't know about a side. This could be a spot where Tampa's dipping a little bit and the injury report's not in their favor. I also still don't totally buy the Saints. Baker, after a loss, his last 16 games, 32 touchdowns, 10 picks, 102.8 rating, 2+ touchdowns in 6 of those 8 games. Last 8 games after a loss. 294 yards or more in 6 of his last 8 games after a loss.
Yeah, I like Baker over his passing yards. 243.5. I think he goes well over that. The sharp money moving this line down gives me pause. I still think at the end of the day, I'm going to be on the Bucs in this one. Saints have been outscored by an average of 12 points per game in every game outside of their one win this season against Jackson Dart, rookie quarterback, making his first road start of his career. So back to backing Baker and the Bucs for me this afternoon. We'll continue on here on BetMGM Game Day. More Week 8 games to come. Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lockenfora with you here. Week 8 in the NFL. Got a full slate today. Although we do have 6 teams on bye today as well. Lions, Raiders, Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks, and Jaguars all not in action this afternoon. Still plenty of other games that we can watch and hopefully make a little money on. Just talked about Bucks and Saints. We're going to head over to Titans and Colts. Jason, Titans are bad. I mean, I think the Titans have quit on the season. They don't have a coach. Nothing's going right. They're 14.5 point underdogs at the Colts this week. And for Indianapolis, I mean, yeah, you have a loss on the season, but for the most part, everything's going right in Indianapolis. You have a great offensive line that's keeping Daniel Jones upright.
Yes.
You have a great running game with Jonathan Taylor, been arguably the best running back in the league so far this season. And the only question I have here is over 2 touchdowns too much? I mean, that's a lot in the NFL, despite how poor the Titans have been playing this season.
Don't play it there. I played it at 6.5. What you like? I've played it at 6.5. I've played it at 9.5. I've played it at 12.5. At the end of the day, I think that's all going to be a big waste of time because I think they probably win by 17.5 or 21.5. I think it's the men versus the boys. I talked to some people about the Colts this week, wrote about them in the Washington Post. People I trust believe in them, and they believe in them because of the offensive line. And they believe the defense is good enough that if they can be this kind of ball control monster, that when you look at their schedule and you look at what they've already done, they think it's a playoff team. Like, I asked Baldy about them, and I'm like, Baldy, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being Fugazi, 10 being as legitimate as they come, in terms of a team that could be a true AFC power, like I didn't say win a Super Bowl, but I said be an AFC power and be the last team standing in AFC, where would you put them on that scale? And he quickly said 10. I mean, they're beating teams by 13 a game. Tennessee's losing by 14 a game. Like, are they going to average the Colts 33.1 points all year long? Probably not, but are they going to score 33.1 today? No, I think they're probably going to score 43.1 today because they scored 41 against these guys a couple weeks ago, and now there's no Simmons, and now whatever bump you were going to get from McCoy, there wasn't going to be a bump, is over, nope. And you're facing a team that just beat the snot out of you a few weeks ago, and, like, you've allowed 12 rushing touchdowns, the most in the year in the league, and the guy's coming back. You know, you got to now go on a fast track and face the guy who ran it down your throat for 3 a couple weeks ago. Like, Cam Warren's completing 58% of his passes for 5.7 yards per attempt, and they can't run the ball. Like, I just think they're getting bullied here. I think it is what it is. Daniel Jones, is he going to play mistake-free football all year? No. But Daniel Jones against this defense in this kind of form at home, I like it. Is he going to throw for 256 like he's averaging per game? I don't know. He might not have to in the second half. I just need him to throw for 200. Like, I need him to throw for 200 yards. I need Taylor to get in the end zone, which he's doing more than anybody else. I need the Colts to win by 6.5 or 9.5 for these purposes. And I need them to score 28 points. That's what I need. And, you know, if you're scoring at home, Tennessee's covered 4 of their last 24 games. So there's
that. No Simmons. Hey, no Ridley either, by the way. Yeah. So probably their 2 best players not on the field. And you get no fight even in the new coaching situation. Why is it going to happen here on the road against a Colts team facing a buzzsaw? Like, normally, as you're talking, Jason, normally I just kind of look at these 14-point spreads when it's 2 touchdowns or higher. I usually don't want anything to do with it unless I'm taking the dog. There is no chance I'm taking the dog. I don't know anybody that's willing to do that. It's just been sitting at 14 all week. I don't think it's going to end up getting a ton of action. Are the Colts real? We all trust the betting market. This is what we do. Well, the betting market says they're almost top 5 for Super Bowl odds. Yes, they're real. They're real. And whichever team, assuming you have to go there to start your playoffs, that's going to be a tough spot. They're probably going to get a home game the way that they're playing right now. And the way that the schedule sets up moving forward. It's going to get tougher. It's going to get tougher for sure. But every time they They have a test. Okay, we'll learn about the Colts a little bit. It was non-competitive last week. That game was never in doubt against the Chargers. And then we saw what the Chargers did on Thursday. Like, it's not a bad team at all. So you've got to buy into the Colts. If you've been pushing away, like, no, man, they're real. They are just about a top 5 team in this league right now. That's where I would put them. So it's Colts or you just walk away. Yeah, sure, Jonathan Taylor's going to score a touchdown. You can't bet it because the number is so high right now. The only thing you would consider there is, do I go 2+ touchdowns? That's the only way to really get involved here. But it should be another blowout, no doubt.
Well, I'm getting involved with 2+ touchdowns for Jonathan Taylor. I'm getting involved with his over rushing yards. It's already up to 100.5 right now. He had 102 against this Titans team in week 3, had 3 touchdowns rather in that game. And Tennessee's run game been absolutely brutal. 3rd most rushing yards and attempts in the NFL, along with the league high 12 rushing touchdowns. I think Jonathan Taylor, this is just set up perfectly for him to run all over this Titans defense, find the end zone plenty. That's going to be how I play this Titans and Colts game. The Jets and the Bengals. We have the Jets who have yet to win a game this season. Aaron Glenn looks like he's already lost the locker room. Looks like he's got no idea what's going on as a head coach in the NFL right now. And what a terrible situation for Justin Fields to be in. He basically gets benched, and then Tyrod Taylor, his backup, gets injured, can't go. And they're like, all right, Justin, I guess you're back in. Like, he can't be coming into this game with a whole lot of confidence. What do you got, Jason?
He doesn't just get benched. He's got a bumbling billionaire idiot who's never won anything in his life. He wasn't born on third base. He was born back in the batter's box. All he had to do was step on home plate. And he's publicly emasculating this kid who handled that defrocking with more grace, more humanity, more character than Woody Johnson's displayed in his whole life. You want to know about Woody Johnson? Just Google Woody Johnson and what was going on when he was representing the government in the UK. Just he's a scumbag. I got no problem saying it. I keep it real. And what he said about his quarterback is shameful. It's disgraceful. If the league had a soul, had a conscience, gave a damn, he would have been called out by the commissioner a couple days later when he spoke to the media, and he would have been fined, and he would have been held to the standard that players are held to when we'll take $25,000 out of your pocket because you've got that towel is hanging too low, or you wore the wrong socks today. Like, get out of here. And now this kid's got to go out there and risk his neck for that idiot because they don't have anybody else to play the position after everybody publicly flogged him. So, like, what's he working with? What is this coaching staff? What is their offensive scheme? Like, tell me who's the last quarterback to win with the Jets, like, with any regularity? Sanchez for a minute? Like, what are we doing here? We really think Justin Fields is the problem? Did Justin Fields hire that coach? Like, did Justin Fields hire Adam Gase? Like, how far you want to take it back? Like, did Justin Fields kill Sam Darnold? Like, what are we doing?
That was a joke. I couldn't believe it. We're not even halfway through the season and he's doing it. We talk about quit with the Titans, with their coaching change. How about quit with this team, where you're supposed to at least be getting buy-in for 1 year with the new guy? They're going to have to move on. They're going to have to admit another mistake. And you've got Garrett Wilson out once again. You've got Sauce Gardner out once again. You got Breece Hall listed as questionable. Do you think he's going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm good to go. I'm going to fight for this ownership, for this organization? Why would he? What a brutal spot for Justin Fields. Feel bad for the guy. Obviously, he's not producing, but he's not put in a good spot. Now I have back-to-back games without a touchdown. You better get into the end zone this week. This is a terrible Bengals defense, but, look at what he's saddled with here. That aside, with a mess that the Jets are we going too far on Flacco with what we saw last Thursday? I'm kind of there. We got to remember this is still a terrible Cincinnati defense. And Flacco, he was fantastic. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, pulled off the upset Thursday Night Football against the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was awesome. It was amazing to watch. You going to do it again? I don't know. Should the Bengals be favored by nearly a touchdown with that defense in this league? With that quarterback. Yes, they have weapons on the outside, and there's clearly a connection with Jamar Chase. So you trust that a little bit. But I am a little hesitant to say that, oh, yeah, this Bengals team is going to win by more than a touchdown over anybody in this league. Now, I'm by no means am I saying that I think that the Jets can win this game today, because I don't think they can beat anybody. Brutal. Unless it's the Tennessee Titans, I wouldn't take them to do anything. But, yeah, I'm backing away. I expect the Bengals to win. We've talked a lot about teasers today because there are so many options. Bengals are certainly a team that I would line up and use in teasers as well.
Yeah, a lot of teaser options this week. 6.5. That is a lot for a Joe Flacco team, but I just have no faith in the Jets on either side of the ball. I mean, even with how bad the Bengals defense is Justin Fields going to be able to exploit anything? I mean, maybe, Jason, early on in the season, it was Justin Fields rushing yards, Justin Fields touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, do we dare go back to that today? That might be the angle to look at. No?
I don't. Yeah. I just distilled this game down to Cincinnati money line and having some money line parlays. Flacco, and then I've got some same game parlays. Flacco to throw 2 touchdowns. Flacco 200 passing yards. Fant 20 plus receiving yards. And I've got some like $1 into $5,000, like a bunch of silly multi-touchdown parlays. I've got Fant in there. I mean, the Jets have already 6 passing touchdowns to tight ends. They hold the yardage down on tight ends, but not the reception. Aaron Glenn's blitzing the 4th most in the NFL. He's got the 2nd worst pressure rate. You have that kind of hit rate against Flacco with these receivers at home, he's going to carve you up. And so, but I'm not going crazy. I'm 2 touchdowns, 200 yards, and let's get Fant 10% of those 200 yards.
Coming up on the other side, probably not the greatest idea to put Cincinnati in your Survivor this week, if you still have them alive, but we will tell you who we like for Survivor coming up on the other side.
One of these weeks, we've seen enough. The offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason La Canfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
We are 3 hours away from kickoff here in week 8. Thankfully, we don't have any early morning games. We had 3 international games the last 3 weeks and get a little break before. I believe there's 2 more international games, a Germany and a Spain game. Spain for the first time coming up within the next couple of weeks. But for now, gentlemen, we've talked through every game. We'll go back and touch on a few of the big ones that we really like today. But before we do that, we need to get into a little Survivor. Our Survivor here on the show, a little different than your actual typical Survivor game because we want this to be a season-long thing here on the show. So we're keeping track of our record here. Whereas, in regular Survivor, if you lose, you're just done for the week.
Dead.
Here, we're keeping track of the record. So I would have been done twice already, if that's even possible. I'm 5-2, worst record among everyone on the show. Joe, Jason, and Jacob and Grant, rather, are all 6-1. And our producer, Brandon's leading the way, 7-0. He would still be fully alive in the real Survivor if that were the case. Joe, we'll start with you as we always do for this. Your pick and any Survivor advice that you have for people actually playing the real Survivor this week.
For it being week 8, it's not bad though. We've got one that's only
Really?
one, rather that's
really
perfect.
grading on a curve here.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I got
was
killed
enjoying
not even
grading
a
on a
month
curve.
in, and you're saying we're not. I mean, I'm horrible. I mean, that shouldn't happen.
hey man, I mean, my only loss is that Arizona game. It's not that bad.
It's
but I'm
one
still
and done. It's the NCAA tournament. I went out in the first round.
I still
Basically.
pretend it doesn't matter. It didn't count.
I still think
no,
ties
I mean-
shouldn't count because Green Bay tying,
She's so mad about the tie.
I hate
Tie
like
doesn't
that.
count.
I
A
tried
tie
to
is a
sneak
win?
it past you guys and count it as a win.
This is
Ties
the most
shouldn't-
pathetic segment we've ever done. This
But
is
that was
this
your
is
second
like
loss,
Harbaugh
Kate.
lying about the injury.
You were already
I know,
dead.
The alternative facts.
I
A
was
tie
already
is
dead.
a win, and it's not so bad that I lost with the Falcons in week freaking 3 or whatever. I get a mulligan for that.
I do have spots alive. I do have a number of spots alive in Survivor. Just obviously, when you have a team that is now 14.5, I see some sportsbooks going to 15 on the Colts this morning. Anyone that you have with Indy, if you use Indy, I do not have a problem with it. If you're lucky enough to still have the Colts available, it's a good spot. The schedule does toughen up. There are not a lot of spots where you're like, oh, Colts are clearly the best play on the board moving forward. So if you have any Indy, the ones that I have available, I will be using the Colts in all of them. In this pool, I have already used the Colts, so I cannot do that. So many options this week. I think that's the biggest thing, guys. Yes, of course, there are 2 double-digit ones. We can talk about that. If you have the Chiefs, which is minus 11.5 on Monday night against the Commandos, or the Colts, 2 touchdown favorites, larger than that, that's obvious. But there are other ones that are also in play. The number of games where you have a touchdown, you have a 7 with Atlanta, you have a 7 Buffalo, 7.5 Philadelphia, 7 New England. So you can really just go all over the place. And so I think it's one of those weeks where you have to look to the future. Which team can I get as a touchdown favorite where I believe in the spot where there are not a number of times throughout the season where they're a viable option? So I'm going Atlanta. I'm going to go with the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not worried about the quote downgrade to Kirk Cousins. Doesn't matter. I get to fade the Dolphins. I get the Falcons in a bounce back spot at home with a defense that's improved against a dumpster fire in the Miami Dolphins. And this morning, too, is added to the injury report. Apparently, he's going to be fine, but you have that mess, too. How about that back and forth? 1 week Tua's ripping his coach's teammates at the press conference. The next week the head coach is ripping on Tua. And now he's on the injury report today. So what are we going to end up seeing in the game? Bottom line is we're still going to see Bijan run all over this defense. And that's why I think it's a secure pick. I like the Falcons for Survivor.
Me?
Can't complain.
Yeah, go ahead,
with you,
Jason.
argue with you there, Jason.
No. Look, I played the Vulcans and got shut out 30-0 by Carolina. Even though Carolina averaged 4.6 yards per play, and had 247 total yards.
Man,
I'm going to change my mind. I know during the break I said the Pats. I'm going to go the Bungles. Give me some Flacco action. It's more fun. This is a team how many times are you really going to want to go down this road? You've got the Jets, that cesspool. The owner can't keep his mouth shut. They have to go back to Fields. Look at their injury report. Guys are left and right. The guys they pay the most, all of a sudden, not available. Chase feeling good about himself. Higgins feeling good about himself. They ran the ball, 100 yards rushing in the first half. I don't care if they were playing a CFL team. That didn't look possible. I have concerns with them defensively, but the Jets' offense is abject failure. So, yeah, I'm on the Bungles.
All right. I like it. I don't think the Jets are winning today. I'm going to go Colts. Indianapolis, still have them alive to use. You look at their upcoming schedule. It gets more difficult after this week. You do play the Steelers, Falcons, Texans. You have the 49ers later in the season, the Jags, Texans again. Those are certainly still winnable games, but I don't think the spread or anything like that is going to be quite what we're seeing today against one of the worst teams in the league in Tennessee. So I will take the Indianapolis Colts for my Survivor. Brandon, you are also on the Colts with me, sir.
Yeah, look, it worries me a little bit because it's a divisional game, and at some point, I keep thinking that the Indianapolis Colts are going to come back and remember that they're the Indianapolis Colts with Daniel Jones as their quarterback. But they've been really, really good. I'm going to ride them. I still have them left. Tennessee's probably the best team to take them against, so that's where I'm going.
I like it. Jacob, you and Jason on the same page?
Oh, yeah.
Let's
Jets
go.
are so bad. I think this is the week to take the Bengals. I had to use them just because I can't take the Colts. I can't take the Chiefs. I can't take the Bills. I thought, the other picks you guys have given are good. I agree with them. But yeah, I think the Jets are so bad. It's just a mess over there, like we said, with Justin Fields and everything. And I'd love to see him kind of turn things around, but on the road, I just don't see it against the Bengals. So I'm going Bengals.
So
yeah, I don't see.
Okay, that's everyone.
One more,
right?
Grant.
Okay,
Grant, tell us why you like the Bills.
I like the Bills because they've lost 2 games in a row and they haven't looked good offensively. And Josh Allen is kind of on a downward slope, so that bye week is good. And plus, they're facing Andy Dalton, backup quarterback. And we know that the Panthers are good in the running game. Lackadaisical maybe in the passing game, gets worse with Andy Dalton. So I like the Bills. They need this bounce back to get back rolling into this playoff stretch.
Joe?
I'm laughing because I'm looking at the board right now and they're betting the Jets. It's down to 5.5 at BetMGM. Cincinnati minus 5.5. Yeah, it's interesting.
We don't need them to cover. Just need them to win.
I know.
We're not running
okay.
around telling people lay 7.5 with the Bengals. We're not saying that.
So we've been watching this league long enough, even though it's been a chalky season. A lot of times when you have this many favorites that are favored by this much, there's going to be one or two. If there's a game, which game is going to be the big upset today? We're probably going to stay away from the Colts game, the Chiefs game, but all these hanging around 5, 6, 7, 6, 7. Which one is going to be the upset?
I was at an NBA game last night, and the great thing was, it occurred to me there's going to be 4 times when my son or his friend are going to turn to me and say, "What's the score, Dad?" Because I'm like, we're going to get at least 76 points in this game, right? And at some point, we got to get through 67 to get to 76. And sure enough, LaMelo Ball hits a 3, and the Hornets have 67 points. And I'm thinking in my head, 3, 2. Hey, Dad. Hey, Mr. Lock and 4. Hey, Dad, what's the score? What's the score? I'm like, I already beat you to it. 6-7, 6-7.
I sat next to a kid at the Bulls game last week, and he did the exact same thing. And he was just adding up numbers to get to 6 and 7. Like they weren't even out there, but he's like 4 plus 3 equals 7. Like I don't know how that, like, everything is 6, 7.
Hey, they're using their brains. That's good. They're not looking at a phone, so they're
a little bit of math. I tried to get the kid to explain what it means to me because I still don't understand it, and I don't think there is an explanation. I think it's just 6, 7.
Yeah, it started in a rap song, and then it's just kind of, it's kind of taken off, and hopefully it dies soon. I wish they would have scored 6-7 runs in our championship game yesterday. That would have put me in a better mood.
Did you win?
It's in with the rest of the no. It was they decided to play their worst game offensively and defensively in the biggest game. So one of those. Par for the course this week.
I wish it would have taken 6-7 minutes to get out of the Philadelphia parking lot last night instead of 67 minutes, but that's a different story. Broad Street. Okay, so let's just have the light red the entire. I started counting it. The light would be red for 8 minutes, where everybody's pulling out of the parking lot. Then it would finally turn green for like 45 seconds, and then go red again another 8 minutes. This is like right as the place is emptying out. I'm like, somebody counter-programmed the damn traffic flow. Like, it was unbelievable.
I think once upon a time I was asking a question there. We kind of I derailed things. But if there is an upset, if there is a big upset.
Which of the big spreads, 6-7 spreads? Right.
Which one loses? Cincinnati, Atlanta, Buffalo, Philly, New England, and, I guess we could throw in KC, Indy.
How about this for a prediction? The Buffalo Football Bills or the Philadelphia Football Eagles will lose today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the Giants. They have confidence. They've already beat Philly once. They have, I mean, Cam Scatterbo has, what do you call it when, like, delusional confidence? He's great, but, like, I don't think anything phases the kid. He's, like, running into walls. You kind of need that type of stuff to go on the road and beat a division rival, especially coming off a game like they did last week, blowing that one late.
I like the Buffalo look, especially going on the road to Carolina, and that mismatch of what you could see with the Panthers run game. But I'll say New England. I'm just waiting for that 1 week where it's just like things come back to earth, no show, whatever you want to call it. And it's the toughest defense that they face so far. And it's not close. So maybe that game is a lot closer. It ends up coming down to the very end.
I could get on board with that. I mean, that Browns defense, like the Packers, were double-digit favorites, or at least a touchdown favorite in that game against the Browns earlier this year. And the Browns go out and win that game. So when you're able to kind of muddy things up and slow the game down and put pressure on the opposing team in that sense, I think that gives you a pretty strong path to win or stick within the number, at least, Jason.
Yeah. It's weird. Like, I feel like there's trends to these weeks, and it ends up being the week of, like, chalk. You know what I mean? And then the week of sort of upsets. And I don't know. Maybe we're, like, in the in-betweens where it's a lot of AFC teams playing NFC teams, and there's not as much familiarity. And maybe there is no motif. But I think things are either going to, like, I think a lot of these games are going to be totally over at the half, or there's going to be a lot of Survivor people pooping their pants all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, we've already lost in Survivor, so we won't be some of those people. Joe, how many Survivor?
Got it out of the way early.
I know you have a bunch of Survivor entries in legit contests. Are you still alive in any of those?
Yeah, I have a problem, guys. It needs to stop. I joined a couple of revivals last week. Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm in way too many.
You're in deep, bro.
It's a problem. It's a problem, man. It's a problem. But I guess it's a good thing because I am live in a handful. I would say of the entries I have of all the pools, it's around 15. So
Okay.
Wow.
We'll see. Some started at the beginning of the year, not all revivals. So some pretty good ones. Yeah,
Right.
big contest. So we'll see.
Yeah, we listen and we don't judge. Another
I
one
could
of
use
those
$1 million.
trends for the kids.
I'd like to win one of these.
I mean,
Oh, that would be nice.
yeah.
Well, that
That'd
would
be
make it
kinda
everything
nice.
all right. Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Coming up on the other side, we'll build our show parlay. Bears Ravens. Do we like that game for a show parlay? We'll tell you next here on BetMGM Game Day.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
20 minutes from now, we wrap up the show with our best bets. We'll tell you where we're putting our money today, which games we like, which props we like, all coming your way about 20 minutes from now. This segment, however, we always build our show parlay. We're going to do so here in just a few moments. We're going to do it in the Bears-Ravens game. But first, want to break down that game in a little bit more depth for anyone that might have missed our breakdown earlier in the show. This game, interesting, a lot of drama surrounding it all week, mainly on the Ravens side with Lamar Jackson. His practice status kind of up in the air. He limited in practice Wednesday, full practice Thursday, full practice Friday. But oh wait, comes out that he was actually limited in practice on Friday. And then all of a sudden we have Snoop Huntley going for the Ravens this afternoon. So this line was 6.5 when it looked like Lamar Jackson was going to play. We are now down to 2.5 in favor of Baltimore at home with Huntley as the quarterback. Jason, I mean, the Chicago media obviously like approaches this from a Bears side and like, okay, the Ravens are doing shady stuff with their injury reports. Is that how Ravens fans?
Yeah, I mean this team has a credibility gap in a lot of ways, and an accountability gap, and they appear to be front runners. When things are going great, everything's fine. When adversity hits, when they're exposed for being not what they would whisper to you they really are, which is the best roster in football, then guys are running away from microphones, faster than they're running on the football field. The coach is spewing absolute pablum and looks like he's been run over by a bus. The owner, he's never anywhere to be found. Again, the general manager's peacock strutting around the sidelines of a primetime game, in a suit and sunglasses at night, looking for cameras so he could be seen, and not in the press box like a real GM. Like there's a faux controversy going around about who decided to get the video games out of the locker room. Like, who cares? Win a football game. They're not very good at that. The people who do stick around through the halftime of these home games are doing so to heckle John Harbaugh. Like, that's the reality of what they've become. And now they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that Lamar Jackson, if he's with the scout team, that's not a real practice. And so they listed him as limited as full on Friday instead of limited. And the reality is, they probably knew internally all along he wasn't playing, and what they thought they were gaining by playing games with their fans, playing games with the media, playing games, I guess they think, with the Bears. You think the time they spent preparing for Lamar, now they're upset that it's Snoop Huntley? Like, you think that that's a waste of time? Like, you prepare for Todd Monken's offense thinking you'll get the best version of it. And if you get a guy who they didn't want in their building anymore in the summer because he's not really any good and he never really progressed, and now he's back starting a game because they signed Cooper Rush and it took him 6 quarters of football to lose his job. No, man, this is a disaster. The offensive line stinks. The run game has been very fits and starts and staccato because the offensive line stinks. They're getting a dominant fullback back in Pat Ricard, and I got to think they try like hell to run the football here, but they can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. I think Caleb Williams' legs are going to be a factor in this game. I think Swift is going to be a problem for them in coverage and in running the football. I think that the Bears can push them around, and I think the Bears can hang 30 points on them. I mean, the Texans came in here. I mean, if you watch the Texans came in here and rolled up 30. And if you're saying, oh, well, the Rams only scored 17. I mean, if you watch the game, there were drop touchdowns. They were dropped wide open. The Rams kicker stunk. And the Ravens still lost by 14. So no, I like the Bears here. I told you guys last week on the show, I jumped the 6.5 on the early lines last Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So where do we want
I
to
need
go
a
as far as
good value.
SGP? Yeah, where's the focus going to be? I'm thinking as we start to talk, as how we talked about this game earlier and breaking this game down now, it feels like we're going to be a lot on the Bears. That's my guess, especially with the backup quarterback on this Ravens offense. So you're saying Swift on the ground is probably the best way to attack this team.
And
You
I like
say Swift,
scrimmage.
and I
like
say
scrimmage,
Monangai. Okay.
Their linebackers are really exposed. They're playing two kids who are over their heads, and they won't have to wear the dot this week because Roquan's wearing the dot. But look, if you go back to so who are the Detroit Lions, right? The Detroit Lions are running Ben Johnson's offense, right, with one of Ben Johnson's old assistants. Detroit came in here on a prime time when the Ravens general manager was wearing his sunglasses at night and doing his Men in Black cosplay. How did the Lions running backs do against this defense? They combined for 218 rushing yards, 45 receiving yards on 6 of 8 targets, and they bossed the game. The Lions had 2 drives of 90 yards or more in that game in Baltimore. Like, you can't tell me he doesn't have Sonic and Knuckles, but you don't need Sonic and Knuckles to push this Ravens team around. The Lions had 4 rushing touchdowns in that game. The Ravens are right there in the bottom 3 in the NFL in rushing touchdowns allowed, even though they've already had their bye. So they played one fewer game than a lot of people. Like, I just don't, with that kid quarterback, I don't, and the Ravens can't defend running backs in the pass game, and they can't defend tight ends. Maybe Hamilton does a job on somebody. I don't think he's defending running backs. They got him back in the slot now that they finally can run 3 safety packages. But, Swift, 138 scrimmage, 175 scrimmage. That's the last 2 weeks since they seem to have figured some things out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. 75 scrimmage is I've played that in a lot of places, but I do have ladders with him that go, into triple digits. So for this exercise, what do you want? You want to do 75? You want to do 100 scrimmage? What do you want to do with Swift?
I'm looking at plus money for a touchdown. One.
Well, that too. That's in the cake too. That's in my cake.
Yeah.
The Bears don't score 21 points in this game. Do I have some SGPs? Bears over 20.5. Swift anytime touchdown. Swift 75 scrimmage yards. Yeah. Do I have Bears over 23.5? Swift 100 scrimmage. Swift anytime touchdown. Yeah, I've got derivations of this. So whatever we put together, there's a pretty good chance I've already got a ticket on it. So I'll say 70. I'll say 75 scrimmage yards on Swift. I'll say that. I'll throw that officially in.
Let me point this out. That last week, Monangai got 45% of the snaps. So it was pretty balanced, 55-45 between Swift and Monangai. And then now you have Komet out. Loveland gets 67% of the snaps last week, the most that he's had all season, starting to get some red zone targets here and there. It is National Tight End Day. So, any 3 of those players I'm looking at. Not that I'm ignoring the Bears receivers, but you're not going to find value with Moore and Adunze. Right. That I think these guys, this is where you can find the value at some good touchdown, very low prop numbers like Monangai 24.5, Loveland 29.5. And Swift, even with the production you've gotten out of Swift lately, for him to be 51.5 against an awful rushing defense, that's very appealing.
I say take your pick, whether you want to play Loveland overs or Monangai overs. 24.5 for Monangai is low.
Let's go.
Super low. Okay, put that in.
All right.
What else do we want?
What do we think about the Bears just scoring? Bears team total. I know the stats been floating around that the Bears have covered the only team to go 6-0 on team totals this season, and maybe that's
they're also the only team that scored at least 21 points in every game, and they are facing the worst.
Maybe that's the one that I'm looking at. Yeah, I think the Bears can get to 21.
Are the Bears winning this game?
I thought they were winning. They were a live dog for me last week when Lamar was going to play. They were a live dog for me when we had them on my station in Baltimore, when we had to give our picks on Thursday, and everybody thought Lamar was playing. I had Bears 30, Ravens 26. And so that's where I've been all along on it. So maybe I'm the wrong person to ask, but I thought this was a tricky wicket for these guys, even if they did have their real quarterback playing.
We could also just go the over. Joe, you don't trust Ravens offense?
I don't know what you're getting out of the Ravens.
Yeah, I understand that.
They scored 3 points against the Rams with Huntley and Cooper Rush. They couldn't score on they couldn't do it. Well, the Texans have a good defense, and so do the Rams. But I mean, like, dude, Cooper Rush lost his job after 6 quarters. That's how inept this offense was without Lamar. He started a game and a half, and then they ran Huntley out in the 3rd quarter the other day.
Okay. Yeah, let's stick with the. Yeah, that's the.
What if we did Monangai and Loveland
for yardage?
Yeah. So we have what are we doing? Swift, Monangai, Loveland, all yardage.
Should we build a 6-legger? Because we got to get a Swift anytime touchdown in there somewhere, don't we?
Yeah, he's plus 145. That's a lot of value.
That's
in
got
this
to be
match.
in there.
Okay, let's do a Swift anytime.
Well, I'm not saying
yards.
stop there. Like we could get freaky deaky. Because I told you, whatever you put out there, there's a pretty good chance. Now I haven't done 6-leggers myself; they're all 3 legs. But like, there's whatever's in this thing, I'm probably already on. If it's Bears related, I like.
You didn't do any receivers. I like running back tight end. Yep. Swift touchdown, Monangai yards. Almost spraying the board. Okay, what else? What else?
And we got. I got the 75 scrimmage from Swift, right? I'm officially vouching for that.
All right, so that's 3 right there. If we have 75,
don't we have to get
Swift,
Bears team total in here? If we think all that's happening, they're not scoring 21 points.
That's my argument. Yeah.
Put
all
it
right,
in.
and Bears team total.
Put it on.
21.
Put it all
That's
in.
4 legs.
Everything. Every Bears prop on the board. Go over.
Let's go. Parlays for Christmas. Let's do it.
What is 775, Brandon? What exactly is 775?
Yeah.
That's what we need because we've thrown a lot out there.
So it actually just changed to plus 925 because the 775 I had
That's
with
the kind of fake
Colson
money we
Loveland
like.
over.
Yeah.
So Bears team total over 21 and a half.
Over 20 and a half.
20.
Or, oh, sorry, you want? I mean, 22 is a weird number. If we're gonna let you want to go 23 and a half, like
go
I mean,
20 and a half.
20 and a half.
No,
right?
20 and a half. Monangai 25 plus rush yards and Swift 75 plus rush yards is plus 920.
And Swift, did you have Swift anytime touchdown in there?
Yo, Swift anytime touchdown as well. Let me throw that in. Give me one.
Yeah, we're going 4-legger.
Monopoly.
Let's go. Did you want 75 rushing or total yards?
75 scrimmage. You want to do 75 rushing? I'm here for it.
He put rushing. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, let's go. Ride or die.
All right, then.
Well, why don't we do 100 scrimmage then? Why don't we do 100 scrimmage?
Okay, that's fair. I like that. Yeah, come on, Brandon.
I'm good with that.
I'm going.
We got to
going.
recalculate
Yeah,
this.
we're only throwing 5,000 things.
So now
you don't know what's real and what's not. But you're the problem.
We are at 18-1 plus 1,800.
Wow.
All right.
Not too bad.
Well, shouldn't we just get it over? Shouldn't we go over plus 2,000 now? See, this is where it goes wrong. This is where it's
good.
already wrong.
We're good.
And then that's the last piece of my thinking. That's where it really goes off the rails.
18-1's good. That's plenty.
Yeah, I think we live with that. Go
I'm
Bears.
good with that.
Right.
Go Bears.
I'm good with that. All right, so to recap.
What about a hungry
DeAndre
INT?
Swift. DeAndre Swift, 100 plus yards from scrimmage, anytime touchdown. Kyle Monangai over his rushing prop, 28.5. What was our last one? And Colson Loveland. Did we have Colson?
Oh, no,
Loveland?
we didn't put
Bears.
Loveland. No, we did not.
Over 20 and a half. That is
did
out
not.
to
Cashing
plus
by
18.
halftime. This is cashing at the half.
Yeah.
I will say I am looking at. I'm staring at Swift 3+ touchdowns at 66-1. It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me.
It wouldn't shock me.
I mean,
well, I could see Caleb running for one also. That's the only part that I don't know about 3 for him because I think Caleb's legs are going to be attractive.
And does Monangai get in at all?
We've basically decided that the Bears are scoring 78
A
points.
zillion points.
At this point,
Yeah.
shouldn't we throw Bears money line in there and just get it over plus 2,000?
Well,
No.
that's why I asked you. Yeah.
I mean, let's play this one safe, guys, conservatively. It is
Yes,
a parlay.
we are. We are.
That-
Yeah.
that-
So
yes,
don't
this
do
is
money line.
absolutely
That's
safe.
a little too far.
Yeah, no, we can't
This
be
is-
getting crazy here with the
This
Bears
is
money
rock
line.
solid.
Can't lose. Can't
Why
lose
not?
parlay. Don't you love it?
None of them ever do.
All right. We're going to wrap things up on the other side. We've got all of our best bets coming your way. Sides, totals, props, everything we like today on BetMGM Game Day here on the BetMGM Network with Jason Lockenfora, Joe Ostrowski, and Kate Constable.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Game Day, Week 8. Kicking off in just a couple hours here. We're going to give you our very best bets of the day, let you know everything we liked and everything we talked about throughout the show here. We did just talk about a same-game parlay in the Bears-Ravens game, and that was Bears team total over 20.5. Kyle Monangai to have 25-plus rushing yards. DeAndre Swift, 75.5-plus rushing yards, and a Swift anytime touchdown. That came out to plus 18-1, 18 and some change. And you can go over to BetMGM, open your playbook, choose a boost for the action. They have a pro football boost pack for you right now. 3 different ways to boost your odds if you're going to play along with any same game parlay. And it doesn't have to be the one we built. It can be any same game parlay that you build yourself, but go over to BetMGM and get in on some of those boosts. Gentlemen, best bets for today. Jason, you want to start us off?
Sure. Should I just run them down?
Yeah, roll through all of them.
We don't need to like divide them up or whatever.
Nah.
Because they're kind of whatever. They're all over the place anyway. All right, here we go. Dak Prescott, 2+ touchdowns. That's like a minus 135. Not super sexy, but I just like it. We're going a little bigger with these, though. Flacco, 3+ touchdowns. I think get you real plus money. Mahomes, 3+ touchdowns. I like Rico Dowdle to get 60 or more rushing yards and Chuba Hubbard to get 50 or more scrimmage yards. That'll get you 2-1. Look, I also have played it. Dowdle, 75 or more rushing yards. Hubbard, 50+ scrimmage yards. I've laddered that a little bit. I like Bijan Robinson, first half touchdown, plus 125 scrimmage yards. I also like Bijan Robinson, anytime touchdown, plus 125 scrimmage yards. And I like Bijan Robinson, 2+ touchdowns, plus 125 scrimmage yards. Baker Mayfield, 2 or more passing touchdowns. Cade Otton, at least 4 receptions. I like 49ers on the money line and that game going under 52 total points. And like a little money line parlay that I like. I like the Bengals on the money line, plus New England on the money line, plus the Bears on the money line.
Love it.
All right.
Joe.
Okay. As far as sides, it's a little uncomfortable because I do like a lot of favorites this week. But let's go Eagles minus 7.5 and a revenge spot for them. Yeah, I'm back in Tomlin. I'm back in Rodgers, getting 3 points. I think they can certainly win outright against Green Bay. That's going to be a good game. Not a great slate. You guys are right about that, but I think Sunday Night Football is going to be very fun. And I don't care about the Falcons being forced to go to Kirk Cousins. The Falcons are going to be just fine today. They're going to destroy Miami. I don't mind laying the 7, and I'm happy I get it at 7 and not 7.5 now. Plenty of teaser options. 2 of my favorites are that Atlanta one. You just got to win because you get it to -1. Chicago plus 8.5. That's a very good teaser leg if you like them at Baltimore. Handful of others as well, but I'll just mention those 2 that I really like. Dowdle over 50.5 rushing yards against this pathetic Bills rush defense. That's good. Plus 155 for an anytime touchdown. A hell of a bargain for Dowdle there. We talked a lot about Monangai, 24.5. Jason likes Swift as well. Both look pretty good. National Tight End Day. I spent the last break looking up a lot of tight ends that I'm interested in. They're all plus money. All of them. Even guys like Tyler Warren are plus 115.
Keep an eye on Fant, man.
Fant?
Flacco loves throwing the tight ends. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at Fant right now.
I think
because
I
was just looking at
get in the end zone. Like Fant, 20 or more receiving yards plus an anytime touchdown. That'll get you nice plus money.
Fant plus 290. Plus 290 in that game. I was looking at Theo Johnson. He's plus 390. Like there are guys like I'll probably go broke betting on Loveland. I don't know if he's ever going to do anything, but if he gets there,
good time.
He's a 4-1 guy. Yeah, especially with Komet out, this matchup makes a lot of sense there. Kittle, Like this is basically this day is made for Kittle. He's plus
Kittle
155.
pretty much created this day.
Yeah.
Right. Like they're gonna make sure he gets into the end zone today. Plus 155. Ferguson, who's been going on a hell of a run, he's plus 155. Kincaid, if he's playing, he's better than 2-1 guys. He's had a phenomenal season this year. So I'll buy all the way into that narrative, and I'll be looking at those touchdown props over the next couple hours for sure, in addition to those other plays. How about you, Kate?
All right. A little bit of overlap. I like the Steelers +3. Sunday Night Football tonight. I like the Falcons -7 with good old Kirk Cousins back in the fold. I'm going to go Browns +7 this afternoon as well against the Patriots. I also like the under in that game, and I like the Bears team total as we discussed. I mean, if you have to play it, if you want to play the actual line, over 21.5, I'm still comfortable playing that one as well. Some props. I'm going to go Bijan props, 91.5 rushing yards. I think you could ladder that. I think you could go 2 touchdowns as well. Jonathan Taylor, same thing. Fairly square plays with these running backs and how good they've been this season. But based on their matchups today, I think there's still plenty of value in going to them. I'll take Jonathan Taylor over his rushing yards. I'll take him to have 2 touchdowns. Another one that we didn't touch on at all today, Tez Johnson for the Buccaneers. With all the injuries that the Bucs have, Emeka Buka is pretty much wide receiver 1. Tez Johnson, I think, is going to get a couple catches. His prop, I believe, is 3.5. That's the highest it's been all season, but I still think you could take the over on that. So that is what I have for this afternoon. Jason, we're going to put you on the spot again. Any look ahead lines for next week?
I'm going to be real interested to see what this there's not the lines out for this Thursday night game because the Ravens lie about the quarterback situation. So can you really believe that Lamar's back for that one? But Thursday night is Baltimore, Miami. That's going to be a slop fest. So we'll see where those numbers are. I did make 2 bets this morning. I took the under 45.5 in the Falcons game at the Patriots, and I took the over 49.5 as our Bears, our SGP plus 1,800 winning Bears, go to face the Flaccos. How much we got to build an SGP in that game next week, huh? Bears at the Bengals, over 49.5. That's where I got it.
Bears.
Now. For now.
Okay.
When the Bears
Where
had
do you
30,
think that goes?
I don't know.
How
If the
far
Bears
up
had
does that
30
go?
something today and Flacco throws 3 more passing touchdowns, I think it goes up.
Yep.
No
doubt about it. Yeah.
There wasn't as much that stood out to me.
interesting one.
And there's some games that are off the board. There's a few games off the board. And there must be a bunch of buys, too. It must be like another week with 6 on the bye. But that stood out to me.
Do you think
Seattle
Lamar
money
can
line,
miss Thursday?
Seattle money line.
Like I see it's 7.5, 8. If he's not playing
Well, I
today,
think at
are
this
they really
point, though-
saving him for Thursday?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Look, the books don't trust it because you're not finding an early line on it.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe that's why they're not playing him today, because they're like, we can't play you with this short of rest in between the two based on the injury that you've had. Not comfortable doing that. Let's just sit you out of this one and we'll play it Thursday.
But they're not even going to have a real practice this week. So he's still going to be playing Thursday. It'll be the first time he will have not practiced in 4 or 5 weeks when he's playing that game, because Monday is a rehab day. Tuesday's a walkthrough. Wednesday they're on a plane to Miami. So it's not like he's going to get with any of these guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like timing, rust, all that. Like, he's still going to be going in this game blind, having not had a real practice since the Wednesday before they played the Chiefs.
The as Kate would call it, the Green Book does have a 7.5 up. Baltimore 7.5 point favorite. It's a lot. It's a lot without knowing the quarterback
Miami,
situation.
though.
I know.
What
They
about
should
the
be
total?
able to just
Where's
run
the
over 'em.
total? Did he have a total up?
Yeah, they do.
Because this morning I couldn't find it.
49.5 at some spots. Yeah, there's a couple of them.
That seems high for a Dolphins.
If you don't think Lamar's playing, then I'm on that under all day long.
Yeah.
Or you just think Lamar's playing, but he's compromised. He can't really run, right? They got 9 days off again after that game. Or they realize is that just going to be handed off to Derrick Henry 35
Yes.
times. I like the under. I like the under.
Yeah.
I mean, they lose today, the season's over, right? Like that's how
Yes,
they're
they're
viewed.
going to unload people for draft picks at the deadline to try to save their jobs. Yeah.
Which is crazy because they still have the second best odds in the division right now.
Oh, I think the odds.
You can't afford too many.
What I think's crazy.
You can't afford another loss.
I mean, no.
The Steelers are going to win the division
the odds
basically by default. Yeah.
If Cincinnati wins today, they're 500. They're a half game behind the Steelers with a win against them in hand.
And Burrow back in a little over a month, maybe?
Yeah.
December 16th or something, maybe?
Yeah.
Bengals plus 450 right now to win the division at BetMGM. Maybe worth a little something.
Fighting Flacco's.
Hey.
Yeah. It's probably
Crazier
Steelers,
things have happened.
But a lot of people have been betting on the Ravens, and I think there's just no value on the numbers that they're offering for Baltimore. None.
Mm-hmm.
It's just too much on what people thought about this team was before the season started. And it doesn't seem like there's been enough adjustment.
If you're remotely believing in them, I would jump it now, because after what I think is going to happen today, the books will finally realize it's game, set, match. 1-6. Stop. Watch the injury reports moving forward. Watch how many guys. Hey, he didn't have to play that one. He didn't have to play that one. Oh, me too.
Another interesting note that we really didn't touch on at all today, because the Vikings played on Thursday night, is that J.J. McCarthy is expected to be back next week.
Come on down.
To face the Lions on the road. McCarthy
Great
back
spot.
from paternity leave, back from nursing that sore ankle. Oh, that's going to be a mess of a game for J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, but we'll talk about that one more in depth coming up next week in week 9. That's going to do it for us here, week 8 on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes, Brandon, Jacob, Grant. For Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lockenfora, I am Kate Constable. You better you bet. Countdown to Kickoff is next with Nick Kostos and Sam Panatovich.
This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Kostos and Femi Abebafé.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase!
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase!
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase!
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase!
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
NFL Sunday. Oh, Sammy's right. They're betting the Jets. We'll talk about the Jets and the Bengals and more next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
We'll find out in about 10 minutes if Drake London is playing today for the Atlanta Falcons. All actives and inactives coming up 20 minutes from now here on the show. But for right now, Sam, back into the fire, all the games, Week 8 NFL Sunday. You started the show talking about wise guys betting the Jets. Where do we stand right now? Justin Fields is starting for Gang Green on the road at Joe Flacco, Jamar Chase, and the Cincinnati Bengals.
It is very interesting because last night our friend the bartender says he likes the Bengals -6.5, and you go, oh. Then you wake up this morning and you see that line go the other way. We're 6 in Vegas, we're 5.5 at BetMGM and multiple sports books across the country. The move came in this morning. I know a lot of people don't want to bet Justin Fields, but the wise guys are betting the New York Football Jets +6.5 and +6.
You've heard of reverse line movements, RLM? This would be RBM, right? Reverse bartender movements. I think that should actually be something that we track when we're betting games. When the bartender bets a side and it moves the other way.
They bet the over in this game a little bit too, which is wild because the Jets can't score. But it's been an over move so far late in the week, and the big move this morning again on the Jets. They took the 6.5 and took the 6.
I'll tell you what, I said it this morning on my show on WFAN. I do like the Jets. And, Sam, it has nothing to do with the Jets and everything to do with, do you trust a team with maybe the worst defense in the league? And if it's not the worst, it's the second worst or the third worst in Cincinnati. Can you trust a team with the second worst defense in the league to cover a 6, 6.5, 7, now 5.5 point spread? I actually think the answer to that question is no.
It's also the reversal of roles. The last time we saw the Bengals, they were an unwanted, unsexy dog, and now they're a public favorite. So usually in these NFL streets, when you go from a team that nobody wants to bet as a dog to a team everybody wants to bet as a favorite, that's when you get tripped up as a bettor.
Do you want to join me here and bet some Jets?
I just put in one of my contests, I had to swap out the Ravens, which I didn't do yesterday. Yesterday was a non-computer day for me. I had to go into this Pick 5 contest, and I clicked off the Ravens. We'll talk about that game, of course. And I did it on the Jets, +6.5 in the contest.
I love it. No, and I hope that's going to be a winner for you. It'll mean that I'll win my bet. I didn't bet 6.5. I bet 6 this morning, but I do like the Jets. I do think that game will be closer than expected. Ooh, Sammy, we've got some movement, it looks like, at least on my BetMGM screen, as it concerns the 5-2 New England Patriots off 3 straight road wins and covers, hosting the 2-5 Cleveland Browns. What's happening here in the Belichick Bowl?
Well, the Jets are getting bet, as we mentioned, but so are the Browns a little bit today because the 7s are becoming cheap on the favorite. So what I mean by that, sportsbooks like BetMGM are now at New England -7, -105. So that tells us that there's a little bit of a push, not an avalanche, just a push, a slight push on the Browns. So now to bet Cleveland, if you want to take the 7, you got to lay $1.15. That tells you we've seen some game day support on the Browns. The Pats are still favored by 7, but the juice has favored, or shifted rather, to the Cleveland Browns side.
Does that make you want to make a bet in this game?
Look, if there's one thing the Pats have not faced in the last few weeks, it's been a good defense or a great defensive line.
All season, pretty much.
Drake May has had so much time to scan the pocket and go through his reads. I think Cleveland can make it interesting for sure. This is also the second bartender pick, New England -7. So, wink, wink. I think we know what to do. The question is, can we do it?
I'll tell you what. I'm with the bartender on this one, and I hope I get to lay 6.5 with New England. The Patriots' run defense is awesome. I don't think the Browns are going to be able to run it here. And I trust Drake May to make some plays down the field. Are you at the point with Drake May where you're willing to consider him as one of the, and it's early in the second year, this is not a leading question, reasonable minds can disagree. Do you consider Drake May to be of that caliber of quarterback now where you can justify a price like this even with the record disparity? I think the answer to that question is yes, but again, reasonable minds can disagree.
If they stop the run and make a rookie quarterback have to throw the ball 40 times, of course, the Patriots could win by 7. When you mentioned, though, the Patriots run defense, I mentioned the Browns defense. We look at the total. This was 41 yesterday. Now it's 40.5, 40. Maybe the under is a better look. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know how the Browns are going to actually. Yeah, maybe you've tossed me into another bet here, but I do like New England. I'll pull the trigger on a 6.5 if and when we get it. I think this handicap, Sam, is so fascinating, and we were talking about this game during the break. As the Buffalo Bills come out of their bye at 4-2 to visit the 4-3 Carolina Panthers. Andy Dalton starting a quarterback today for Carolina with Bryce Young out with an ankle sprain. He hasn't officially been ruled out yet, but he's doubtful on the injury report. What do we got with the Bills and the Panthers, and how are people betting this particular game?
They really have gone both ways on it. It's a good two-way number, which means you're getting action on both sides. It's been 7 for days now, Nick, and I don't expect that to change. It did sort of earlier in the week float to 7.5, but even with the news about Bryce Young likely not going to play, this is still 7 basically everywhere. So I don't think that's going to budge. I did see this morning that the injury report was a little positive. I see they get a couple guys on the D line back, and also Hairston's going to play at corner. But there's a guy that you were looking at on the Buffalo side that's not going to play, right?
Yeah, Daquan Jones has been out for a while on their defensive line. And look, like Larry Ogunjobi was suspended for 6 games. He'll be back for this game for Buffalo. Like, he does matter on their defensive line. It's just, like, to what degree does he matter? And it's possible that he'll matter a lot. I look at this Bills defense, Sam, and the reason why I don't like Buffalo, like, moving forward this season, and like Josh Allen could just be the great equalizer, and they just win every game because he's Superman. That can happen. I don't trust them, especially against good rushing offenses here. I think Carolina's going to try to do to Buffalo what the FBI is trying to do to the NBA. Hit him with the Rico. It's a lot of Rico Dowdle, a lot of Chuba Hubbard. I bet Carolina 7.5. The number's 7 now, though, so it's not the same number that I bet.
How long have you been waiting to throw that one out there? That's a good one, the Rico line.
Oh,
You've been
not
sitting
only
on
have
that
I
one?
not only have I not been waiting for it, that's like the 17th time this week I've used it. Every show I go on has gotten that line in some way, shape, or form. So
that almost deprogrammed me for a second. I almost just short-circuited. Like, I can't speak now. I'm so shook by hitting him with the Rico. It's a good line. I need the Bills to win. I need them to win. I got so much AFC East stock. I probably won't bet the game. I just need them to win. Please, for the love of God, win this game.
For whatever it's worth, not that my opinion is gospel, I would be pretty surprised if the Bills lost. I don't know if they'll cover, but I would be pretty surprised if they lost. All right, we'll move on past the Bills and the Panthers. And, this Bears-Ravens game is ridiculous. So Baltimore is I'm just going to say the side of the game, and then we'll talk about it. Baltimore's a 2.5-point home favorite right now. And hopefully you've watched and listened to Sam enough and Joe Ostrowski enough on Bet Sweats, You Better You Bet, all the content that we do, where we don't have to tell you, like, Lamar Jackson's out when you look at that point spread. Baltimore only 2.5 at home against Chicago. Now, how this has happened is absolutely ludicrous. With Lamar listed as a full participant at Friday's practice, NFL insiders tweeting like, this means Lamar's in track to start, and Baltimore gets bet on Friday as a result. And then yesterday, the Ravens put out a revised practice report that say downgraded from practice to limited, and Lamar's out for the game. Like, this reeks to me of, like, insane chicanery, Sam, on part of the Baltimore Ravens and head coach John Harbaugh. My guess is that the league's going to penalize them in some way, shape, or form. Like, you can't have this for betting circles, especially after what happened in the NBA this week. Like, fudging an injury report as it regards a star quarterback. And that's absolutely what happened here.
They are definitely messing with the process and with the sanctity of the injury report. Nobody cares that I made this bet, but I care that I bet Ravens minus 6.5 on Friday morning. Thought it was a good bet because I was under the impression, I was reading the tea leaves. It looked like he was going to play. And then you notice on Friday that number got to 7. So I'm like, oh, all right. I laid 6.5. I beat the move. We're getting to 7. We might get higher. They're going to rule him in. And then yesterday, I'm at the grocery store, and I get a million texts. Did you see the line? No, I haven't seen the line. Which line? What line? What game are we even talking about? Oh, the Ravens. Oh, now they're a 2.5, 3-point favorite. So now I'm like trying to bail out of my Ravens bet, but how do you bail out of a Ravens bet at minus 6.5 when the line is 3.5? Like, there's nothing you can do. You just swallow that L and hope that it comes out on the other side. I don't feel great about this. I do have the Ravens. There's nothing I can do. I was Houdini'd by John Harbaugh. That's what happened.
But and we could talk about the current side in total and how we feel about the game. But do you agree with me? Like, I'm not trying to be like a narc or like a snitch here or get mad for no reason. Like, this is actually like a pretty flagrant, like, thumbing the nose of the rules here, and it's going to cost people money. And like, they're still lying. They're saying he was a full participant running the scout team. If you have a brain, you know that the full participant of the scout team, you would play in the game. They're 1-5. They need to win. Like, they're actually still lying right now. Like, there has to be some kind of consequence here, no? Am I making too big a deal of this?
No, I don't think you are. I think they're going to lose a draft pick. I've seen some of that on the internet. I've seen some stories about it. Now, you can do this in college. Lane Kiffin does this all the time. Kyle Whittingham did it yesterday again with Utah. They said that the starting quarterback was probable, and the starting quarterback was out there in warm-ups throwing the ball around. And then when the game started, starting quarterback's not starting. They do it in college all the time and get away with it. In the NFL, though, you have to submit your injury reports accurately, and the Ravens did not.
Did Cam Rising play yesterday or no?
Cam Rising is forever a game-time decision.
Right, in his 18th year of eligibility. I'm kidding. At Utah. Ravens 2.5, 45. Like, at current numbers, any thought for you on this game? As the Bears look, in all seriousness, the Bears are looking for their fifth straight win, and the Ravens absolutely need to win, like, to keep playoff hopes alive. It's actually a massive game.
Not a great injury report for the Bears defense, but if you're facing Cooper Rush, I mean, that's the plan, right? I'm assuming it's Cooper Rush.
Tyler Huntley's going to start. Cooper Rush, I think, is going to be the backup.
Huntley? Okay, well, that's probably good for the Ravens because Cooper Rush is a CFL quarterback, not an NFL quarterback. I've said this for weeks. The Bears are just a luck box team this year. They keep facing bad teams and winning the turnover battle, and now they miss Lamar Jackson. It's a luck box team, and I don't know that I want to bet against that luck box.
I actually, as crazy as it sounds, the Bears have no healthy corners in this game. If it gets to 3, I'll bet Bears +3. I think the Ravens are terrible without Lamar. The defense stinks, and they need Lamar to make the offense worth. I think the Bears might win the game. I might bet some Bears money line. I haven't yet. I'm waiting to see if a 3 is going to pop. We can move on for now. You Better You Bet's countdown to kickoff. Kostos Panayotovich, Week 8 NFL Sunday. Sammy, very interesting betting market in Houston with the Texans and the Niners.
They are getting bet, the Texans are, this very second. We are seeing a move to 3. South Point in Vegas just took a big bet literally a minute ago and moved from 2.5 to 3. All the 2.5s offshore are now -120 or higher. You're starting to see these other books across the country, 2.5 -115. BetMGM, Nick, has 2.5 -110. I thought for sure you were going to be logging in to bet this, although maybe you already have a Texans bet. It looks like we're on the way to 3 on the Houston side right now.
Money line was -130 this morning. I talked about it on my show on WFAN. I do like the Texans here. The handicap is simple, and I liked Seattle on Monday night. The handicap there for me was the Texans' offensive line is brutal, and I don't know if they can protect C.J. Stroud. I actually don't think that the Niners have the horses right now on defense to get after C.J. Stroud. Like, Bosa's obviously out, Fred Warner's out, Gross Matos is out on defense, Bryce Huff is out on the defensive line. I don't think they're going to be able to get pressure on C.J. Stroud here. Ergo, I do think the Houston Texans are going to win. Drake London, Sam, inactive for the Atlanta Falcons. We'll do the rest of the actives and inactives on the other side, but Drake, which is just screws me in a bunch of different ways. Drake London is out today for the Atlanta Falcons. Darnell Mooney will be Kirk Cousins' #1 receiver. Want to sneak in one more here? The Buccaneers and the Saints in New Orleans at the 4 o'clock slate Eastern time.
Sitting 3.5 at most places. There's one book that has a 4.5, so willing to take a bet on the Saints. Come on in, water's warm. But most books are 3.5. This happened last week, though, Nick. The wise guys bet the Saints. They bet them +5.5 and 5 and 4.5 and 4 in Chicago. Hand up. The Saints did not cover in Chicago, so they're going back to the Saints. This number was 6 early in the week, and now we're 3.5. It's been a steady diet of Saints bets. Who knows if the bettors will get home this week?
You want to click the button on the Saints?
No. No.
What about Tampa? What
Rattler had
if it goes to
4
3?
turnovers.
I want to bet Tampa. I'd like to bet Tampa 3 if it gets there.
Yeah, I don't know that we do. I mean, it's a pretty flat 3.5. I would get behind Tampa, maybe even a cheap money line at 3. If it gets to 3, I would take the money line.
Yeah, I think Vita Vea might not play for Tampa. Didn't practice all week. I don't know if that's enough to take it down to 3, but I think you'd see some more interest in New Orleans if that happened. Vea, like the best player on Tampa Bay's defensive line. Hassan Reddick also out today for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, the actives and inactives are starting to come in. We've got some big names on them. Not a lot of surprises. London, the only big surprise. We'll tell you about all of them on the other side, and we'll roll through the rest of the games for Week 8 NFL Sunday, including the Rodgers Bowl on Sunday Night Football with the Steelers and the Packers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. It's that time once again on NFL Sunday. Who's in? Who's out?
Impact betting and fantasy for basically every single player.
Actives, inactives on You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff.
All right, we will get back to all the games. It moved coming up in a few minutes, but the actives and inactives are out for the early slate. We're going to tell you what we know and what we think we know for the afternoon and Sunday night football. Giants and the Eagles, as expected, Darius Slayton is in for the Giants. He's missed the last couple weeks for the Giants wide receiving group. How does that impact things for props and fantasy? I think they're going to run a lot less two tight ends. I don't think we'll see as much Daniel Bellinger. He's popped the last couple weeks. So I think you'll get Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson and Jalen Hyatt in 3 receiver sets for Big Blue. For the Eagles, AJ, and they're also down a couple members of their secondary, Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland, which helps the matchups for Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, because A.J. Brown is out for the Eagles. If he's in your fantasy lineups, get him out. That really helps Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert. Cam Jurgens, the Eagles starting center, is out. I think that matters a lot for Saquon Barkley. Remember when the Eagles played the Giants a couple weeks ago on Thursday night? Landon Dickerson missed that game, and Brett Toth was the fill-in guard. He's starting at center today. He's not good. I think it's going to be a problem for the Eagles offense against Sexy Dexy, Dexter Lawrence, and the Giants defensive front. Dolphins and the Falcons, we talked about it last segment. Drake London is out. It's a terrible blow to the Falcons offense and for fantasy teams, including some of mine, including a guillotine league that I really like. No fun. Michael Penix Jr. is also out today. Kirk Cousins gets the start for the Falcons. Jets and the Bengals. Trey Hendrickson is in, as expected, Cincinnati's best pass rusher. He will play. And for the Jets, Justin Fields will start. Tyrod Taylor is inactive. Brady Cook, the former Missouri quarterback, will be Justin Fields' backup. Breece Hall will play, and Mason Taylor plays for the Jets against one of the worst defenses in the league in Cincinnati. Browns and the Patriots, David Njoku is active. David Njoku will play and split tight end reps with Harold Fannin. Bills and the Panthers. Bryce Young officially out. Andy Dalton will start at quarterback for Carolina. And for the Bills, Daquan Jones remains out on their defensive line. That matters. Larry Ogunjobi, though, back from suspension for Buffalo. Buffalo's first-round rookie corner, Maxwell Hairston. A lot of people really liked him coming out. My friend Pete Prisco from CBS Sports said he's the best rookie corner in this year's draft. He'll make his NFL debut today and presumably kick Tre'Davious White to the bench, which is good for Buffalo's defense. Matt Milano is out for Buffalo, as is Josh Palmer. Bears and the Ravens. Lamar Jackson officially out. Tyler Snoop Huntley gets the start at quarterback for the Ravens. DeAndre Swift will play for the Bears. The Bears are down like their top 5 corners. Kyler Gordon and Tyreek Stevenson out today. Niners and the Texans. For Houston's offense, Nico Collins is out. Christian Kirk is out. If Nico Collins is in your fantasy lineup, get him out. It's going to be Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, the 2 Iowa State rookie receivers, and Xavier Hutchinson and tight end Dalton Schultz, the pass-catching group for C.J. Stroud. The Niners not going to have a ton of juice on their defensive line. At least it doesn't feel like that to me. Nick Bosa is already out for the year. Yetur Gross-Matos and Bryce Huff both out today on the Niners defensive line. I don't think San Francisco is going to be able to take advantage of Houston's terrible offensive line. We shall see. To the afternoon slate, Bucks and the Saints. Ton of good players out for Tampa. Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving out. Mike Evans, broken clavicle, might be done for the rest of the regular season. Hassan Reddick out on the defensive side of the ball. Vita Vea didn't practice all week. He's questionable. He matters for the Buccaneers' run defense. And for New Orleans, we'll see if Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed, if this is their final game in New Orleans. Trade rumors swirling around both. Kendre Miller out for the season for the Saints. Devin Neal is now the number 2 running back behind Alvin Kamara. I think he needs to be owned in basically all fantasy leagues in case Kamara gets hurt. Titans and the Colts. Terrible injury report for Tennessee. Calvin Ridley is out. Jeffrey Simmons is out. L'Jarius Sneed is on IR. That's their best receiver, the best player in their front 7, and the best player in their secondary. All out against what's looking like a historically good or great Indianapolis Colts offense. Is it any wonder they're more than a 2-touchdown dog? Dallas and Denver. Trevon Diggs is out for the Cowboys. That helps the matchup for Cortland Sutton. And Packers and the Steelers, 2 receivers back from injury, 1 for each team. Christian Watson making his season debut for Green Bay. And Calvin Austin, stone cold. What? He's back in the lineup. What? He's going to play. Back for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And those are the actives and inactives for Week 8, NFL Sunday. Sam, anything cooking on the board in games we've already discussed?
Yeah, they are betting Miami. Probably because you were just telling people Drake London is out. That certainly helps. So the 7s are kind of crawling down a bit. Some of them have turned to 6.5. But then when you get to 6.5, that's the question. Oh, can we keep this at 6.5? Because there are hyenas waiting to lay 6.5 on Atlanta, right? Drake London's important, but Miami's also still really bad. So you've seen a fight around the 7 in the last 10 minutes or so. Some people are taking the 7s. But then others are laying the 6.5 and laying the cheap 7. So we'll follow this until 1 p.m. Eastern, as we always do.
Will you want to be like, I figure we're like the hyenas and Lion King right now. Would you like to be one of those hyenas and take a bite out of Atlanta minus 6.5 if it gets there?
I've been checking a lot of Atlanta and Philly moneyline parlay boxes. That's where I'm at in life. Atlanta to win, Philly to win.
Atlanta 6.5 feels pretty good, though. No, against Miami.
I think there's a lot to like there for sure. Definitely 6.5 though, not 7.
Correct, 6.5, not 7, as Sam said, and we're not there yet. Not at BetMGM, at least. Yeah, this Bijan Robinson should, and Tyler Algier is active. We expected him to play. I should have said that. Like Atlanta might not have to pass that much in this game against the terrible Miami Dolphins defense. All right, continuing on, Sammy, with it moved. I touched on the Colts-Titans game. Where do we sit right now? Indianapolis hosting Tennessee, side and total, and where the betting action is.
I was surprised to hear Thursday and Friday that Sharps are laying it with the Colts. Usually the wise guys don't like to lay big numbers in the NFL, but they were happy to get this to and through the 14. We're now 14.5 at most books. There's a 15 at one book in Vegas. There's a 15.5 at another. So you might think, oh, that's a big number. There were wise guys still laying 14 and 14.5 to get this to 15 or higher, and the total got destroyed early in the week, Nick. 45 up to 48. I don't feel like the wise guys think the Titans are going to get a bunch of stops in this game.
You know, I just my opinion, I feel like there's still some meat on the bone with this over. The Colts might score 40 themselves, and then, like, and Sam, like, you watch a ton of college football and NFL, so you obviously know this. Cam Ward is the rookie quarterback. Like, you want Cam Ward in catch-up mode because he's going to let it rip. He's going to make dangerous throws, and they're either going to be caught by his teammates or the opposition. I like Cam Ward for an over if the Titans get behind here, so I do like the over in this game.
Yeah, even at 47.5 you can find that's readily available. It feels like it makes a ton of sense. I like the line about to his team or to the other team. Nice little pick 6, maybe 2 pick 6s. Why not? Why not? You get a pick 6. You get a pick 6. Just pass them out, Oprah. Pass them out.
I'll say I didn't have Sammy P doing an Oprah impersonation on the bingo card today, but I got to be honest, I loved it. I like the over in Tennessee and Indianapolis. Sammy, it is the Super Bowl 12 rematch that the world has been waiting for. Broncos been waiting a long time for revenge. As the Broncos off a ridiculous win last week against my favorite team, the New York Football Giants. Welcome in Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. Should be a fun one. What do we have with Dallas and Denver at Mile High?
I saw this stat earlier in the week from our friend Ian Harditz, who does awesome work in the fantasy space and the betting space. The average Cowboy game has over 60 points and over 800 yards of offense. That's the average game this year. Any surprise, Nick, that the totals moved up from 48 to 51? Nope.
I guess my surprise would be that it's not higher.
Well, I think it's just Denver's defense, but Dallas don't care. Dallas is going to go 4 wide and just spread it.
Let me ask you this. What's the best unit in this game?
The Cowboys offense.
It is the Cowboys offense, right?
I think so.
Do you want to take 3.5 with the Cowboys?
I was thinking about just going over 51. There's some 51 still in the market. The one thing about Denver, they have the number 1 pass protection in the league. So Bo Nix has all the time in the world to throw. Are we overthinking it? Wink, wink. Overthinking it?
Yes. Yeah. And look, like some of that, Sean Payton like gimmicks this offense to basically make sure that Nix doesn't make mistakes. But that's all you need against this Dallas. The Dallas defense is horrific. I like the over. And how about this? Curious your opinion on this betting thought. If you like the Cowboys, why not just bet them to win? I don't even know if I want the 3.5. I might just want Dallas to win the game. If that's true, like if Dallas's offense is the best unit in the game, and then it becomes like who's going to win a high-scoring affair between Dak Prescott and Bo Nix, I'll take my chances with Dak Prescott and the Cowboys.
Plus 160, you could find.
I do like the over in the game. And maybe we'll wrap this up on the other side, but Sammy, the Aaron Rodgers Bowl in Pittsburgh with Green Bay at the Steelers.
The Applebites have come full circle. They are betting on Mike Tomlin as a home dog. You know the numbers. 17, 7, and 3 all time as a home dog. As a road favorite on Thursday, hot garbage. As a home dog, though, he makes money. They took the threes at multiple sports books. BetMGM has 3 minus 105 on Green Bay. Other books down to 2.5. Support for the Steelers.
Are you surprised by like the amount of moves in this game? Like it seemed like the first move at open was towards Green Bay. I saw some 3.5s early in the week, or at least like heavily juiced 3s towards the Packers, and now we're all the way at the other side with 2.5s popping. You don't see that often, Sam, with like that level of jockeying around 3, no?
You don't. You also don't see sharp money on overs in Steelers games, but they bet this 43.5 to 45.5.
Yeah, I bet over 45. It's not quite as good as over 43. I do think we'll get some points tonight on Sunday Night Football. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Sam, you'll give us a big board update, Prop King, best bets, underdog moneyline parlays, and more here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Get you ready for an action-packed day of football.
Pushing the pile to the goal line. In for the touchdown.
On 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today.
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's BetMGM Network's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts, Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, hour number 2, countdown to kickoff, Week 8 NFL Sunday. Nikki K, Sammy P, and you. Best bets 40 minutes from now. Underdog Moneyline Parlay still to come. Teaser conversation still to come. We'll get to all the props for today in a moment, including some injury news as it concerns the New York Football Giants receiving core. But, Sammy, let's take a spin around the board. Anything cooking here? Anything our listeners and viewers need to know about?
Seeing some money on the over in Carolina between Buffalo and Carolina, of course. 47.5 up to 48 at a couple places. Interesting move there. Also some money on the over in the Giants and Eagles game. A little bit more 44 and a 44.5 now. That's without A.J. Brown, to your point. Still not scared, the market, of betting over in the Philly game. And then a couple more threes in this Green Bay-Pittsburgh game. Now, this is Sunday night. This has nothing to do with injuries or anything like that. But we've mentioned, Nick said that this number earlier in the week was a lot of 3.5. There's still some 2.5 in the market, but it looks like we're getting right to the middle. It's that third porridge, right? That's just right. 3.5, maybe a little too high. 2.5, maybe a little too low. And maybe Green Bay -3 is the best porridge of the bunch.
Which one? What is that, Little Red Riding Hood? Goldilocks? Which one is that?
That is Goldilocks and the Three Bears, Nick.
Goldilocks, the porridge. So we have Oprah. We have Goldilocks today. I absolutely love it. On the Texans-Niners game, are there a lot of threes on the board? Because BetMGM right now, it's still 2.5. It's heavily juiced towards Houston. Is BetMGM, Sam, still everybody's home to bet the Houston Texans right now if you want to get a piece of them prior to it going to 3?
There are not many cheaper 2.5s than BetMGM for sure. So you're at multiple threes in Vegas. You're at a 3 offshore at Chris. A lot of the Buckeyes of the world at 3. So yeah, I mean this is on the way to 3 as we had talked about. We may have had an okie doke here, Nick. It looks like they were setting up that total on the Giants and Eagles because while they got to 44, 44.5, now we're 43 offshore.
Wow,
43
I love
and a half,
that. Can you
43.
explain that to our listeners and viewers, what that means, what you just said here? And Sam is one of, I mean this sincerely, one of the best people that could possibly break down exactly what that is. Go ahead, buddy.
So not every move is true. Oftentimes, syndicates or wise guys are trying to set something up. And if they want to get a number, they want to make a fake move or a dummy move. So to get this to 44, 44.5, literally within the last 90 seconds or so, and then once it gets to that number that you want, say you bet 500 or a nickel or a dime at a couple places. I just said 500 and a nickel. That's the same thing. Duh. But you get it to where you want it, and then you just unload at the number of choice. And apparently this number was 44.5 and 44. They have driven it. I mean, this is moving as we speak. 43, 43, 43, 43.5, 43.5, 43 at circa just now, 5 seconds ago. They wanted to get that number to that key 44 or higher and then just completely blast it under. So that's what happened.
I love that. And there's no way you would want to bet over 43 with A.J. Brown out, correct?
I didn't have a single dollar on the total, and I don't think I'm going to start betting now. But it's fascinating to see over the first hour of our show slowly get built up to 44. And then once it hit 44 everywhere or higher, they emptied the clip on the under. So from 44.5 to 43 in less than 4 minutes, that's a lot of money being exchanged.
Wow. Good stuff from Sammy there on what's happening with the Giants and the Eagles and the total of that game. Just quick on the sides, Sammy, of 3 7-point spreads right now, or 1 and 7.5. What can you tell us right now about the Eagles-Giants, the point spread of that game, the point spread of the Patriots hosting the Cleveland Browns, and the point spread of the Atlanta Falcons hosting the Miami Dolphins? And if you want, because it looks like we have some movement as well on the point spread of Buffalo, Carolina, all 4 of those games operating right around the favorite being a 7-point favorite.
There's not much movement on the Buffalo game. That's 7 pretty much everywhere. We have seen some wiggle around Atlanta. Nick mentioned that Kirk Cousins is playing, but most importantly, Drake London is out. So people did come in and bet some Miami at +7. But then when it hit 6.5, they bet it right back. So 7's probably a very fair landing number. New England and Cleveland, you asked about, still 7, but a cheap 7 on the favorite. Like Superbook in Vegas, 7 + 100, 7 even money. So they're juicing the dog at now -120. Take that for what you will. And then the last game, Philadelphia and the Giants, everything is on the under now at this point. And Philly either 7 or 7.5. I think a lot of people look at what that number was a couple weeks ago and just understand that Philly -7 on the road, and now Philly in this same matchup, -7 at home. It just feels a little bit cheap. I've heard that a bunch this week.
It makes a ton of sense, and honestly, like kind of, I don't really want to bet against my favorite team, but I will. Do you want to do it together, or you're into the money lines, right, with Philly and Atlanta?
Philly and Atlanta. I wanted to let people know, if you didn't know, today is National Tight End Day. So this is a big thing. And last year, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, go with what you were saying, and then I have something else to throw in. But finish what you were gonna say, please.
I built a 3-legger, and I think it's gonna win. It's 18-1, but we can do it later.
Oh well, are you? Do you mind if we do it now? I'd love to hear it.
Sure. So my buddy Steve Sufferton did this last year. He sent me a ticket. It was about 18-1.
Steve.
And he sent me the slip this year. I mean, he made us money last year. So I'm tailing Steve directly. Kittle, Jake Ferguson, Cade Otton. 3-leg anytime touchdown parlay, 18-1 at BetMGM.
And that's a 3 like awesome tight ends, and you're getting 18-1 on that. So I love that. So both of us, like, we like Red Zone. Like, I have, like, just like you do, we have a bunch of TVs. I have Red Zone on one of them. Scott Hansen is awesome, obviously. He has his things. Like when Josh Allen, the Jaguars pass rusher, sacked Bills quarterback Josh Allen, he said about 38 times that Sunday. Can you believe Josh Allen sacked Josh Allen? Like, yes, like we can believe it. Antonio Brown takes off his jersey a couple years ago in the Jets-Bucks game. Antonio Brown is topless on the field about 15 times. And how many times today will we hear, Sam, National Tight Ends Day while watching NFL Red Zone? Like over under what? Like 49.5.
I was going to say 29.5. Maybe that's a bad number. Over 29.5. 39.5? Question mark?
Can I interest you in we can get some wild ones cooked up.
Well, yeah, you know all the backup tight ends. I don't know any of them. So, yeah, if you want to give me all these backup tight ends to score like Josh Oliver or something like that, yeah, we could cork this thing to 100-1, no problem.
Our guy Mike Shope likes Josh Oliver, right? I feel like he bets Josh Oliver a lot. I see him tweeting about it.
I couldn't even, if you said, I'll give you $100 to name me what team Josh Oliver's on, I wouldn't even know where to start. I'd say Buffalo,
how about this?
But I don't think he's on Buffalo anymore.
Either the NFC, it's a team in either the NFC East or the NFC North.
Minnesota.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
you nailed
give
it.
Me the $100. Give me.
Pay up. I'm good. I'm good on that. I'm good on that. All right.
Was he in Buffalo before? I don't know. See, I'm going.
I don't think so.
Hole.
Well, Buffalo has Kincaid and Dawson Knox and Jackson Hawes. You love Jackson Hawes. We talked about him last week on You Better You Bet. Not Spencer Hawes. Spencer Hawes, former center of the Sacramento Kings and the Philadelphia 76ers. Tyler Morales actually has a Spencer Hawes jersey. That's a true story. All right.
Oh.
You want to hear some backup tight ends?
Yes, let's parlay them.
Great. Oh, I think I've got some good ones. I don't know if they'll hit, but I like the prices. All right, let's get to it here. Thy Royal Prop King, Week 8 NFL Sunday.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
We got a piece of injury news in the Giants-Eagles game, that will not be on anyone's radar because it's the Giants' third receiver, but I actually think it means something here. So Jalen Hyatt, who won the Biletnikoff at Tennessee like 3 years ago. I thought he was going to be awesome when the Giants drafted him. He was the best receiver in college football his final year at Tennessee. Tyler, what quarterback? It wasn't Nico. Who was the Tennessee quarterback? Was it Hendon Hooker, right? And Hooker got hurt. That's right. Hendon Hooker will be Andy Dalton's backup today in Carolina. So anyway, Jalen Hyatt sucks. And he's inactive today for the Giants, which means I think you're going to see Lil Jordan Humphrey and Bo Collins both play a lot for the Giants as the number 3 receiver. Honestly, like, you could see Bellinger play also. Okay, so here are the prices here. Bellinger plus 725. He scored last week and had a huge game against the Broncos. Lil Jordan Humphrey is also plus 725. And Bo Collins, the undrafted rookie from Notre Dame, is at 11. Yeah, I want... Maybe this is just Slayton. Honestly, I'm thinking about this in the moment, how I want to handicap this. I actually think Bellinger is the right bet. I think you're going to see 2 receiver sets with Wandale and Slayton and 2 tight ends on the field at the same time with Theo Johnson and Bellinger. I actually think Bellinger is the best. Sammy, you want to add him to the parlay?
Why not?
Well, I mean,
it's National Tight Ends Day. Why not?
The 3 tight ends you mentioned are all starters and will definitely be in the game at all times. I do think the Bellinger price might be a little short here. Bellinger, or a little long is what I meant to say. A little long. Daniel Bellinger plus 725 anytime touchdown. I don't love yardage props in this game. I think the under's getting bet. I like Devontae Smith a little bit over. It's all the way up to 74.5. And I have a contrarian opinion. I'm not going to bet it, but just to say it, I don't think Saquon Barkley is going to have a monster game today with Cam Jurgens out. I think a lot of people disagree with me. I don't love Saquon Barkley in the Eagles' run game today. I can be wrong. Okay. Falcons and the Dolphins. I need to see what Darnell Mooney's number is now with Drake London out and see how that's adjusted. So Mooney is now 56.5 receiving yards. It was 42.5 a couple hours ago. We gave out that over on WFAN. This is before we knew that Drake London was going to miss. I do think he's going to be their number 1 receiver today for Kirk Cousins. And Cousins did have a big-time rapport with Drake London last year. The number's up 14 yards. I mean, I do think he can clear 70. I'll still say Drake London over 56.5 receiving yards if you have no action. He can have 3 catches and go over this. So Drake London over receiving yards. The guy that's most likely to replace Drake London is Casey Washington. He's not very good. He'll be at a long price to score a touchdown for people that can stomach that. And Sammy, here is a national tight end touchdown at a long price. So Darren Waller's out for the Dolphins. They're starting tight ends. And their number 2 tight end, Julian Hill, is also out. Can I interest you in former Bronco and former Giant Greg Dulcich to score a touchdown today at a huge price?
Is that the guy with the long flowing hair from UCLA?
Yes. I don't know if he went to UCLA, but he definitely has long hair. Yes.
I thought either UCLA or Utah.
I'm not great with the college. Tyler says yes. And he played with Zach Charbonnet and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Tyler,
I knew it.
You guys are on the money with this. As always, the anytime touchdown bets, you could play like Jonathan Taylor and you could win. I like to play longer prices, small bets, big payouts, or you lose. We'll see. Jets Bengals. I think Justin Fields is going to let it rip today, man. Whatever the number is now, it was 43.5 this morning. I wouldn't be shocked if Fields went over 100 rushing yards today. This is it for him. This could be it for him for his starting career. He bombs today, he ain't starting next week for the Jets. Not after the owner threw him under the bus. Let's go Justin Fields over rushing yards. I have another, long shot anytime tight end bet for people that are interested. So since he's down, a number of tight ends in this game. The Grandy man can. Cam Grandy ran 20 routes last week, had a target from Joe Flacco. Huge price to score a touchdown. Just saying. He plays, and 2 of Cincy's tight ends are out, including Noah Fant. Dart throw on Cam Grandy, couple bucks on Cam Grandy, anytime touchdown. Tyler Johnson would be my jet if I had to bet someone in the anytime touchdown market. Patriots and the Browns. I bet Stephon Diggs over every week. The only time he hasn't gone over recently is when he got jobbed out of that long touchdown in New Orleans against the Saints on a BS offensive pass interference call. Stephon Diggs over 57.5. I also don't mind Kayshon Boutte over, with Cleveland giving up explosive plays down the field. Boutte only gets a couple targets per game, but they're all down the field. I don't mind the Kayshon Boutte. And if you had to bet an anytime touchdown in this game, I don't really like the prices, but I would take a look at Matt Collins, return of the, for the New England Patriots. On the other side, the rest of the props for today, Week 8 in the National Football League, and Sammy and I will give you the underdog moneyline parlay and the teasers that we are betting. On the other side, You Better You Bet's countdown to kickoff on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, we'll get back to the Royal props in just a second. Sammy, anything going on in the board today right now that needs to be discussed?
More money on the Indianapolis Colts. I see a couple 15.5s popping here. We had said earlier, they're not afraid. They ain't scared of laying a big number, at least in this matchup. Wise guys bet 14 and 14.5, and more wise guys are piling on. So 15 and 15.5. We had mentioned the move on the Texans, I think about an hour ago, from 2.5 to 3. More books moving toward 3. And there's also more money, Nick, on the Buffalo-Carolina over. We're out to 48 at multiple sports books across the world right now.
Wow. Is there a number where you'd want to bet Tennessee?
No.
16, 17?
21.
Well, I have good news.
Not getting
I don't
there.
think you'll.
Not
I
getting there.
don't think you'll have to make that decision today. Bills and the Panthers. I actually kind of like Carolina's offense now. You agree with that?
Well, I think the running game is what the wise guys are looking at. Buffalo has not been really, really good against the run, and I think that's sort of the thought process, that Buffalo can score because everybody can score against Carolina, but the Panthers can run.
I do like Rico Dowdle. I do like Chuba Hubbard. Honestly, like my favorite Panther today, just because of where the number is Tony Montana's favorite NFL receiver. That, of course, is Jalen Coker. Low number on him. His third game back. Sorry.
It's very good.
Better or worse than hit him with the Rico?
The Rico's very good. The Rico, I almost stood up and clapped. Like I almost
hit him with the Rico. Jalen Coker over receiving yards. And I speaking of Mike Shope on Odyssey Buffalo, so I think like him and I kind of share a philosophy here. Like bet one of the Bills running backs at a long price to score a touchdown because they use all of them. The guy today is Ray Davis, who's the longest price out of the 3 guys the Bills use. Obviously, James Cook is always the shortest, and then you have Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. I'll put a couple bucks on Ray Davis to score a touchdown today. Ravens and the Bears. Do you think this is, Sam, is this Colston Loveland week with Cole Kmet out for the 10th overall pick in the draft to finally do something for the Bears offense?
If it's not this week, when is it?
I agree. Does he tickle your betting fancy for National Tight Ends Day to score a touchdown? I don't have that bet, but perhaps do you like that at all?
No, because I have a bad Ravens minus 6.5 bet, so I hope the Bears get shut out, but that won't happen.
Well,
so
you never know. Colston Loveland over receiving yards. Look, you can make the case for a couple long shot tight end bets in this game. So, with Kmet out, Durham Smythe becomes Chicago's number 2 tight end. And the Ravens are coming out of the bye, and Isaiah Likely's fully healthy, and like he's actually good. Just throwing that out there to people on National Tight Ends Day. Durham Smythe is going to play a lot. With Cole Kmet out, Bears run a ton of 2 tight ends. They run the ball a ton coming out of the bye, and Isaiah Likely should be more involved than he has before this season for Baltimore. Texans and the Niners. Christian Kirk and Nico Collins are both out. I think Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel could both be playable today in the prop market. Higgins is the guy that I prefer. Noel, we heard Dan Orlovsky calling for him on Monday Night Football and Lou Riddick a million times get him the ball. He actually looked pretty good. Was a slot receiver at Iowa State. Obviously no Christian Kirk today. I like both rookie receivers for the Texans. Braxton Berrios is Houston's other slot receiver. He's at a pretty long price to score. I think what we're going to see with the Texans backfield moving forward is Woody Marks is going to play when they're behind, and Nick Chubb will play when they're ahead. I think they'll be ahead today. So Nick Chubb's a short price to score. I don't mind that. And I actually think the most mispriced player today, which doesn't mean he's going to score, is DeMarcus Robinson. He's in 3 receiver sets for the Niners. They're going to have to throw in this game. He's plus 900 to score. On most teams, the third wide receiver is like plus 400. This is plus 900. And I know Kittle's basically the third receiver. I put a couple bucks on DeMarcus Robinson to score today, a plus 900 for San Francisco. Bucks and the Saints. The Tez dispenser. Tez Johnson over 42.5 receiving yards. Tampa loves to throw the ball down the field. New Orleans loves to give up long passes down the field. Tez Johnson over 42.5 receiving yards. If you want to play an anytime touchdown, I would look at Devin Neal, who's the Saints' new number 2 running back with Kendre Miller out for the season. He's like 15-1. He's literally their number 2 running back now with Kendre Miller out behind Alvin Kamara. Colts and the Titans, I think you can make a case for so many Indianapolis players here. Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman, Tyler Warren. I'll go Alec Pierce just because we bet him last week. He went over. Just because I don't know if the betting market has caught up to just how good he is yet. Used to just be a straight line speed, down the field, vertical target. He's way more than that now. Alec Pierce over 36.5 receiving yards. And I'll just say this to people that want to bet Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Don't bet him to score like 2 or 3 touchdowns today. Get some bang for your buck. He's the front runner for Offensive Player of the Year. The Titans don't have Jeffrey Simmons. The Colts should score a lot of points in this game. Broncos and the Cowboys. We told you last week that CeeDee Lamb was the most mispriced yardage prop of the week. He went over on 1 reception in the second quarter. Stiffer competition this week against the Broncos and Patrick Surtain. The number for CeeDee Lamb can never start with a 7. Like, it just can't. I don't care how good the Broncos defense is. We'll go over 75.5 receiving yards for CeeDee Lamb. Jaden Blue, anytime touchdown for Dallas. Their number 2 running back behind Javonte Williams. And Nate Adkins, the Diet. 3 targets last week from Bo Nix. Their number 2 tight end now behind Evan Ingram on National Tight Ends Day. Small money bets on the anytime touchdowns. And we will close with the Packers and the Steelers. I love love. Hopeless romantic. The Steelers' defense sucks. Terrible. Like, weren't even defending Jamar Chase last Thursday night. I don't know who it's going to be. Could it be Christian Watson, Matthew Golden, Tucker Kraft, Romeo Dobbs? I don't know. Could be all of them. I'll just play Jordan Love over passing yards. 241.5. I think this is going to be explosive after explosive after explosive down the field for Green Bay. And those are thy royal props for Week 8. NFL Sunday. You bets countdown to kickoff. That anytime touchdown parlay with all the tight ends, Sammy, going to hit like crack, man. It's going to be awesome.
18-1.
I will hop in on that one with you during the break. I'll send you the $1 million one during the break, which will be like 99 cents to win $1 million, and at the end of the day, I will be 99 cents poorer. What is the underdog money line parlay for today, my friend?
So I did a 2-teamer. I'm coming around on the Jets. Whatever. Probably not going to win.
What a sentence.
Look, if they win, we are rewarded. I'm going to go Jets, Cowboys. Bang, bang, plus 741 at BetMGM.
So let me hit you with this. I have both of those teams in my underdog money line parlay. And I think like they should be in any underdog money line parlay. I think both could win. I know you bet Ravens minus 6.5, like obviously before the Ravens pulled that insane move with Lamar Jackson on the injury report. I think the Bears are obviously live in that game. The market tells you that with Baltimore less than a 3-point favorite. So you could put the Bears in there. I think you like Buffalo, right? I think Carolina's live. So if you did those 4 teams, Bears, Cowboys, Panthers, Jets, 76-1 at BetMGM. If you wanted to take Carolina out, 18-1. I don't mind that.
I have Cowboys Jets, so I'm already 2/3 of the way there. Obviously could get there on the Bears without Lamar. Panthers, I don't think I'm in on. Actually, I'm definitely not in on because I need the Bills to win in the worst of ways.
Okay. Any teasers that you're eyeing for today?
Yeah, I think Buffalo, Philly is a solid teaser. 7 down to 1, Philly down to 1.
Only because you mentioned Atlanta earlier. Thoughts on the Falcons?
Sure. I'm not a big, tease down guy. I usually tease up, but I think Buffalo's going to win, and I think Philly's going to win. So let's just keep it simple. Buffalo down, Philly down.
What I'm only asking because they're in range. What about San Francisco up to 8.5 as a potential?
Of course, yeah, that fits the character, right? You want to take a team through 3 through 7, and this one you get through 8. 8's important. The way teams go for 2 now. San Francisco definitely checks the box. I have San Francisco over 10.5 wins, so I hope they can keep squeaking out games. I mean, I bet it when everybody was healthy in the summer, and I mean, they're 5-2.
You look at the record now and think everybody is healthy, though. Like, it's crazy what they've been able to do.
Just a well-coached team. So I hope, selfishly, I hope they win. I probably won't bet them, though. I feel like that defense is in for a long day. And we've seen wise guys bet Houston from 1.5 to 3. That always scares me. Not that every wise guy move is right, but you hate to see it against your team. Also, one other note. I know we're talking teasers and parlays and all that, but they have moved the Jets to 5 at multiple books. They they keep betting the Jets this morning. It was 6.5 at 7 in the morning, and now it's 5. Cincy only -5.
I would still bet the Jets at 5. Now, easy for me to say I have 6, but I would still bet the Jets. I think I mean this. I actually think they're going to win.
We did just put them in the money line parlay.
I think they're going to win. Anything else cooking on the board, Sammy?
No, pretty quiet. Pretty quiet. There's one book that moved Dallas Denver to 52 on the total. We were talking earlier, how is this not higher than 51.5? There's your 52 offshore.
Jay Glazer of Fox Sports reporting that Lamar Jackson will be back for the Ravens next week. They play Thursday night against the Miami Dolphins. So Lamar will be back from injury 4 nights from now on Sunday night. We have a couple more minutes in this segment, unless anything else happens on the board. Last week, you sent us pictures of this ridiculous just assortment of delicious-looking meats. The lamb was the one that really piqued my interest. Does Sam Panayotovich have a game day spread for everybody today?
No, I'm going straight to the bar after the show. So my game day diet will consist mostly of Jameson today. But I can tell you this. I got a lot of texts from people that listened to our show last Sunday, and they were curious about the apple pie baked beans. Don't touch that dial. Don't change. Hear me out.
You don't even talk about that on the show. I don't think you ever said that on the show, because I would remember that.
I posted pictures of the cookout, and one of the pictures had the baked beans with the little apple pie slices in it. I know, if you're a traditionalist, you probably don't want to hear this. I thought it at first myself. I thought that's about as hillbilly as it gets, putting fruit in the beans. However,
is that hillbilly?
I have, 100%. I got it from Paula Dean. So, yes, it is. I was watching her make it. I'm like, that is the strangest thing I've ever seen. And then I tried it. You take 2 cans of sugar-free baked beans, 1 can of apple pie filling, which you could find at any grocery store, chop up some bacon that you take out of the oven and chop up.
Oh, my God. That sounds awesome. Who wouldn't like that?
If you want to do bacon bits, that's fine. But if you want to do it the real way, it's 2 cans sugar-free baked beans, 1 can apple pie filling, chopped up bacon, and a little barbecue sauce over the top. You put it in the oven at 250 for 2 hours. It changed the cookout game for me. It changed it.
That sounds awesome. I love also, listen, we have the apple pie filling, we have the bacon, we have the barbecue sauce. We can't have sugar in our beans. Got to have the sugar-free beans. And then wash it down with the Diet Coke.
The point is you get the sugar from the apple and the barbecue sauce. You don't need all the sugar. I think it's a little different. You're right. What are you having? 2 double cheeseburgers, large fried Diet Coke. I know
and a
what
Coke
you're
Zero.
saying.
No, it's funny.
No, but you can't. It'd be too sweet if you had the sugar in the beans as well. Look, I saw the recipe. I watched her make it. I thought that looks disgusting. Why are we putting fruit in the beans? And then I did it. It is the first dish that goes at every cookout that I do. Every time.
Will you make it for Thanksgiving this year?
Probably not. but I will make it. I will make it at the next cookout. We'll probably have one again in November, and it is. Wow. I have to make 2 batches now, so that'll be 4 cans, 2 packs of bacon. Yeah, man, it goes off the tin like it's gone. I had a friend like licking the tin the other day. I'm like, dude, stop.
Did anyone dislike it?
No.
Yeah, it sounds pretty delicious.
You have to try it. Somebody said, why are we putting fruit in the beans? And then I said, here comes the airplane. And then he ate 3 helpings of it. So.
Also, like, I don't know if apple pie filling counts as fruit, but I guess you could say that. All right, quick break. And on the other side, we'll roll through every single game today, Week 8 in the NFL, our best bets, Nick Costos, Sam Panayotovich, and you better you bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the Week 8 NFL Sunday edition of Countdown to Kickoff with all our bets for today in the National Football League. Our executive producer, not a pineapple, the great Tyler Morales. Our tactical director, Grant Leader. Our social guy, Sean, smile on his mouth, hand on his haw. And our video producer is Michael Montgomery. That's his name, right? First time I've worked with him. Monty? Like country singer John Michael Montgomery, who like my mom loved when I was a kid. That's what I thought when I saw his name. Anyway, thank you to our guy Monty for running video for today's show. Sammy, before we drop the dope-ass beat and get to the bets, anything else happening on the board to report?
No, nothing new. We've already chronicled a bunch of it. The biggest move of the day, the Jets bets from 6.5 to 5.5, 5. They are betting the Jets like they have tomorrow's paper. We shall see.
What could go wrong? Sammy and I also on the Jets today. What else do we like coming up Week 8 in the NFL? Let's find out right now with our best bets. Grant, please drop the dope-ass beat. All right, everyone listening and watching right now. We're also live on X. Shout out to everyone watching us on X. You're going to bet on football today. Duh. Why wouldn't you do it at BetMGM? Open the playbook and choose your boost for today's action. All you've got to do is grab BetMGM's Pro Football Boost Pack, and you'll have 3 ways to boost your odds on your next bet. Activate one of your boost tokens for any pro football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your wager wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. I was just looking at the Coach of the Year prices, and if the Bears win today, Ben Johnson at 17-1. It'd be 5-2 with 5 straight wins, just saying. Sammy, let's begin in Philadelphia with the Eagles as a 7-point home favorite against the Giants. So we are off 7.5. 7 minus 110 is the number at BetMGM. Philly minus 7, no A.J. Brown. The total is 43.5.
Your team's fun. Definitely with Dart, Dable, Scattaboo. I understand it. But from a number standpoint, I can't wrap my head around the Eagles being 7-point favorites in New Jersey and now only 7-point favorites at home. I think that's an overcorrection, and I like the Eagles. I think they're about to make a run here. I think Barkley also has a big game.
So we disagree on that one. Saquon's, let's get the rushing yards number. It was about 83.5. Saquon's rushing number is 86.5. So the betting market agrees with Sammy. That's been bet up 3 yards in the past little bit here. Saquon 86.5 now. I would have bet. I didn't bet the game. I would have bet some 7.5 with the Giants. I think the Cam Jurgens loss is a big one for Philadelphia. Giants should be able to influence the Eagles' passing game with their pass rush. No bet for me on the game at current prices. All right, Falcons and the Dolphins, Sammy, in Atlanta. Drake London is out for the Falcons. Kirk Cousins starts at quarterback. Atlanta holding on as a 7-point favorite. The 7 heavily juiced towards the Dolphins. We are still at 7 at BetMGM, though. The total is 44.5.
I really don't think that they're going to lose Atlanta. So if you wanted to cook up a parlay with like the Falcons with a dog to kind of juice that parlay up, I was checking a couple boxes here. The Falcons to win and the Cowboys to win. Plus 225 at BetMGM. So that's sort of how I'm attacking this. Kind of looking at the Falcons with other legs to kind of cheapen that price.
As far as the actual game goes, if we get, I'm gonna look at an offshore here just to see, because this they usually move pretty fast. So I want to see what the spread is there. It is, let's see, Falcons. So there are 6.5s right now. There's a 6.5 at this place I just looked. It's juiced towards Atlanta. I'm gonna end up. I would like to bet some 6.5 with Atlanta, not 7. I would like to lay 6.5 with the Atlanta Falcons. Bengals and the Jets, Sammy. We've talked about this game all show long. Cincy 5.5, total 44.
Yeah, we bet the Jets earlier. Luckily, we told people to bet it before the move at 5.5. You're getting some right back now, Nick. It's finally happening. They're betting the 5, so we're 5.5 at a lot of places now. I don't know that we're going to get to 6. Maybe we could in the next 14 minutes, but let's just call it 5.5 consensus. We liked it at 6. I still like it at 5.5. If it lands 6, though, I'll feel bad.
I did bet 6 this morning. I think the Jets might win. Bengals defense is so bad. Okay, how about this? Per Barry Jackson, who covers the Dolphins, Tua has an illness and his eye is swollen. He's currently warming up wearing sunglasses. He will play in the game.
They're not winning. They're just not.
That team is a
winning.
traveling circus right now.
Mhm.
And the head clown, Mike McDaniel. Patriots and the Browns, Sammy. At MGM, New England, a 7-point favorite, but the 7 is juiced towards Cleveland. The total is 40.5 and looks like it's headed downward. What do you have for us with the Patriots and the Browns?
I'll bet some under. I'm going to do that now. We talked about it earlier, and I don't know why I didn't. You said, how does Cleveland move the ball? I think Drake May is going to struggle to move the ball a little bit. Not saying that Cleveland's going to win, but there's one way Cleveland wants to play, and that's ugly. And that's get into the pocket, and that's punt the football. I'm going to go under 40.5.
If a 6.5 popped, I'd be interested in the Patriots. Otherwise, no bet for me on this game. Bills and the Panthers, Sammy, in Carolina. Buffalo 7 minus 110 is the number now. Total of the game is 48. Andy Dalton starts at quarterback for the Panthers.
Buffalo off the bye, also coming in off 2 losses. One to the Patriots, one to the Falcons. I think they've been stewing. Not that that's a real handicap, but I think they're ready to open up a can, and I think they clobber Carolina. I didn't bet it. I need them to win, though. I've got so much Buffalo AFC East stock, it makes me sick.
A can of sugar-free baked beans?
Yes, with apple pie filling, bacon bits, and barbecue sauce. And
I'll tell you what, man. Dude, those bacon. That, honestly, like, I'm going to tell my wife, like, to make this, because I would like to try it. It sounds absolutely delicious.
I'm gonna send you a picture before the show gets out. I got to find my phone.
Oh, please. Carolina plus 7.5 was my bet. I don't mind 7, but 7.5 was the number I bet with the Carolina Panthers. Ravens, Bears, one of the dumbest betting markets in recent history, with the Ravens outright lying on the injury report that came out on Friday. Lamar Jackson is not, in fact, playing, nor did he practice in full on Friday. Tyler Huntley starts. Baltimore, a 2.5-point home favorite. Sam, the total in this game is 45 as Baltimore hosts Chicago.
I have a loser here. There's nothing I can do about it. I bet Baltimore minus 6.5 on Friday. It moved to 7. I felt good. And then yesterday we found out Lamar's not playing. What do? You swallow the L and move on with life.
John Harbaugh should send you a Venmo. That's what should happen, because they outright lied, and they're still lying by saying Lamar had a full practice and ran the scout team. If he practiced in full and ran the scout team, he'd be playing in the game today. They're 1-5. They need to win. They're still lying. I think the NFL is going to punish them for it, and I'm not trying to be a narc or a snitch here. Like, they should get. You can't lie like they've lied and get away with it. Like, too much money's at stake here. Texans and the Niners, Sammy, in Houston. Houston, a 2.5-point home favorite at MGM. The total's 41.5.
It's 3, basically everywhere. The only book that I see, well, 2 books. Green Book is one. Gold Book is the other. Gold Book is, of course, MGM. Gold Book. It's gold. I love gold. 2.5 at the Gold Book. Oh, as I stand corrected. Gold Book just moved to 3. Everybody's at 3 on Houston. This was 1.5 on Friday, Nick.
How about no, you silly Dutch bastard? I bet some Texans money line minus 150 now. Kind of feels like it's out of range. Buccaneers, Sammy, a 3.5-point road favorite at the Saints. The total there is 46.5.
Pass. I hate this game. I bet the Saints last week. Took a good number. Did not matter. A cheap Tampa bet I would understand, but it's a pass.
I'd like to bet Tampa if it goes to 3. Maybe Vea can get us on the road to being there if he's out. No interest on the game right now. No bet on the game as it stands. Sammy, the Colts, a full 15-point favorite now at MGM at home against the Tennessee Titans. The total is 48.
Wise guys did bet the Colts, and they laid 14 and 14.5. I thought about jumping in there. I did play the Colts in some contests. Tennessee's going to get pounded here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I like the over in the game. If I had to bet the game, I actually would bet Indianapolis and lay the lumber. Denver holding us a 3.5-point home favorite, Sammy, against Dallas, although maybe this will close 3 by kickoff. The total at MGM up to 51.5. You had mentioned at some spots it was sitting at 52.
I think you're onto something with the Cowboys money line, and that was one of the bets I did put in my Gold Book money line parlay. I think Dallas is live. So, yeah, take the 3.5 if you want. Take the money line.
I love gold. Yeah, I do like Dallas. Like the over in the game. Call me square. I don't care. Dallas and the over against Denver. And we can close it up, Sammy, on Sunday Night Football in the Aaron Rodgers Bowl. As almost 16 years to the day after Brett Favre played Aaron Rodgers, Vikings against the Packers, Aaron Rodgers will play Jordan Love in the Packers as a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The number at MGM remains Green Bay a 3-point road favorite. Maybe we'll come off 3, though, and go down to 2.5. The total is 45.5.
Trends don't pay the rent for the most part, but Mike Tomlin is 70% as a home dog. Ship it. +3 Steelers.
I bet the over in this game. I bet over 45. I don't know how the Steelers are getting stops. And on the flip side, piss and vinegar game. Is that part of the handicap? Piss and vinegar for Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know what he says these days, to be honest with you.
He said he has no animosity towards the Packers. I have to be honest. I believe him, mostly because I feel like he tells the truth, right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't think it matters. I think he still has going to have some motivation here to take it out on his former team. I don't know if they win or cover, but I do think we get points on Sunday Night Football. I will bet the over. And Sammy, that does it for the Week 8 NFL edition. Countdown to kickoff. What do you have for us in closing? You've texted me a picture. Okay.
Yep. Just let me know. Do those look good? Yes or no?
So for yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be honest, I don't love apples, and this looks delicious. So for people that are watching on the stream, can I show a picture on the phone? Do you mind?
Yeah,
so
go for
here, people that are watching, we do a little. That looks. Wow.
So they're warm, too. The apples are warm because they've been baking at 250 with the barbecue sauce and the bacon and the beans. It's unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah, sounds delicious. The show was delicious. Sammy, you're the best. Love you. Good luck with the bets today. Sammy will be back on Bet Sweats with Joe tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Have a good one today, my friends.
All right, bud.
I'll see everybody tomorrow on You Better You Bet. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
You've been listening to You Better You Bet. If you missed any of the shows, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Have a good one, guys.
A production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Net, BetMGM. If you're watching on YouTube, what is up? I'm Anthony Gallo, and I've got you covered all the way to 8 o'clock. All of the action, scoring, turnovers, everything you could think of right here on Gridiron Game Day. 7 1 o'clock games, 3 4 o'clock games. It is by Mageddon. No Cardinals, Lions, Jags, Seahawks, Raiders, or Rams this week. They're all on bye, but we still have a ton of NFL action this week, and we got it all covered for you as these games are getting ready to kick off. But first, let's jump out to New England as all these games get ready to kick off, and these guys are going to set the scene for us. Alan Siegel's got us first.
All right, Anthony, I'll tell you, the Patriots are looking for their fifth straight win, but there is one negative going in, and basically it's this. The Patriots are ranked 30th in the league for the first two series in terms of scoring, allowing scoring in the first two series of every game. After that, they're ranked 4th. So the Patriots have not started fast. In fact, they gave up a lead last week against Tennessee. What will happen today against Cleveland? Well, all week long, the Patriots have said, we've got to start fast. We've got to start fast. And they will be on offense starting first as the Browns won the toss and deferred. So the Patriots will get the ball first. So just about to get underway here in Foxborough as the Patriots look for their fifth straight win, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan, and we will continue to bounce around there. That's a hell of a stat. I did not know that. First two series of the game, Patriots are last when it comes to giving up points. Giving up points. So something to watch there. Can Dylan Gabriel and this Browns team get off to a fast start? And the difference is, if they get off to a fast start, they have an elite defense that could slow down Drake May and co. as Mike Vrabel tries to get this team to 6-2 as we are almost underway here. Like I said, Bills, Panthers, Bears, Ravens, Niners, Texans, Browns, Patriots, Giants, Eagles, Jets, Bengals, Dolphins, Falcons, and that's where we go to next. Our guy Jeff Zell is at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and he's got more for us.
Okay, Anthony, let's see if this works, because whenever they close the roof here, I seem to have some problems getting through to you. But here we go. Injuries are the key to the game today. Kirk Cousins will be starting. Michael Penix has a bone bruise in his left knee. Drake London also inactive, as are important defensive rookies Billy Bowman and Jalen Walker. In addition, Anthony, linebacker Devon Diablo, who's been playing great for Atlanta this year, just placed on IR. Now for Miami, we have Tyreek Hill, we all know, is out, but the tight ends, Darren Waller and Julian Hill, are also out. Now here's an interesting thing. Tua Tagovailoa has not been on the injured list all week.
Mm-hmm.
They put him on it today, say he had an illness, but he's playing. Okay? What do you make of that? You usually don't add guys on Sunday and then say they're playing. They're doing it. What do you think? The NBA scandal? Maybe next week they're going to say, hey, a guy has a runny nose. If we're up by 10, we're not going to play him. So just let you guys know he's not feeling great. He's going to play, but if we get up by a lot of points, we're going to take him out. One other thing to note, everyone very upset about the coaching of Raheem Morris last week. Atlanta had a 4th and 1 in San Francisco territory, down by 3. They don't have Bijan Robinson in the game. They don't have Kyle Pitts in the game. And what do? They throw a pass to Drake London, and Chase Lucas for the 49ers said, I've looked at film. I knew exactly what was coming. It was easy to break up. And that's been bothering a lot of Falcon fans.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And we heard you loud and clear, so they can't stop you. The roof being closed is not going to stop us. Jeff, you are the man, and we will monitor that. I did not know that they were starting to turn a bit on the coach there in Atlanta, so we'll monitor that one as well. Giants looking to get their first sweep of the Eagles since 2007, and Michael Luongo's got more from the link.
Falcons fans turn on our head coach. I didn't think Falcons fans cared about the story. Anyway, Eagles about to begin their first drive. There was a call that was called on the Eagles, but that has now been rescinded. It was an illegal formation on the kickoff, but that has now been rescinded. So Philadelphia will begin their first drive, 1st and 10 at their own 35. The Eagles are looking to try and, of course, I mentioned before, get a win before their bye week. And Nick Sirianni with the win could tie Dick Vermeil for 3rd place on the regular season all-time coaches list. Giants, Eagles, we are underway, no score.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll monitor that one as always. Like we said, in the Jets, Bengals game. No Sauce Gardner, no Garrett Wilson. Quincy Williams is active, and for that Bengals offensive line, Dylan Fairchild returning first time since week 4. He's been back, so we'll monitor that one as well. Team dealing with a lot of injuries. Both teams kind of dealing with a lot of injuries, more the Niners than the Texans, even though the Texans are missing 2 key wideouts in Kirk and Collins. But Adam Spillane sets the scene from NRG.
All right, the Texans, the much maligned Texans offense starts with the football on first down. C.J. Stroud threw incomplete. On second down, they get a pretty good run, a 9-yard run. I think that's Nick Chubb. But so it'll be a 3rd and 1 for the Texans on their first drive of the game. No Nico Collins for the Texans. He suffered a concussion Monday night in Seattle. Christian Kirk, who's battled a hamstring injury all season, is also out for Houston. So Houston with the ball. They have a 3rd and 1 on their own 37, and we are just underway.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will continue to monitor that one. Eagles 2nd and 10 from their 35. The Bears just got a first down. Our guy, Nico's guy, Loveland, with a catch there. Feels like the first time ever. And we are off to the races in Philly, and we've already got a big play there. And this could be a sign of things to come for the day. We'll get an update on that as soon as possible. 3rd and 8 for Flacco and co. The Bengals looking to, extend this drive. They were 7 of 14 on 3rd down against Pittsburgh the week prior, and a big catch by Jamar Chase as he has been awakened. I know it's music to a lot of fantasy owners' ears since Joe Flacco's been in. He has been awakened, and he gets a little post inside or slant inside, and he ends up getting the first down, and they are over midfield. The Patriots 1st and 10 from Cleveland's 42. The Falcons have the ball after a punt, so they have it at the 32, their own territory. Panthers punted, so the Bills have the ball at their own 22. It's 1st and 10 for them. 2nd and 7 for the Bears from Baltimore's 40-yard line. Niners, Texans. Texans are at 2nd and 5, and they have it from their own 46. Let's go out to Buffalo and get an update on Panthers, Bills from Kevin Casey.
Okay, 12:32 to go in counting here first quarter, and Carolina took the opening kickoff and promptly went 3 and out. Juba Hubbard with a couple of carries, 4 yards. Andy Dalton sacked on his own lone drop back. That was Ed Oliver coming in, basically untouched with the old lookout block. But Carolina punted, and looks like Buffalo has it 1st and 10 from their own 36-yard line with momentum at their back and a slight win. 12 minutes to go in the first quarter. Still no score between Buffalo and Carolina.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and we will continue to monitor that one. Drake May with a scramble here for 16 yards to get the Patriots into, let's see where they are exactly. They are right outside the red zone now. Little scramble for Drake May for 16. A couple plays later, scrambles for 3 yards, and they are now at Cleveland's 21 as it is 3rd and 5 now from the 19, so they are officially in the red zone. The Bengals are in the red zone. It's 1st and 10 for them from the Jets' 12-yard line after a big 22-yard run from Chase Brown. We'll see if Joe Flacco and co. can get in the end zone here. The Bears are in the red zone. They are at the 10-yard line, 2nd and 3 for them. This was an incomplete pass this time, Joe Flacco to Jamar Chase. So a few teams. Bears in the red zone, Patriots in the red zone, Bengals in the red zone. No one else threatening yet. The Texans just went over midfield. C.J. Stroud pass a little bit over the right. Gets them. They're actually a penalty now, illegal shift. So they are now 1st and 15 from Houston's 49-yard line. Drake May dropping back the pass from the 19, and he completes the ball. So they are within the 5-yard line. They're at about the 4. That one went to, I think it was Stevenson. I couldn't see the number or the name. So they're at the 4 now, and we'll see where they go. 31 for the Bears, and we'll see how this one turns out for them. 3rd and 6 for the Bengals. So the teams in the red zone right now, they look, a little choppy outside of the Patriots. The Falcons punt. Dolphins get the ball back at their own 21. So nothing happening in Atlanta just yet. The Giants have the ball now after a big play, and we're going to get an update on that one as Michael Luongo has more from the link.
Indeed, it was the second play of their drive, and Saquon Barkley found some room on the left side of the line, and found him big. Cole got a good downfield block by Devontae Smith. That left Saquon one-on-one with safety Tyler Newman. That was a mismatch. And Saquon goes 65 yards, untouched down the far sideline for the score. They obviously the longest running touchdown by the Eagles this year. Eagles up by a score of 7-0 with 13:51 to go, first quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. And it looks like the Bengals are going to have to kick a field goal as they stalled out. It's 4th and 6 from the Jets' 8-yard line. Patriots running a play in the red zone. Incomplete pass, so it's going to be 3rd and goal. Incomplete, little slant over the middle. It looked like it was low throw to Diggs, so Drake May and co., they are going to have it 3rd and goal from the 8. There, 3rd and 6 for Caleb Williams and the Ravens. We'll see what happens in that one, as it does look like they got the first down. So they are keeping that drive alive. It looks like they're about at the 6-yard line in Ravens territory. We'll watch that one as that goes. The Bengals field goal is good. So it is 3-0 Bengals over the Jets. Joe Flacco, 3 of 6, 32 yards. Chase Brown, 3 carries for 31 yards. Noah Fant, a catch for 14 yards. Jamar Chase, also a catch on the drive in that one. Dolphins are kicking off their drive as it is 1st and 10, like I said, from Miami's 21. 3rd and 10 for the Giants here, and, questionable play call here. They throw a pass behind the line, a little tight end screen, and it's going to be 4th and a lot for this Giants offense as they're going to punt. Down 7 to the Eagles. Like we said, a big run from Saquon Barkley, a 65. Let me get the exact number on that one. A 65-yard touchdown on the carry, 2 plays into the game for them. So the Giants are going to punt 4th and 11 from the Giants' 30. Again, Theo Johnson behind the line of scrimmage, short pass. We'll see what happens in that one. 3rd and goal now for the Bears at Baltimore's 5-yard line after a 2-yard loss from Kyle Monangai. Like I said, he is going to be more the traditional carries guy. The Texans are threatening. They're on San Francisco's 33. 1st and 10 for another penalty. Every time I go to update that, maybe I'm jinxing them right now. Incomplete pass, but then a penalty. Ineligible player downfield. So that'll be 5 yards. It'll be 1st and 15 from San Francisco's 38. The Patriots kick the field goal to make that one 3-0. So some of the early scores, 3-0 Bengals over the Jets, 3-0 Patriots over the Browns, 7-0 Eagles over the Giants. Everybody else is scoreless right now. C.J. Stroud, 4 of 6 for 31 yards, 2 catches by Braxton Berrios. Like we said, no Christian Kirk, no Nico Collins. So Braxton Berrios, 2 catches, 22 yards. Nick Chubb, 2 carries, 14 yards. So a lot of action late or early, as I should say, from a lot of these teams dealing with injuries. Caleb Williams, 4 for 54 yards. DeAndre Swift, 4 carries, 23 yards. And Roma Dunze, 3 catches, 36 yards. And the field goal is good for them as well. All 3 red zone drives early. All 3 stall out for field goals. 3-0 Ravens. Also, the Patriots and Bengals in their respective games settled for field goals as well in that one. So they got down, they got close, specifically the Patriots and the Bears, and they could not punch it in. 3rd and 10 for the Bills right now. They're on Carolina's 23-yard line. This could be a field goal fest, but let's see what happens in this one as Josh Allen tries to keep that drive alive. The Giants punt. Eagles will take over at the 25. And Josh Allen drops back and he scrambles to the right and he's sacked, let's see, by 32 by Wallace. So a sack by Wallace, that'll set up a 4th down field goal. He dropped back, wasn't a design scrambled out a little bit to the right and was taken down in the backfield. We've got they're short of the 1st down in Houston, so that'll give us a 4th and 1 from San Francisco's 24-yard line. We'll see what C.J. Stroud and co. They've had the ball for a long time. It feels like they've had the ball the entire first quarter. 6 of 8 for Stroud, 40 yards. Let's get out to Baltimore and get a complete breakdown of that last drive by the Bears from our guy Mike Popovic.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, first quarter, 6:50 on the clock. The Bears with a 3-0 lead over the Ravens. The Bears on a 13-play, 64-yard drive, taking 8 minutes and 10 seconds. So right out of the chute, they get points on the board on that drive. Highlighted a number of completions, 3 to be exact. Roma Dunze of 16, 13, and 7. The Bears get into the Ravens' red zone and down to the 3-yard line. First and goal, a swift run for 3. Then Manangai with -2 on a run. Nice job of the Ravens defense there. And then on a 3rd and 5, rookie Mike Green with a sack, taking it back 9 yards. So they had to settle for a Cairo Santos 32-yard field goal. And he was questionable for the game today, but he is active, and his 32-yarder was true. So it puts Chicago up 3-0 in this one. The Ravens about to get the ball, and without quarterback Lamar Jackson, again, Tyler Huntley will get the start today. So again, Bears lead Ravens 3-0, 6:50 first quarter from Baltimore.
Thank you so much, Mike. We'll update that one. These Texans jerseys are kind of tough. You know, the H on the side. They are driving as they are at the San Francisco 23. They converted. It was a QB sneak. Stroud bouncing off defenders, rolling into the first down, got a couple of yards on that one. They took a timeout, so it's 1st and 10. They took their first timeout. 7:35 left in that one. They are at the 23-yard line, like I said. So Bears 3-0. Bills settle for the field goal. That one's 3-0. Eagles 7-0. Patriots 3-0. Bengals 3-0. Falcons and Dolphins scoreless. Texans, Niners also scoreless. A lot of field goals early outside of the big Saquon Barkley run. Jets going for it here on 4th and 1. We'll see what they get out of this one. If they run it, a little toss play, and it is going to get blown up in the backfield as the Bengals will take over at their own at the Jets 35. A lot more to get to. We'll update that drive, all the other drives, right here on Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo back after this.
Welcome back to Grid. We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, and the BetMGM Network. If you're on YouTube, what is up? Real quick update going in the break. Samaje Perine rushes to the left, gets 10 yards, stopped at the 1, looked like he was in. Joe Flacco with the QB sneak. He scores, and that game is now 10-0. And let's get a couple of updates as we've had a couple of scores in some other games. First, Alan Siegel's got an update from Patriots-Browns.
That the Patriots defensively were 30th in the league for the first two series of the game. Well, they bit again today. After a drive that featured some great running by Trevion Henderson, the Patriots got a 36-yard field goal by Andy Borregales to take a 3-0 lead. But then they kicked off to Cleveland, and Cleveland was off to the races. Harold Finn at 19 yards. Malaki Corley, a 31-yard run for him. And then an 18-yard touchdown pass to Harold Fannin by Dylan Gabriel. And that is where we are right now, as the Patriots, again, defensively did not start fast. And with 5:04 to go here in the first quarter, it's Cleveland leading the Patriots 7-3, Anthony.
Thank you so much. And if you don't know what Alan was referencing, earlier in the hour, he told us that the Patriots are the worst team, or one of the worst, when it comes to scoring defense on the first two drives of a game, and then they get very good. They are fourth in the league after that. It continues here. Harold Fannin with the touchdown, 2 receptions, 37 yards. Corley has 1 carry for 31 yards. Dylan Gabriel, 3 of 3, 35 yards and a touchdown. So very interesting happening there. A lot going on in Philadelphia. Giants and the Eagles battling it out in the NFC East. Michael Luongo has more for us.
Well, moments ago, the Eagles attempted a 58-yard field goal by Jake Elliott that went off the kicker's right upright. But, however, there's a penalty flag on the field, but no one seems to know who's it on or what's it for. So there's a lot of discussion going on right now among officials, and maybe the Eagles are going to see what exactly is the nature of this call, see how it affects what they will do. Right now, if the Giants take over, it'll be 1st and 10 at their own 48. Otherwise, the Eagles maybe have a chance to extend this drive. We'll see. The lone score right now, a 65-yard Saquon Barkley field goal, 7-0 Philadelphia, 6:10 to go, first quarter.
So we'll see what happens in there. I'm trying to get an update as he was talking about it as well. Dexter Lawrence jumped off sides, but they called a false start. So that bailed the Giants out a bit there. It is 1st and 10 for the Giants at the Eagles' 48-yard line if everything stands as is. 31 for the Patriots as they are at their own 41. The Jets take over after the touchdown from their own 24 and a little shuttle pass to Breece Hall, and I think he gets the first down, so they will get their first down of the game. Dolphins, Falcons, Dolphins in the red zone. They're at Atlanta's 7-yard line, so we'll update that as soon as that happens. But first, let's go out to Houston. Niners, Texans, battling it out. Adam Spillane has more for us.
All right, Texans have a 3-0 lead with 3:51 to go in the first quarter. Niners will have a 3rd and 7 coming up. Texans took the lead on a 33-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn. It was a 16-play, 67-yard drive that took 9 minutes and 33 seconds off the clock. Texans stalled out on a 3rd and 1. They ran Nick Chubb, but he lost a yard. No play, only one play on the drive went for more than 10 yards, and that was a 3rd and 11 completion to Braxton Berrios that went to 14 yards. C.J. Stroud completed 7 of 9 passes on the drive, and he completed passes to 5 different receivers. Mac Jones just threw incomplete on 3rd down, so the 49ers will have to punt. This drive started with 3 consecutive penalties, including a face mask penalty on the 49ers, which wiped out a long Mac Jones run. So 3:47 to go. It's the Texans 3, the 49ers nothing, and the Texans will get the ball back.
Thank you so much, Adam. So the Texans defense doing their job as always. Like I said, they have given up. They have given up an astounding 88 points all season. We hear a lot about the Browns. I'm very high on the Browns. We hear a lot about my Broncos defense. That one is that, yes, they've had their bye. So even if you wanted to add in there, 20, 30 more points, they'd still be number 1 in the league in scoring defense. That's how good they are, to go along with the Chiefs, the Broncos, and the Browns. Patriots are up there as well as some of the better the Packers and the Rams. The Falcons are up there. So a lot of defense, but not as good as this Texans defense. I mentioned to you earlier a few milestones to watch today. Derrick Henry is 138 yards away from 1,200. That was coming into the game. Everything I'm about to tell you right now is coming into the game, and we have a big turn of events in the Dolphins Falcons game. This one will have some implications on getting a certain team jump-started. Like I said, though, 138 yards coming into the day gets Derrick Henry to 1,200 yards. As far as receptions, DeAndre Hopkins needs 7 to get to 993. Stephon Diggs needs 4 to get to 900. As far as receiving yards, Mike Evans needs 176 to get to 1,300. Diggs needs 53 to get to 11,000 yards. And as far as sacks, Myles Garrett is 2.5 sacks away from getting to 110 sacks. Cam Jordan needs 2 to move into 19th place. Von Miller needs a half sack to move into 13th sole possession as he's tied with John Abraham there. And Calais Campbell needs 1.5 to jump J.J. Watt, but that could fluctuate each week. Let's go out to Carolina. Bills, Panthers. Kevin Casey's got us covered.
2:13 to go first quarter, and it's 3-0 Buffalo on the strength of a Matt Prater 45-yard field goal on Buffalo's first possession. Buffalo has the ball. They're looking at a 3rd and 10 from their own 47-yard line. They got the ball when Greg Russo stripped Andy Dalton on a scramble deep within Bills territory, recovered by Christian Benfield, and they have driven the ball and have just gotten a first down. So the Bills are now looking at a 1st and 10 at the Carolina 30. Just under 2 minutes to go first quarter. It's Buffalo 3, Carolina 0.
Thank you so much, Kevin. A big play there. Jackson Dart, I guess it was like a hook and go, but he hits him on the hook, and Darius Slayton gets 19 yards to put them in the red zone, and a big play in this one. This one's going to have huge impact on this game, consequences, some may say. We'll get an update from Michael Luongo from the link in Giants-Eagles in a sec. That's a big play for that one. Like Kevin said, 3-0 Bills over the Panthers. Bills, 1st and 10 from Carolina's 30. Josh Allen, slow start, 3 of 7, 38 yards. James Cook, 6 carries, 68 yards. Dalton Kincaid, a catch and 23 yards. The Bears kick another field goal, and we'll get the complete breakdown of the drive from our guy, Mike Popovic.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, Chicago, again, on their second series, much the way they did on their first series with a long drive, capped off by a field goal, unable, though, to get into the land of 6, but 11 plays, 61 yards, 4 minutes and 31 seconds, and combinations of runs and passes here. But, again, Roman Dunze, a big part of this offense all season long, including in this game. He had a catch of 21 on this drive. Also, he drew an illegal contact on a 3rd and 6. Nate Wiggins was the offender there for the Ravens on that one. And the Bears getting down to the 25-yard line. DJ Moore with a carry, but 2 incompletions on 2nd and 6 and 3rd and 6, forcing a 4th and 6 situation. And then Santos coming up with a 39-yard field goal. That's after he hit a 32-yard field goal on the very first drive. So right now, end of first quarter in Baltimore, as you can hear maybe in the background, the Chicago Bears leading the Baltimore Ravens 6-0.
Thanks so much, Mike. And we indeed hear it in the background. That is, listen, I was confused. Game's not over yet. It's 6-0. But I was confused by the spread early on. The Ravens defense has come to play today. They were 2.5-point favorites going into that one. Josh Allen and co. starting from the 11 in the red zone, and all right, so it looks like somebody called a timeout or there was a penalty. We'll get an update on that one first. Let's get out to our guy, Jeff Zell, in Atlanta, as he's got an update in Dolphins-Falcons.
Well, Dolphins on top, 7-0 after a 3-yard touchdown pass. Tua Tagovailoa to Devon Achane. 3-yard touchdown pass. Devon Achane, 5 carries, 25 yards. He's also got 2 pass catches. The drive was 13 plays, 79 yards. Believe it or not, Anthony, 8 minutes and 33 seconds. The Dolphins go for it on a 4th and 1 from the Atlanta 8. They get it. For some reason, Raheem Morris challenges. It was clear he got it. He lost the challenge, so he lost the timeout. On that drive, Ollie Gordon, a 3rd and 2 conversion, a 3rd and 1 conversion, and a 4th and 1 conversion. Once again, Dolphins over the Falcons, 7-0, 2:27 left first quarter.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And that roof cannot hold Jeff down in Atlanta. But a big update there. A huge confidence-building drive for the Dolphins. We got a big play here. Woody Marks, 50 yards, gets the Texans into Niners territory. It's now 3rd and 1 for them after a 9-yard rush from Nick Chubb to get it to 3rd and 1 on the San Francisco 23. The Ravens now have the ball from their own 38. 1st and 10 for the Bills on Carolina's 11. Before we go to the update, Cam Scadaboo catches a pass from Jackson Dart. Big touchdown there, makes it 7-7. We'll get all the updates around the league. We'll continue to monitor all the action. But let's get an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, former Jets star center Nick Mangold has died at just 41 years old. Mangold had just made a public plea for a kidney donor 12 days ago. Mangold was the anchor of a strong offensive line that took the Jets to back-to-back AFC Championship game appearances in 2009 and 2010. He is among 52 modern-era candidates up for Pro Football Hall of Fame consideration. Mangold is survived by his wife and 4 children. The Jets in Cincinnati today down 10-0 to the Bengals late in the first quarter. Justin Fields back at quarterback for the Jets. Tyrod Taylor out with a knee issue. Browns rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders is inactive today due to a back injury. Bailey Zappi was elevated from the practice squad and is backing up Dylan Gabriel, who has a touchdown toss today. The Browns leading the Patriots at Gillette 7-3 late in the first quarter. The Dolphins 7, Falcons nothing. You also have the Giants and Eagles all tied up at 7 points apiece. Bills 3, Panthers nothing late in the first quarter. The Bears have a 6-0 lead on the Ravens, who are without Lamar Jackson. Once again, the Ravens in danger of falling to 1-6. And the Texans have a 3-0 lead on the 49ers, and they do have the ball in the red zone at the Niners' 20-yard line, though they are facing a 3rd and 9. Only 3 games in the later window. The surprising Colts own the NFL's best record at 6-1. They're hosting the 1-6 Titans. The Broncos, coming off their historic comeback over the Giants last week, are hosting the Cowboys, and the 5-2 Buccaneers are in New Orleans. Tonight, It's Aaron Rodgers taking on the Packers for the first time. The Steelers enter at 4-2, the Packers 4-1-1. That game is being played in Pittsburgh. Busy day for the NBA as well. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs will be trying to move to 3-0 as they take on the Nets. That game tips off at the top of the hour. You also have the Celtics visiting the Pistons in Detroit. Boston opening up the series season 0-2. The Knicks are 2-0 to start the year. They're in Miami. Good matchup tonight as well in Cleveland as the Cavaliers host the Bucks. Late night, it's the Lakers and Kings in Sacramento. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We've got a bunch of action going on right now. Most of these games in the second quarter as we speak. And let's get our first update of the second quarter. Patriots, Browns, Alan Siegel from Gillette.
Well, I think I'll tell you something. Myles Garrett has a sack today, and the Cleveland defense comes as promised, as they are making things very, very tough for Drake May. The Patriots did have success on the first drive with a field goal from Andy Borregales, and then the defense allowed a long drive and a touchdown from Dylan Gabriel to Harold Fannin. Now, the Patriots had the ball back and were driving, but Drake May, under pressure, threw an interception to Carson Schlesinger, and that is where we stand here early in the second quarter as the Browns are at the Patriots' 35-yard line and threatening. So with 12:42 to go here in quarter number 2, Cleveland 7, the Patriots 3, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. And I joked around earlier, it is a field goal fest today as the Bills kick another field goal. They make that one 6-0. The Bears have settled for two field goals. In that game, Snoop Huntley has the Ravens on the Bears' 3-yard line. He had a little scramble. He didn't exactly dive. He bent over and extended his arms, but was able to get the first down, and they are now in the red zone. I think it is about to be 2nd and 1 from Chicago's 3. The Bills will kick off, or they have the ball, I believe, at the 27-yard line. Eagles in the red zone, 3rd and 9 for them. Jalen Hurts scrambling around, and he'll just scramble out of bounds, and I think he gets the first down there. Brian Burns laying a big hit on him. Jets have the ball on the Cincinnati 28 as it's 4th and 1 for them. And let's get an update from the stadium. Niners, Texans, Adam Spillane's in Houston with more.
All right, the Niners, or rather Mac Jones, just completed a pass on 3rd and 3 to Demarcus Robinson, but he only picked up – actually, he did not pick up anything. So a 4th down here for the 49ers at their own 32, and they will punt. And so the second 3-and-out for San Francisco in their second possession as the Texans lead this game 6-0. 2 field goals by Kaimi Fairbairn, a 33-yarder on the Texans' first drive, which went 16 plays for 67 yards, and then a 34-yard field goal on the Texans' second drive. The Texans have 6 first downs in this game to none for San Francisco. C.J. Stroud is, 9 of 13, 102 yards, 50 of that 102 coming on a completion to the rookie running back Woody Marks, the 4th-round pick out of USC. That was on the Texans' second drive of the game. So the Texans will get the ball for the 3rd time at their own 18. There's 13:25 left to play in the first half, and they lead the 49ers 6-0.
Thank you so much, Adam, as we will continue to monitor that one. And we've got a big play in the Ravens-Bears game. Mike Popovic has got more for us.
Yeah, good afternoon once again. The Ravens capping off a 12-play, 62-yard drive that took 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Derrick Henry, 2-yard touchdown rush, and for his career, that's 111. That breaks the tie that he had with Walter Payton, so he's now 5th all-time in touchdown rushes, and a drive that could have been derailed a couple of times by penalties. Getting a look here, the Ravens starting on their own 38-yard line and getting a first down, but as you go down the drive list here and taking a look on a 1st and 10 at the Chicago 32, you had a face mask mask on tight end Isaiah Likely that made it 1st and 23 for the Chicago 45 at that point. Then the Ravens were facing a 2nd and 22 with Chicago 44. But Tyler Huntley with 3 straight completions of 15, 7 of 4, pushing the ball down the field as the Ravens got into the red zone. It was a lot of Derrick Henry that was successful, and Tyler Huntley mixed in a run as well. So they cap it off and take a 7-6 lead right now with 8:15 in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll update it there. The Eagles going for the tush push, 28 straight conversions, and there's a little bit of confusion on this one, and let's go out to Philadelphia as Michael Owango has more for us.
Giants are challenging. I think that that maybe Hurts may have fumbled, and the Giants may have recovered. That's what the challenge is for right now. The recovery, if the Giants are successful, the recovery was from Jackson from number 5. Kenyon Thurbo, the outside linebacker. We'll see about this. If it goes, if not, it's a 1st and goal at the 9 for the Eagles, who are trying to regain the lead. The Giants scored a 18-yard touchdown pass from Jackson Dart to Cam Scatterbo. Philadelphia got a big pass play on this drive from Devontae Smith to 20 yards, and then the decent Jalen Hurts run to help set up the 4th and 1 for the Eagles. We're still waiting the word here. 12:22 to go. We're tied at 7.
Thank you so much, Mike. I got to be honest, that has to be a fumble. I don't understand how that is not a fumble. I understand I'm pro tush push, but if he's reaching the ball out, like so, the Eagles are going for it here. They're doing the tush push. It's 4th and 1, and as he is fighting for yardage, Jalen Hurts reaches the ball out, and Kayvon Thibodeau snaps the ball away from him, or snatches the ball away from him, and I think they're going to call it a Eagles 1st down. But I got to be honest, that has to be considered a fumble. This is something that's going to be straightened away in the future, obviously, if this is going to be a play that's not going away. And it shouldn't, but that has to be a fumble, in my opinion. And I think Daboll is now challenging it. At first, I think he was just arguing, and now he's challenging it. So we'll see what happens there. A lot of confusion in Philadelphia. Let's go out to Atlanta as the Dolphins and Falcons battle it out. Jeff Zell has more for us.
Well, Parker Romo has kicked a 35-yard field goal for the Falcons. Dolphins lead this one 7-3 with 11 minutes to go here in the first half. Atlanta had a 3rd and 1 at the 28-yard line. They come up with another really great 3rd and 1 play. They lose a yard. Tyler Algier is stuffed to the line of scrimmage. So unlike last week, this week Raheem Morris has learned. He decides to kick the field goal, take the 3 points. So Atlanta now within 4. Kirk Cousins throwing a lot of short passes, 5 of 6, 41 yards. Kyle Pitts has 3 catches for 35. Meanwhile, Falcons not able to run the ball. We told you Algier got stopped on 3rd and 1. Bijan Robinson, 4 carries, just 8 yards. Atlanta trails Miami 7-3, 11 minutes to go here in the first half.
Thank you so much, Jeff, as we will continue to monitor that one. I'm waiting for an update on this Eagles-Giants tush-push scenario. While we do that, let's go out. Bills, Panthers, Kevin Casey's got more from Carolina.
Okay, we're under 10 minutes to go in the second quarter, and it's 6-0 Buffalo on the strength of Matt Prater, 45-yard field goal, and just hit another one a couple of seconds ago. But it looks like Carolina has been moving the ball since after that second field goal. Andy Dalton has the Panthers in gear. They just got a holding penalty against them. That'll set them back 5. They're looking at a second, and which could be about a 13-yard situation. Andy Dalton, 4 or 5 passing for 40 yards. Rico Dowdle, 4 carries, 33 yards. Ted McMillan, 30 yards receiving. Carolina now looking at a 2nd and 10 at the Buffalo 33-yard line. 9:53 to go second quarter. Buffalo 6, Carolina nothing.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Some other notables. That Derrick Henry touchdown is his 111th touchdown of his career. He is 9 behind Adrian Peterson for 120 to move him in the 4th all-time. He's got 6 carries for 30 yards. Caleb Williams, 9 of 13, 94 yards. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 field goals so far on the day. So a big day for the kickers. That's why they call football, folks. But and we continue along here. Dolphins up 7-3. As we noted, Achane with a receiving touchdown. He's also got 6 carries, 32 yards. 5 of 6 for Kirk Cousins, 41 yards. Kyle Pitts has 3 catches, 35 yards. In the Jets-Bengals game, the Jets just kicked a field goal to make it 17-3. Bengals on a roll. Joe Flacco, 9 of 13, 129 yards, 1 touchdown. That 1 touchdown, a 44-yard reception to T. Higgins. Chase Brown has 5 carries for 28 yards. Drake May, 6 of 10, 92 yards, and an interception. The Patriots have the ball, though, 3rd and 6 from Cleveland 7. It's about to be 3rd and goal for the Eagles as they did retain that play. Again, I may not be right. I thought it was a fumble. They did not give it to them. So it is about to be 2nd and goal. Sorry, not 3rd and goal. 2nd and goal from the, let's get the exact yardage here, from the Giants 9. Also in the red zone, or just outside of the red zone, Texans, 1st and 10 from San Francisco's 23 after a big pass to Noel. Stroud to Noel. Noel's got 3 catches, 55 yards. This one was deep down the line on the left side of the field, 44 yards on that one. We'll see what happens there. The Bears punt it to Baltimore, and Baltimore's going to take over at the 18-yard line. And we've got another score in this Giants-Eagles game, as that no call on the tush-push will have big ramifications going forward. It's now 4th and 13 for the Patriots as they will kick the field goal, and the field goal is good. 7-6, Browns over the Patriots. That defense is doing everything. They're right now more bending, not breaking with the 2 field goals. We'll see what happens going forward there. The 1 turnover. Dolphins, Falcons. The Dolphins up 7-3. Falcons about to punt after they cannot convert on 3rd down. It's 4th and 6 from Atlanta's 8-yard line. A lot to get to in that one. Some other notable stat lines. James Cook, 9 carries, 79 yards. McMillan has 2 catches in that game for 30 yards for the Panthers. Josh Allen, 4 of 9, 53 yards. So the Panthers defense has come to play today. They have stepped up. They've done their job. We already the Browns won. Let's see where else we at with this one. In the Texans game, C.J. Stroud, 13 of 17. It was a very long drive to start the game, and that was about 8 passes he had on that one. So he's 13 of 17 in the first half, 166 yards, 7 carries for Nick Chubb, 28 yards. Like I said, Jalen Noel, he is a rookie out of Iowa State. He's got 3 catches for 55 yards. One of them a 44-yard reception. Woody Marks also had a 50-yard catch in that one. Let's get some more clarity real quick. Michael Owango's got us covered on everything that took place in Philadelphia. Eagles, Giants.
Well, initially it was a 2-yard gain by Jalen Hurts, though, and forward progress was given to Hurts, and after before the fumble. So that was the initial challenge by Brian Dable, and then it was explained to Brian that there could be no challenge on this because forward progress had been ruled. And then Brian Dable, taking the face of the Debbie Moore playbook from A Few Good Men, that we renew our objection and put on another challenge. And this one was not renewed, so it cost the Giants a timeout. And then that's 1 play later, it was a Jalen Hurts 9-yard pass to Saquon Barkley to put the Birds up in front. So 14-7 in Philadelphia, 11:38 to go here in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. And that, you could see Dayball was not happy about what was going on in that one. The Jets right now threatening. They are on. They just got a first down, so 1st and 10 for them. They're on their side of the field looking to cross over midfield. Dolphins have the ball at Atlanta's 40, 1st and 10 for them as they try to, get their first road victory of the year. They're 1-6, and the Falcons try to move to 3-1 at home, 4-3 overall. We got a lot more to get to, a lot of updates. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. Stay tuned. We got a lot more to come.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, 1 hour down, 6 more to go. Gridiron Game Day. Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM Network. I'm your host, Anthony Gallo. Coming up, 6 o'clock, as always, Jody Mack will join us. We've got a lot of action between now and then. Cam Scadaboo down on the field right now. 3rd and 16. Eagles, Giants, 14. Eagles, Giants, 7. Everyone looks a little annoyed, so hopefully not serious. But Cam Scadaboo is down on the field in that one. Dolphins 10, Falcons 3. Jets getting in the end zone with a big score in that one. Justin Fields passed short to the right to Johnson for 15 yards at the touchdown. They hit the extra point, so they're back in that one. 17-10 in that one. Browns 7, Patriots 6. I'll get an update shortly on that as I'm waiting to see what happened with the Cam Scadaboo injury. Bills 12, Panthers 3. It doesn't look good for Cam Scadaboo right now. But Bills 12, Panthers 3. Ravens 7, Bears 6 after that touchdown that moved Derrick Henry in the 5th all-time. 9 behind AP for 4th. 13-0 Texans over the Niners as Jaden Higgins scored in that one. But let's go out for a complete update and breakdown. Patriots, Browns, Alan Siegel's got more.
All right, Anthony, since the opening fireworks, it's pretty much slowed down a little bit here as Cleveland did go to a 7-3 lead after Andy Borregales had a 36-yard field goal. Bill Gabriel hit Harold Fannin from 18 yards out to make it 7-3. Now, the Patriots have an interception return, an interception. Drake May was intercepted. The Browns couldn't do anything with it. The Patriots then came back, and Andy Borregales added a 32-yard field goal, and that is where we stand. As Drake May is only 7 of 11 for 98 yards today. He's got that pick. And Dylan Gabriel, 6 of 9 for 42 yards with a touchdown pass. And his rating is 114.1 today. So Patriots are punted away. There's 4:23 to go here in the second. And Cleveland maintains their 1-point lead, 7-6, Anthony.
Thank you so much. And it does not look good. It was a very graphic. I would not look it up. Very graphic injury for Cam Scadaboo. So I do not envision seeing him anytime soon, so our thoughts are with him on that one. But first, while we continue to get an update on that, let's go out to Houston as the Texans try to take control of this one. Texans-Niners, Adam Spillane has more from NRG Stadium.
All right, we are under 6 minutes to play in the first half. It's now 13-0 Texans. Texans really dominating this first half. Both teams have had the ball 3 times. The Texans have scored on all 3 of their possessions. The 49ers have gone 3 and out on all 3 of theirs. As the Texans' latest score, they finally put the ball in the end zone. It was a Jaden Higgins 12-yard touchdown catch from C.J. Stroud. That made it 13-0. Stroud has had a terrific first half. 15 of 19, 184 yards and a touchdown. The Texans have gotten 2 big plays in the passing game, a 50-yard catch by Woody Marks to set up a Kindly Fairbairn 34-yard field goal on their second drive of the game. And then just now on this previous drive, Stroud hit Jalen Knoll for 44 yards to get the Texans into the red zone, and then they punched the ball into the end zone. Mac Jones, 3 of 7 for 9 yards. And on the ground, Christian McCaffrey, 2 carries for 8 yards. He has been targeted once. He does not have a catch. So 5:52 to go. The Texans will get the ball back. They'll have the ball on their own 20-yard line with 5:52 to go in the first half.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Philadelphia, Lincoln Financial Field, and get an update on everything Giants-Eagles, specifically the Cam Scadaboo injury. Michael Luongo has more for us.
Happens on a 2nd and 16, a short pass from Jackson Dart to Scadaboo over the middle. He was tackled by Zach Vaughn and got rolled over. Looked like he injured his right ankle. There was a boost on the right ankle. He was carried off the field by a cart. We have no further update on the injury by Cam Scadaboo. It's a massive loss for the Giants. If it sort of looked like it was not very pretty, there was a lot of concern from Jackson Dart, the entire Giants team, as well when the injury occurred. But right now, that's what happened right now. So we're waiting for any further word on the condition of Cam Scadaboo. Right now, the score 14-7. Jackson Saquon Barkley a touchdown run and a touchdown pass in this contest. And there was, of course, ironically, the only score for the Giants, 18-yard pass from Jackson Dart to Cam Scadaboo of 18 yards. But again, we are awaiting word on his further condition. 7:54 to go, second quarter. 14-7 Philadelphia.
Thank you so much, Mike, as we monitor that situation. Ravens-Bears. Ravens 3rd and 10. They're on Chicago's 19. Going back to the Cam Scatterway, you could tell the Giants are very torn up about it. It was gruesome, just to put it lightly. And, of course, he is tough as nails as he doesn't even look bothered by it coming off the field. Obviously, he definitely is, but he is definitely, a tough one. So we'll see how that one's. And you can see the Giants veterans trying to, console Jackson Dart a bit as he seems upset. The Bengals pass midfield. They are now on the Jets 51, about the 56-yard line in that one. And then that penalty, pushes them back to the 49. So it'll be 1st and 20 for them. Dolphins have the ball 1st and 10 at Miami's 18. In that one, 10-3 Dolphins over the Falcons. Tua, 6 of 10, 54 yards and a touchdown. That one touchdown, a passing touchdown to Achane, who has 7 carries and 33 yards to put on top of that. Kyle Pitts, 3 catches, 35 yards. Joe Flacco, 11 of 15, 142 yards and a touchdown. Chase Brown, 6 carries, 39 yards. Jamar Chase, 6 receptions, 53 yards. T. Higgins, a big touchdown. I think it was a 40-plus yard touchdown in this one. Drake May, 7 of 12, 98 yards, 1 interception. The Browns have the ball at their own 41-yard line, 2nd and 10 for them. 7-6. Corley with a 1 carry for 31 yards. Austin Hooper, 2 catches, 38 yards. Fannin with the single touchdown in that one. Like we said in the Giants game, Jackson Dart leading the passing, 5 of 7, 52 yards, and a touchdown. Barkley, 6 carries, 83 yards, 1 rushing touchdown, 1 receiving touchdown. Devontae Smith, reception for 26 yards, leading the way there. Cam Scatterway, before leaving the game, did not have a receiving touchdown. Bills, 12, Panthers, 3, 6 of 11 for Josh Allen, 66 yards. Cook already above 100 yards, 12 carries, 153 yards in the first half, and a touchdown. Ted McMillan, 2 catches, 35 yards. And let's go out to Baltimore to see what the Ravens did on that drive in the red zone. Mike Popovic has more for us.
Hey, Anthony, good afternoon. Yeah, the Ravens, after going 3 and out on their first offensive drive, have now scored on 2 straight drives. They capped off a 12-play, 50-yard drive, taking 5 minutes and 27 seconds with a 42-yard field goal from kicker Tyler Luke. Just got it inside the right upright there. It was very close, but let me take it forward from the 2-minute warning. On a 2nd and 7 from the Chicago 16, Tyler Huntley with a 2-yard run. Then on a 3rd and 5 from the Chicago 14, Tyler Huntley completed a pass to tight end Mark Andrews for 4 yards, but Andrews was called for illegal motion, so 5 yards was enforced at Chicago 14. So a 3rd and 10 at the 19, and just a 4-man rush by Chicago yielded a sack nonetheless, as Tyler Huntley was sacked for 5, leading to that Tyler Luke 42-yard field goal to put the Ravens up 10-6. Going back on that drive a little bit, the Ravens starting at their own 22-yard line. They had a completion to Andrews for 5, and then on a 3rd and 3, an incompletion to Zay Flowers, but he drew a PI from Chicago's McLeod. Then a 24-yard pass from Huntley to Andrews on the drive, another completion to Flowers for 6, Derrick Henry for 2, and then a few more completions to Zay Flowers. And then, as I mentioned, we got to the 2-minute warning, and the Ravens were at least able to come away with 3 points. So a minute 2, second quarter here in Baltimore. The Ravens lead Chicago 10-6.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Carolina. Kevin Casey's got more on Bills-Panthers.
3:20 to go second quarter. Buffalo 12, Carolina 3. Matt Prater, a couple of field goals for Buffalo, 45 and 48 yards. And since we last spoke, James Cook, 64 yards on the run for the touchdown. Cook on the day, 12 carries, 153 yards, including that 64-yard touchdown run. Josh Allen, 6 of 13 for 66 yards passing. Right now, Carolina is going to have the ball 1st and 10 after Buffalo just kicked it after a punt. Carolina 1st and 10 at their own 13-yard line. 3:20 to go, second quarter. Buffalo 12, Carolina 3.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and we will monitor all of that as well as the day continues to move along. We'll get you the fantasy updates as well as that will mold more into a clearer picture when we get to halftime. Nobody right now in the red zone, although the Bengals 3rd and 7 from the Jets' 38-yard line. That has been a big day for Joe Flacco. Like I said, he's 12 of 16, 51 yards, 1 touchdown. Chase Brown, 6 carries, 39 yards. Samaje Perine, also 3 carries, 18 yards. Just barely missed the touchdown. I thought he was in. Joe Flacco with the QB sneak that made it 14 to 3. Justin Fields off to a nice start. Not amazing, but 6 of 6, 72 yards, and a touchdown. He also has 4 carries for 15 yards. Isaiah Williams, 1 carry, 25 yards. Breece Hall, 8 carries, 21 yards. No Garrett Wilson in this one. Tyler Johnson leading the way on the receiving end, 2 catches, 49 yards. His long 34, that was the touchdown he scored. Breece Hall, 2 carries, 14 yards. Andrew Breck, 2 catches for Breece Hall. He had 8 carries for 21 yards, 2 catches, 14. On the Cincinnati receiving side, Jamar Chase, 6 catches, 53 yards. T. Higgins, 1 catch, 44 yards. That was a touchdown. Noah Fant has 2 catches and 30 yards. Tanner Hudson, Chase Brown, and Samaje Perine all have catches as well in that one. So the Jets holding up nicely. We'll see if the Bengals can extend this lead. It's 4th and 1 now from their 32 as they may settle for the field goal. You know, it's one of those tricky spots you look to end the game. You know, not end it, but, you know, extend that lead. The Dolphins, Gordon with a big carry here, 11-yard rush to get them a first down. So it'll be 1st and 10 after the 2-minute warning is done from Atlanta's 46. And it looks like the Bengals will kick it with about 1:47 left in the half. The Jets took a timeout there. We'll see what happens once that's all said and done, unless they are challenging it, because it does look kind of close that Jamar Chase might have gotten the first down. We will get a second look here as soon as let's see. It looks like he got it. I don't know. You know, who knows what forward progress is. If you're the Eagles, you get it. If not, you might not get it. Unless they are saying it is not, because right now it says, obviously we don't have the sound on here. It says call on the field completed catch. But I think they are saying that it was a first down. He looks like he was right at the line. He's tackled, which knocks him behind the line. So it all depends on where the forward progress is. On that one, Browns, Patriots. Patriots have the ball 33 from their own 24. About 1:52 left in that one. We'll see if the Browns get the ball back and try to add to their small lead. Texans have the ball at the Niners, 37, and they will throw a pass for minimal gain. That'll get them to about the 35, as that'll be 2nd down for them, about 2nd and 8. So we'll see what they do. 2:41 left in the half in that one. Giants, Eagles, 6:13 left in the half there. Bills, Panthers, 3:20 left in the half. Bills 12, Panthers 3. Panthers are 2nd and 10 from their own 13-yard line. The Bears have the ball. They're moving the ball down the field. 2nd and 5, they're now in Baltimore's territory at their 39 after a small gain in that one. So we'll see. It was Caleb Williams, little short pass for 5 yards. Continue to monitor that. He is Snoop Huntley, 11 of 12 for 110 yards. Derrick Henry, like we said, was 138 yards coming into the day behind 12,000 yards, and he is about 100 yards short of that as he has 38 on the day so far. Zay Flowers, 6 catches, 57 yards. Drake May with a nice little pass here down the field, and that's going to put them in the field goal territory. That puts them about a 44-yard reception May to Douglas. See what happens there. Texans get the first down. They go to the 2-minute warning. A little scramble from C.J. Stroud gets them the first down, and he's able to get out of bounds right as that hits 2 minutes. So we'll see what happens in that one. We'll update all this. Texans about to be in the red zone. Bears are in the Ravens territory. Patriots are on the Browns' 32-yard line, and it looks like the Bengals will settle for the field goal. We'll update all of that, all the action, all the turnovers, fantasy, gambling, injury updates, all of that, the reviews, whatever you want, it's right here. NFL Week 8, Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We've got a lot of scoring that happened over the break. We had a little bit of scoring in the Dolphins game. We had a score in this Bengals game. Let me get you the exact play. Joe Flacco to Chase Brown, a little short pass across the middle, 19 yards, and that makes it 24-10. The Jets will take over from their own territory with 1:15 left in that one. There is another score in the Dolphins-Falcons game. We'll get an update there. Patriots just outside of the red zone. The clock is ticking down there. Let's go out to New England and get an update from Alan Siegel.
So that the Patriots on their final drive of the first half actually had some success. A 44-yard pass from Drake May to Pop Douglas got them down to the 24-yard line. Then Myles Garrett, who is really making a force out of himself today. By the way, Myles Garrett has 3 sacks today and forced a fumble on Drake May, but it was recovered by the Patriots. So that means that Myles Garrett has 110.5 sacks in his career. Pretty good going so far for a fairly young player. Well, after that sack and recovered fumble, Drake May hit Kayshon Boutte down to the 24-yard line. The Patriots then were stalled and had to go for a field goal with 2 seconds to go in the half. And Andy Borregales hit a 42-yard field goal just as the half expired. So the bottom line is this. We are at halftime, and the Patriots lead Cleveland 9-7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. As we were monitoring, I thought it wasn't going to – he got it in the first half. I wasn't sure if he was going to get it today, but that is 3 sacks on the day. Myles Garrett now has 110 and a half sacks. He's 3 behind Calais Campbell for 25th all-time, 4 behind J.J. Watt for 24th all-time. Khalil Mack eclipsed that mark on Thursday. So just to put it into perspective, the young Myles Garrett, keeping up with a surefire Hall of Famer in Khalil Mack and surpassing him there. So we'll see how that goes, if he can add any more on that one. Derrick Henry had a historic touchdown earlier in the game to move him in the 5th all-time, 9 touchdowns behind Adrian Peterson for 4th all-time. And that game's at half. And more on Bears. Ravens, Mike Popovic has got more for us.
Hey, Anthony, thank you. Good afternoon to you. And it was breaking the tie with one of the all-time greats. And in this game, you expect the Ravens maybe to run the football a little bit more here in the first half, given Chicago's poor run defense. But right now, as you take a look at the stats, Tyler Huntley is 11 for 12, so very efficient for 110 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions, sacked 2 times, but conversely, on the ground, Derrick Henry, 9 carries for 38 yards, but efficient, averaging over 4 yards a carry, had a touchdown. So a tale of 2 quarters here. Chicago scoring on their first 2 offensive drives. The first one, a 13-play, 64-yard drive, taking 8 minutes and 10 seconds, capped off by Cairo Santos' 32-yard field goal. The Ravens went 3 and out on their first offensive drive. Chicago on their second one, 11-play, 61-yard drive, 4 minutes and 31 seconds taken off the clock. Santos with a 39-yard field goal to make it 6-0. But then in the second quarter, the Ravens would respond. We just mentioned Derrick Henry's historic touchdown, a 2-yard rush, capping off a 12-play, 62-yard drive, taking 6 minutes and 48 seconds, made it 7-6. And then late here in the second quarter, right before halftime, at a minute 6. Tyler Loop with a 42-yard field goal just inside the right upright on a 12-play, 54-yard drive, taking 5 minutes and 27 seconds. The Ravens have been healthy in this game for Chicago. A couple of backup defensive linemen, number 90, Dominic Robinson, downgraded to doubtful. He had an ankle injury on the kickoff on the very first play of the game. And then number 95, Shamar Turner, is out for the game with a knee. But the Ravens, a 10-6 lead at halftime here in Baltimore, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike. And who saw that? I certainly didn't see it coming as they are up 10-6 at half. Like I said, they were 2.5-point favorites coming into the game, and I was shocked by that. So we'll see where that one goes. One game that's taking a bit of a shocking turn, in my opinion, Dolphins, Falcons, and Jeff Zell has more on that.
Well, find it shocking at all. Dolphins 17, we're at that half.
Oh, we're going to have to put Jeff on hold for a couple moments. He's battling the roof in Atlanta, so we'll go back to him in a sec because I think his line will clear up in a bit. But let's go out to Houston. Another one of the lines we discussed earlier, 2.5-point favorites, Texans over the Niners. Adam Spillane has more on that one as that's at half.
Well, the Texans have dominated this first half. They had a 16-0 lead, but the 49ers are on the board. A George Kittle touchdown catch, 17 yards on a 3rd and 10, and the Niners will kick the extra point. So it's 16-6 right now. They'll try the extra point to get it to 16-7. But the Texans had dominated this first half. The 49ers did not get their first down until this drive. The Texans got a 37-yard field goal from Kaimi Fairbairn to put them up 16-0 with less than a minute to play. But the 49ers got a long kick return by Brian Robinson Jr. and then a face mask penalty on top of that to give them the ball at the Houston 35-yard line. On first down, Mac Jones hit a pass completion for 18 yards. Again, that was the 49ers' first down of the game. Jones then threw 2 incompletions after that to bring up the 3rd down, and then he hit Kittle over the middle for the touchdown to give the Niners their first points of the game. Just to illustrate how dominant the Texans have been in this first half, they have had the ball for over 24 minutes. When this first half ends, they will have had the football for 24 minutes and 31 seconds. The 49ers have had the ball for less than 5.5 minutes. Yet they will be within 9 points in all likelihood when the second half starts. So 25 seconds left. The Texans have 2 timeouts. They've had a very good offensive day. C.J. Stroud, 21 of 26 for 233 yards and a touchdown. But the Texans' lead is down to 9.
Thank you so much on that one, Adam. I actually think that the Niners should have gone for 2 there. Make it 16-8. It's a 1-possession game there. It's still a 2-possession game if you don't get it. So, that's just me. And, what do I know? All I play is Madden. So that's why I'm here and they are there making the decisions they're making. Let's go back out to try again with our guy, Jeff Zell's got Dolphins-Falcons update for us.
You know what, Anthony? If I was the Falcons, I'd want to censor any information coming out of this building, too. It is 17-3, the Dolphins. And if you asked my wife or your wife or any guy who doesn't watch football, who's the 1-16? They'd say the Falcons going away. In fact, you're sure they're not 0-7? Anyway, the Falcons are losing 17-3 at the Dolphins. They've been totally dominated. Tua Tagovailoa, 13 of 17, 111 yards, 2 touchdown passes. The last one with 11 seconds to go in the half, a 9-yarder to Malik Washington. Devon Achane, 7 carries, 33 yards, 3 catches, 22 yards, and he has a 3-yard touchdown catch. Let me tell you how Atlanta's rushing the ball. Bijan Robinson, 5 carries, 12 yards. That's 2.4. Tyler Algier, 2 carries, -4. So that's -2 a carry. Actually, until Kirk Cousins lost a yard on his last carry, he was the leading rusher with 1 carry for 3 yards. The Falcons are absolutely horrible on offense today. On a 3rd and 10 from their own 4-yard line, they ran off tackle for a couple of yards and then punted the ball. Miami 17, Atlanta 3. Falcons will get the ball to start the second half.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Jeff is winning that war with the roof, and I understand where he's coming from about the, if you knew nothing about football and you stepped into, Falcons, Dolphins, you would think the Dolphins were the team looking like an upstart team and the Falcons were not. Similar to when I was in London for the Broncos Jets game, it looked like the Broncos were the bad team and the Jets were not. Until we got later into the game or by the half in that one. Right now, the Jets are lining up for a field goal. That'll make that one 24-13 as they head in the half. Nick Foles, it is indeed good. So 24-13, Bengals over the Jets. Joe Flacco, 15 of 20, 178 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Jets, Justin Fields, he is 11 of 16, 123 yards and a touchdown. He missed 2 shots over, not missed, but they were tough plays across the middle. Real quick before we jump out to Philadelphia, Texans, Niners, that touchdown to Kittle was very impressive. Mac Jones across the middle. Kittle's got 2 defenders draped over him, able to come down with the ball as that one it's now 2nd and 8 from the Houston 31. I think they're going to just run the ball out C.J. Stroud, 22 of 27, 235 yards and a touchdown. So we talked about how that offense needed to take a step. It would be very hard with no Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk, and they have taken a step today against a good Niners defense. So we'll see what comes of that one as they get closer to half. Eagles are in the red zone, and let's get an update from Michael Luongo at the link. Giants-Eagles.
And moments ago, it was a Jalen Hurts touchdown pass to Dallas, Goddard of 6 yards to get the Eagles a 20-10 lead, betting the extra point. The Eagles marching down 6 plays, 52 yards on this one after the Giants had pulled to within 4 on a 47-yard Graham Gano field goal. We are winning the extra point right now, but 20-10 Philadelphia with 21 seconds to go in the first half.
Thank you so much, Mike. And Flott was injured a couple plays prior, so a tough day injury-wise for the Giants. We'll get all those updates on the injuries, everything across the board as we get closer to halftime. Real quick, Ravens 10, Bears 6, Texans 16, Niners 7, Patriots 9, Browns 7, Bengals 24, Jets 13, Dolphins 17, Falcons 3, Eagles 21, Giants 10, Bills 19, Panthers 3. The Panthers are at the Bills' 4-yard line as they try to keep this manageable. 3rd and goal for them. We'll see what happens there after the update. But first, our guy, Pete McCarthy, has got an update. Stay tuned.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Giants rookie running back Cam Skattebo was carted off the field midway through the second quarter with a serious-looking lower leg injury. In fact, his right ankle was facing the wrong direction after it was caught under an Eagles player. The Giants already without one young offensive star, with receiver Malik Neighbors having torn his ACL last month, and the Giants trailing the Eagles 21-10 with 21 seconds remaining in the first half. Saquon Barkley, the former Giant, has already run for over 100 yards and a touchdown. Also has a receiving touchdown. Former Jets star center Nick Mangold has died at 41 years old. Just 12 days ago, Mangold had made a public appeal for a kidney donation. Mangold was a 7-time Pro Bowler and 2-time first-team All-Pro. The Jets trailing the Bengals 24-13 in Cincinnati. The Dolphins have a 17-3 lead on Atlanta. It's the Patriots 9, Browns 7. Myles Garrett with 3 first-half sacks. Bills all over the Panthers 19-3 in Charlotte. Ravens 10, Bears 6 as the Ravens look for their second win on the season, playing again without Lamar Jackson. Only 3 games coming in the later window. The Colts will look to build on their NFL best 6-1 record, hosting the 1-6 Titans. The Broncos and Cowboys enjoyed high-scoring wins last week. Those two run into one another in Denver, and it's an NFC South battle with the 5-2 Buccaneers visiting the 1-6 Saints. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers makes his long-anticipated first career start against his old team, the Green Bay Packers. Both the Packers and Steelers hunting for a 5th win on the season in Pittsburgh tonight. The latest AP poll is out. Vanderbilt climbs to 9. The top 6 is unchanged, with Ohio State leading Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia to round out the top 5. Some good NBA action today as well. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs have a 1-point lead on the Nets late in the first quarter. The Celtics still looking for their first win on the season are in Detroit. That'll tip an hour from now. The 2-0 Bucks are in Cleveland tonight. Pacers and Timberwolves meet up, as do the Lakers and Kings. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Halftime, 1 o'clock window. Some of the games obviously in the third quarter to boot, but let's get a complete breakdown of the scores at half. Dolphins, Falcons, they're in the third quarter. That game's 17-3. Jets, Bengals at halftime, 24-13. Bengals over the Jets. Patriots 9, Browns 7. That game's in the third quarter. Eagles 21, Giants 10, at halftime. Bills 19, Panthers 3, Ravens 13, Bears 6, Texans 16, Niners 7. Let's get a fantasy leaders update. Obviously, in the Thursday games, we had Chargers versus the Vikings. Saquon Barkley leading all scorers through Thursday and today. He's got 29.1 points. Justin Herbert at 25.28 on Thursday. James Cook, 12 carries, 153 yards in the first half and a touchdown. He's got 21.3 fantasy points. Joe Flacco, 21.22. He was available on a lot of waiver wires, followed by Lad McConkey and Kamani Vidal. Also, Gaddison, the tight end. Tyler Johnson of the Jets has 15.4. Chase Brown has 15.3. Devin Achane has 14.5. Jamar Chase, 14.1. And we'll continue to update that as these games progress, and we will update that all through the day. As always, Jody, the man, Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock. But first, let's go out. We got a couple updates, couple games already in the third quarter. Let's go out to Baltimore. Bears, Ravens. Mike Pokovic has more for us.
Hey, Anthony, good afternoon. The Ravens coming out of halftime on their very first drive, and they capped off their drive with a field goal. Tyler Loop, a 28-yarder, capping off an 8-play, 56-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 52 seconds right out of the chute. Tyler Huntley with a deep pass to Rashad Bateman for 36 yards to get them to the Chicago 30. Derrick Henry then for 7 and for 2. Then Henry once again for 4 on the ground. Then a completion from Huntley to Mark Andrews for 5. Then Huntley was stuffed for 3 yards on a rush, and then a short pass to Isaiah Likely on a 3rd and 8 only yielded 5 yards, so they had to settle for the 28-yard field goal that is from Tyler Loop. Now Chicago has the ball right now, 4th and 3rd though at the Ravens 35. They fumbled on the kickoff, but were able to return. But they're a 3-and-out here, so the Ravens will get the ball back, and we'll see if they're able to extend their lead or not. 8:08 and counting, third quarter. Ravens lead the Bears 13-6.
Thank you so much, Mike. Another game into the third quarter as we speak, and let's get an update. Patriots, Browns, a defensive duel. Alan Siegel's got you covered from New England.
Well, I mean, on the first drive of the game for the Browns, the Patriots defense allowed 70 yards and a touchdown pass from Dylan Gabriel to Harold Fannin. But since then, the only offense really Cleveland has had was an Andre Schmidt 47-yard field goal attempt, and it went to the left. And that has allowed the Patriots to use 3 field goals of themselves as they now lead at 9-7 as we're here in the third quarter. And the Patriots have made some adjustments. They had a 3-and-out defensively and allowed them to get on a drive that started at their own 23, but is now into Cleveland territory thanks to a couple of runs from Travion Henderson and also a run from Drake May. So the Patriots are moving. And one thing I will tell you, by the way, just notice that Hunter Henry, no targets or no receiving yards today because he's been kept in to try to negate Myles Garrett, who, by the way, still has 3 sacks. So we'll see if that develops a little bit in the second half. But Patriots are driving. They lead at 9-7 with 11:13 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much. Myles Garrett, the most sacks before his 30th birthday, 2.5 more than Reggie White. Jared Allen, he's got 5.5 more than him, and 9.5 more than T.J. Watt. This is since 1982. They're showing it on Red Zone right now. The most sacks before his 30th birthday. The dude is a machine. Unbelievable. Let's go out to the Giants and the Eagles in Philadelphia as they're getting ready to kick off the second half. Michael Luongo's got more for us.
And the players turn into the field here. We're still at the halftime of the summer. Philadelphia up by a score of 21-10. Philadelphia getting a late touchdown with 21 seconds to go in the half. A 6-yard pass from Jalen Hurts to Dallas Goedert. It was Hurts' second touchdown pass of the game. His previous one was a 9-yard touchdown pass from Saquon Barkley, who also put up a 65-yard touchdown run on the Eagles' second play from the scrimmage back in the first quarter. Of course, the big story for the Giants, the injury to Cam Scatterbill, who was rolled over on his ankle, a very gruesome-looking injury, and, of course, had to be rolled off. The official word is it is his ankle, and will not, as that was enough, that will not return. But in terms of the severity, we'll learn more about that, of course, in the post-game press conferences by the Giants. The Scatterbill, of course, had account for the Eagles Giants' only touchdown score, an 18-yard touchdown pass from Jackson Dart. The other Giants score a 47-yard Grand Cano field goal. About the third quarter, the Giants will receive to start the second half. They trail the Eagles by a score of 21-10.
Thank you so much, Mike. some other updates. Jets have the ball at their own 28. It's 3rd and 7 as Justin Fields and co try to start off the first half in style, and they get a big first down completion, a little, a scamper across a little, not scamper, but a little route across the middle to Davis as he catches it out of the backfield and takes that for about 15 yards, 26 yards. Yeah, it shows how much I know my distance is, 26 yards. That gets them to Cincinnati territory. Let's go out. Buffalo, Carolina, in Carolina, and they're about to kick off the second half. Kevin Casey has more for us.
Okay, 19-13, the Buffalo Bills lead the Carolina Panthers as we get ready to start the second half. Josh Allen on the day, 6 of 13 passing, 66 yards, not so bad, but James Cook has been the real story for the Buffalo Bills. 12 carries, 153 yards, including a 64-yard touchdown run. Josh Allen, a touchdown run himself. That came off a A.J. Espenza 24-yard interception of Andy Dalton, and an interesting sequence right before the half. Carolina, a 3rd and goal, basically, with no timeout, 16 seconds left. Andy Dalton takes a sack. They can't get the field goal unit on in time, and in fact, they barely did, and they missed it. So Carolina missing out on some scoring opportunities. Buffalo has the ball to start the second half, 1st and 10 at their own 35. At the start of the third quarter, it's Buffalo 19, Carolina 3.
Thank you so much, Kevin. We heard from this guy moments ago. He mentioned Hunter Henry, and we'll go back to him. Alan Siegel's got an update. Patriots, Browns.
But, Anthony, let's set it up a little bit, because after the play when I was talking to you, Drake May hit Ramondre Stevenson in the backfield. Ramondre Stevenson passed it back to May. May hit Matt Collins for 19 yards, and that got them down to the 6-yard line. At that point, it was the Patriots all the way, and who did I mention? Hunter Henry, because he's been blocking. 7-yard touchdown pass. Drake May to Hunter Henry. The Patriots have taken control here, going for their 5th straight win, leading Cleveland 16-7 with 9:10 to go here in the third.
Thank you so much. And we've got a big play here. Could be an impactful play if it's confirmed. And Adam Spillane has more on Niners-Texans.
Well, we have 13:36 to go in the third quarter. It's still 16-7. Texans leading the 49ers. The Niners got great field position to start the third quarter after Kyrie Fairbairn's opening kickoff of the quarter landed outside of the landing zone. But the 49ers go 3 and out. A really good punt, though, has pinned the Texans back at their own 6. Christian McCaffrey has touched the ball 3 times in this game. He has 8 yards. He has 3 carries for 8 yards. He's been targeted twice by Mac Jones. He does not have a catch. Mac Jones in place again of Brock Purdy, 6 of 13 for 51 yards and a touchdown. That was to George Kittle at the end of the first half. San Francisco went 3 and out. San Francisco did not have their first down until the final minute of the first half. The Texans scored on their first 4 possessions of this game, 3 Kyrie Fairbairn field goals, 33 yards, 34 yards, and 37 yards. And then C.J. Stroud hit Jaden Higgins for a 12-yard touchdown pass to, at the time, put the Texans up 13-0. It was 16-0. Now it is 16-7. Texans get the ball for the first time in the second half at their own 6.
Thank you so much, Adam. On that play, it almost looked like a fumble at first. Mac Jones dropped back, and then he got hit on the head. I thought they were going to call hands to the face on him. It ended up just being an incompletion. So the Texans get the ball back there. Big sack by the Eagles on Jackson Dart here, as that's going to set up a 3rd and 10 now. Let me see exactly what the breakdown of the plays there were. So it was 2nd and 18 after the sack, an 8-yard sack, and then they get it to 3rd and 10 after a pass to Wan'Dale Robinson. So we'll see if the Giants can keep this drive alive. Falcons have the ball. They're in Dolphin territory. They're now in the Dolphin red zone. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. They have a short pass to Bijan Robinson, ends up turning into a long pass, 17 yards. So 1st and 10, Falcons from the Dolphins' 19-yard line on the little screen to Bijan as he makes a big play there to set up what is potentially a scoring drive for the Falcons and co. The Jets, 3rd and 6 from Cincinnati's 43. They're down 24-13, so we'll see what happens there. And I don't know what Jackson Dart was doing there. A little scroll out. He just, I said scroll out. I meant roll out. We could call it scroll out. We could coin that one right here. You heard it first here. Infinity Sportsnet, Gridiron Game Day. The rollout is now called the scroll out. But that's going to be fourth down. Also, Justin Fields, incomplete pass. That will also be a fourth down from Cincinnati's 4th and 3. They're in a tie. I mean, you could go for it here. You could punt. I don't think they have the leg in Nick Folk to kick this one, as Fields just tried to stay alive. Jumped up. It looked like it was going to be a cool play, and then you notice he throws to nobody. So, 3rd and 6 ends up being a 4th and 6, and they will punt it. Ravens have the ball inside the red zone. They're on the Bears 16-yard line, and they're going to give the ball to Derrick Henry. So we'll see what comes from that as they look to extend that lead up 13-6 in that one. Snoop Huntley, 14 of 16, 156 yards. Derrick Henry now 80 yards away from, I believe it is 12,000 rushing yards. So 80 yards away. It'll be tough for him to get into this one, but, all it takes is one big one. Or you got to be James Cook, who had 153 yards rushing in the first half. Speaking of James Cook, the Bills have the ball. It's 2nd and 7 from the Buffalo 46. They're up 19-3. They're looking to put what could be a dagger into the hearts of the Panthers. Now from the 9-yard line, the Ravens are attempting to score, and we'll see what happens in that one, as it's going to be an incomplete pass and make that 3rd and 8 inside the red zone. The Eagles take over after the punt from the 24-yard line. We've got a big play here in Buffalo. This one could turn the tide of the game, and we will get an update on that after the break, but a big play nonetheless. Patriots up 16-7 over the Browns after that Hunter Henry touchdown. Dylan Gabriel, started off okay. He's now 9 of 14, 64 yards, not 66, 64 yards. My apologies. 1 touchdown. Malachi Corley, a rush for 31 yards. Quinshon Judkins has been swallowed up all day. 9 carries, 19 yards. Harold Fannin with the only receiving touchdown for them, 2 catches, 37 yards. So we'll see if they can get some length out of that offense and start to get things going as the defense is doing its job. Drake May, 12 of 18, 194 yards. He has a touchdown and an interception. That 1 touchdown going to Hunter Henry for his lone reception of 7 yards. Stephon Diggs, 1 catch for 5 yards. Ramondre Stevenson, 1 catch for 15 yards. He does have 11 carries for 28 yards. Trevion Henderson, 5 carries for 61 yards. And Mac Holland has 4 catches for 49 yards. So a lot of, different people getting involved in that Patriots offense as they are now in the Cleveland red zone after a big turnover here. So we'll get an update after the end of that break that's coming up. But they get a pick. Gabriel goes to pass to Njoku, who's coming over the middle, and Spillane intercepts that and brings it back 32 yards to Cleveland's 6-yard line. So we'll get an update in that one. We'll get an update in all of the other games, the big Buffalo Panthers play that could have a huge impact on that game. We'll update everything right here, Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gal, stay tuned. We got you coming up the end of this 1 o'clock window. We'll hear from some players. We'll have Jody at 6 o'clock. We got a lot to get to. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, Yes, sir. NFL Week 8, Gridiron Game Day. This is the place to be to get all the action, all the updates. I'm Anthony Gallo. If you're watching on the BetMGM network or YouTube, what's going on? We got a lot to get to, but first, let's get out to New England as another score has happened in that one. Browns, Patriots. What was a defensive battle has now turned the other way, and Alan Siegel has more for us.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots, after getting a touchdown with a 7-yard pass from Drake Mayer to Hunter Henry, they got themselves the defense turnover as Robert Spillane stepped in front of a Dylan Gabriel pass intended for David Njoku, and Spillane took it down to the 6-yard line. 3 plays later, it was Derek May to Stephon Diggs, his first touchdown as a Patriot, and the Patriots have taken control of this one, going for their 5th straight win. It's now the Patriots 23, Cleveland 7, with 6:37 to go here in the third quarter, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. As the Browns were searching for, it's not over yet, but they were searching for their first road win, and the Patriots look to get to 500 at home, which I think is the most impressive thing about this Patriots team was they were 5-2, they were 1-2 at home, so 4 of those victories coming on the road. So we'll see how that one plays out. The Jets convert a first down. It was 3rd and 2. Justin Fields scrambles as they are trying to stay in this one. That was a 5.5-point difference coming into the game. Bengals 5.5-point favorites. It is currently 24-13. Some other scores around the league. Dolphins 17, Falcons 3. Dolphins have the ball. It is 2nd and 8 from Atlanta's 43 after an Achane rush for 2 yards. Tua playing well, managing the game, as some would like to say. 16 of 21, 126 yards, 2 touchdowns. Achane, 13 carries for 53 yards. And we've got Gallo touch of gold. There is a big play in that one as I talk about it, and we'll get an update there in a second. But first, let's go out. Ravens, Bears. Mike Popovic has more for Baltimore.
Just about to start the fourth quarter here, 2nd and 12 at the Ravens 36. The Bears with the football on a drive right now. They trail the Ravens 16-6, so they're looking at trying to get right back in this ball game. The Ravens on their second offensive drive after kicking a field goal on their first one, converting another score. Again, a field goal this time, though, unable to score in the red zone. Tyler Lope with 32-yard field goal, 10 plays, 76 yards, taking 4 minutes and 22 seconds. The drive with the Derrick Henry 4-yard rush. Then Keaton Mitchell, we haven't seen much of this year, had a 25-yard gain on a quick pitch, and then a little bit later down in the series, a first 10 and 10 at the Chicago 46, Derrick Henry for 1, then Tyler Huntley with a 29-yard scramble on 2nd and 9, and then Derrick Henry for 2, Huntley an incompletion on a scramble to Rashad Bateman, then on a 3rd and 8, an incompletion to Zay Flowers, and so they had to settle for the field goal, but still gaining some distance between them and their opponent. But right now, again, the Ravens leading 16-6 right now, but the Bears driving, and we'll see if the Bears are able to get right back into this game. Just about the start of the fourth quarter here in Baltimore.
Thank you so much, Mike. A big run in the Jets game, a 50-yard rush to Isaiah Davis as the Jets have all of a sudden come alive, and Justin Fields with a completion on 2nd and 1 to get the ball to the 8-yard line, but there is a flag. It is in the secondary, so we'll see where that one is in that one. Some stats, Tyler Huntley, right now, Caleb Williams, 16 of 21, 148 yards. Tyler Huntley, 14 of 18 for 156 yards. DeAndre Swift is 8 carries for 40 yards. Caleb Williams has 2 to add 24 yards. Derrick Henry, 15 carries for 58 yards. Tyler Huntley has 6 scrambles for 42 yards. I told you to watch out for that. He's been very good on the run the few times we've seen him this year, and it was a penalty on the Bengals, so this moves the Jets up to within the 4-yard line. So it'll be, I'll get the exact penalty in a second, but first, let's go out to Philadelphia as Michael Luongo's got more for us.
Eagles extend their lead now to 24-10. Their last drive, an 11-play, 54-yard drive was capped by a 40-yard field goal by Jake Elliott. Philadelphia, of course, a pair of touchdown passes by Jalen Hurts. One to Saquon Barkley, the other to Dallas Goedert. And Barkley, of course, had the 65-yard touchdown run back in the first quarter. Cam Scatterbo, and, of course, 18-yard touchdown pass from Jackson Dart. But, of course, Scatterbo with the seriously injured his right ankle. The only word we got was, of course, an ankle injury. We'll have no probably won't know till maybe after the game, or if not at the very latest, but tomorrow. The severity of the injuries to Scotabo, of course, it was a very serious one as he was called off the field. 6:36 to go. 6:56 to go here in the third quarter, and the Eagles up by a score 24-10.
There's a lot of scoring going around, and we're going to get you updates on all of that right now. First, Atlanta, Falcons, Dolphins. Jeff Zell's got an update for us.
Well,
we are going to put him on hold. And as the Dolphins and the Falcons battle each other, Jeff Zell is battling the roof that is closed in that one, and we'll get an update on that in a second. Jalen Waddle with a big touchdown in that one. Jeff will touch base with us in a bit to give us the complete breakdown on that. Houston Niners, a big play just took place moments ago, and Adam Spillane has more.
Yeah, the Texans have increased their lead to 23-7 on 3rd and 7. C.J. Stroud hit Xavier Hutchinson for a 30-yard touchdown pass. It is the second touchdown pass of the day for Stroud, who is 27 of 35 for 317 yards. For Hutchinson, he's got 5 catches for 69 yards and the touchdown. Kaimi Fairbairn made the extra point to make it 23-7. It was for the Texans, it was a 12-play, 94-yard drive that took 6 minutes and 7 seconds. And this has been a pretty dominant performance for the Texans this afternoon. Time of possession, the Texans are leading 30 minutes and 38 seconds to 6 minutes and 53 seconds. 19 first downs for the Texans, just 2 for the 49ers, and they have outgained the 49ers 393 to 72. Christian McCaffrey has just 3 touches for a total of 8 yards. So 7:29 to play in the third quarter. It's now the Texans 23 and the 49ers 7.
Thank you so much, Adam. After a couple incompletions, the Jets settle for the field goal. It's now 24-16 in that one. Let's go back out to our guy, Jeff Zell in Atlanta.
Well, Anthony, if you can believe this, the Dolphins have scored another touchdown. Tua Tagovailoa, 43-yard touchdown pass to Jalen Waddle, a simple crossing route. No one came close to tackling him. The Dolphins are up by 3 touchdowns. Tua now 17 of 22, 169 yards, 3 touchdown passes. Waddle, Washington, and Achane all have touchdown catches. Let's tell you how bad it is for the Falcons. When they finally got into the red zone on their last possession, the first play in the red zone, Bijan Robinson fumbles. What happens after that? The Dolphins take the ball. They go 10 plays, 84 yards over 6 minutes, and now they take a 3-touchdown lead, 24-3, 3.5 minutes left here in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Jeff, as we will continue to monitor that one. I was absolutely shocked. I could not have been more wrong about the Dolphins coming into this one, and they've clearly battled. We got another injury for the Giants as Bellinger nursing his arm. He's going into the blue tent. So a tough day for the Giants. Bellinger, Flott, and Scadaboo all taking injuries at times. I have to, get an update on the Flott injury. I don't know if he came back, but he was down for a bit. Kevin Casey, I told you that there was a big touchdown in the Bills game, and Kevin Casey's got more for us.
Okay, Anthony, 5:20 to go here in the third quarter. We're in an injury timeout. 26-3, the Buffalo Bills lead Carolina. You referenced the touchdown. Josh Allen, a 54-yard touchdown pass to Khalil Shakir. Also on the day, James Cook, a big run, 64 yards for the touchdown for Buffalo. Cook on the day, 16 carries, 183 yards, and that touchdown. He could be a conference offensive player of the week. I've seen 2 of them here already this year. Josh Allen, 8 of 15 passing, 128 yards. Not bad for their defense. They're only holding Carolina to a 3-point situation. Andy Dalton has had an interception and a fumble, so Andy Dalton not looking good for Carolina. Buffalo looking at a 1st and 10 at the Carolina 21. 5:06 and counting to go in the third quarter. It's Buffalo 26. And wait a minute. And it's a touchdown for James Cook. As I stalled on that one, make it 17 carries and a second touchdown for James Cook. We'll give you some of the details in the next update. 4:59 to go in the third quarter. It's Buffalo 32, Carolina 3.
And that's why you tune in to Infinity Sportsnet's Gridiron Game Day for all the up-to-date action. Great job by Kevin there, as the Bills are really a tough day for the NFC South right now. The AFC East is, the Dolphins beating down on the Falcons and the Bills beating down on the Panthers. And James Cook is going to be the player of the day. He has absolutely mauled. Before we update that entirely and get you the complete touchdown, his statistics post-touchdown, we will look at another one as the Bears are also trying to score here. They're in the red zone. For the Dolphins, Tua, 17 of 22, 169 yards, 3 touchdowns. Devin Achane has 13 carries for 53 yards. Ollie Gordon, the second, 8 carries for 30 yards. Jalen Waddle, 4 catches, 81 yards, his longest, a 43-yarder. He's got a touchdown. Malik Washington, who, of course, I dropped this week, he has a touchdown, and that's the breaks on that. Achane, like I said, has a receiving touchdown. For the Falcons, they have 112 yards total, 97 passing yards, on a net 92 passing yards after the sack. But 10 of 16 for Kirk Cousins, 97 yards. Bijan Robinson, 8 carries, 22 yards. So a rough day for him there. He's also got 2 catches for 19 yards. Let's go out to Baltimore as the Bears were threatening. Mike Popovic has got more for us.
Just cut the lead down to 3 as DeAndre Swift with a 3-yard touchdown run, capping off an 11-play, 83-yard drive, taking 6 minutes and 13 seconds. Some highlights on that drive for the Bears included a Caleb Williams pass to Roma Dunze for 27 yards. Also earlier in the drive, DeAndre Swift, a 5-yard run. Also Williams with a pass to Swift for 25 yards on the play in which Ravens slot corner Marlon Humphrey was injured during the play. He's being evaluated for a concussion, as is Bears wide receiver Luther Burden as well. But the Bears able to capitalize on a 3rd and 3 from the Baltimore 3. Again, DeAndre Swift with a 3-yard rushing touchdown. Just updated you on the injury situation. So a very tight one here in Baltimore, 16-13, 12-22 in the 4th. So the Ravens will be getting the ball back on the next kickoff.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we will monitor that one. A deep pass by Mac Jones that would have gotten them in the red zone to Kendrick Bourne. Oh, no, that was Jawan Jennings. And it looked like he had it, on the fall. The ball popped up. It would have been a beautiful pass and catch there. 3rd and 12 for the Bengals. And it looks like Joe Flacco has turned into Joe Fasto. And that, they don't call me a comedian for nothing, folks. As he gets the first down there, he scrambles out for like a 6-yard carry. I'm just going to quit now after that. 24-16 as they continue that drive in that one. Drake May had a deep pass to Douglas, but it was called back. Actually, not called back. It was not completed. It was incomplete. The penalty on Harden, defensive holding, so that enforces the 5-yard penalty. It's 1st and 10 for New England on the 33. After the Joe Flacco scramble for 13 yards, that gets them to Cincinnati's 33, and then a 9-yard carry for Samaje P. Ryan gets them to the Cincinnati. I'm sorry, that got them to Cincinnati 46, and then a 9-yard run will get them over midfield. We're learning. I'm learning math. I'm telling jokes. We're flying by the seats of our pants here. Giants have the ball in the red zone. It's 1st and 10 from the 18 as Jackson Dart steps back and just throws it away in that one. The Bills also in the red zone. They're at Carolina's 19-yard line after the turnover. Andy Dalton was sacked. The ball was then recovered by Walker of the Bills, so they get the ball at Carolina's 19. And I think that's it for teams in the red zone. The Bengals, like I said, are at the 43-yard line. The Dolphins, 3rd and 10 from Atlanta's 30, so they are threatening of the red zone as that game goes to the 4th quarter. The Bears, Ravens, 16-13. That one's also in the 4th quarter. Everything else is well into the 3rd. We'll continue to monitor that one. The Patriots have gotten this up to 30-7 as this one has become a rout. We'll monitor all this. We've got the post game coming up as well, so stay tuned. When these games wrap up, we'll get you the exciting finishes. We'll talk to some players down at the field. We'll get some coach sound. All of that right here. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that is right. And before we get back to the live updates. In break, Samaje Perine off the left tackle, coming right off the left tackle, 32-yard touchdown to make that one 31-16, as we've got a lot of blowouts. We've been spoiled as of late, so, we always get a couple of games, a couple of weeks like this a year, and of course it comes on the Bye-Mageddon week as, a ton of teams on bye. Cardinals, Lions, Jags, Seahawks, Raiders, Rams, all on bye this week. I guess you could say the Falcons also on bye as we go out there for an update. Dolphins, Falcons, Jeff Zell has more.
Anthony, you missed it. They wish they were on bye. They aren't on the bye. They wish they were on the bye. It is 31-3 in what has become one of the most embarrassing losses, without a doubt, in Atlanta Falcons history, and I've seen almost all of them. Ollie Gordon just caught a 20-yard touchdown pass from Tua Tagovailoa, who was 19 of 24, 187 yards, 4 touchdown passes, 138 rating, which is more than the last 2 weeks combined. 4 touchdown passes to 4 different players. This is just a short little pass. The Falcons' defense was nowhere to be found. He's got 5 incompletions and 4 touchdown passes. Achane, 16 carries, 65 yards, 4.1 a carry. Ollie Gordon, 10 carries, 46 yards. Washington, Achane, and Gordon all have touchdowns. This one.
And we're going to have to let Jeff go there. He got us the big stuff. We will get the update on all the statistics next time we speak to him. He is right, though. I'm sure the Falcons did wish they were on bye, as even the backups are now getting involved for the Dolphins. One team that certainly is not on bye, the Patriots continue to dominate the Browns. Patriots, Browns, Alan Siegel has more from Gillette.
Well, Anthony, last time I talked to you, I told you about Stephon Diggs scoring his first touchdown as a New England Patriot, and it came after an interception by Robert Spillane. Well, it was Dylan Gabriel trying to hit David Njoku, Isaiah Bond, rather, and it was picked off by Jalen Hawkins. The Patriots then went on a drive that ended up with a gorgeous, and I mean gorgeous, 39-yard touchdown pass from Drake May to Kayshon Boutte, and the Patriots have taken this one into control territory as they are on their way to their 5th straight win, now leading Cleveland 30-7 just into the 4th quarter, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan, and we will continue to monitor that one. Going into somebody I think that might have been Saquon. We'll get an update in a second for the Eagles. Let's jump out to Houston Niners. Or actually, let's go out to Philly first. Michael Luongo has more on the Eagles and Giants.
24-13 now. Eagles lead this one. Graham Gano, the 34-yard field goal that closed the third quarter after they kept a 15-play, 59-yard drive. A couple of key third down conversions by Jackson Dart to keep that drive alive, but they settled for the Graham Gano field goal. Of course, it was Eagles, of course, a pair of touchdown passes from Jalen Hurts. 2 in the Saquon 65-yard run. Barkley now over the 100-yard rushing mark for the first time this year. 14 carries, 155 yards. Of course, a big chunk of that came in that 65-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. So 14-10 to go. It's 24-13 Philadelphia.
Thank you so much, Mike. And it was Saquon. It looked like he pulled a hammy earlier, so he is in the blue tent. We'll get an update as soon as possible because he is still not back in the game. Let's now go out to Houston, Niners, Texans, and Adam Spillane has more on that.
All right, Anthony, we're about to start the 4th quarter, and we have a one-possession game. It's 23-15, Texans leading the 49ers. The 49ers just pulled to within a score on their previous drive. It was a 12-play, 76-yard drive that ended on a 2-yard touchdown pass from Mac Jones to that was to Jake Tonjes, and then the 49ers were able to convert the 2-point conversion on a Mac Jones completion to Demarcus Robinson. Big play on that drive, 3rd and 17. Jones completed a 25-yard pass to Jawan Jennings. That set the Niners up at the 2, and then on the next play, they were able to punch it in. Texans get a long run by Woody Marks on their first drive, on their first play of this drive. So when the 4th quarter starts, they will have the ball 1st and 10 from their own 45. C.J. Stroud has been terrific this afternoon, 27 of 35, 317 yards and 2 touchdowns, one to Xavier Hutchinson and the other to Jaden Higgins. So start of the fourth quarter, Texans leading by 8.
Thank you so much, Adam. And it looks like Saquon's out of the tent. He's on the sideline. That's got to be a good sign. It doesn't mean that he's coming back in, but he's out on the sideline, so we'll see what that is. We just got a penalty. The Bears are backed up on their own 2-yard line with the false start, so it's now 1st and 12 for the Bears from their own 2-yard line. Jets, it is 2nd and 9 for the Jets, and they're at, so now 3rd and 2 after a Breece Hall 7-yard run, 3rd and 2 from Cincinnati's 5-yard line, so we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. The Browns also in the red zone, 2nd and 10 at New England's 11-yard line. An incomplete pass led to the second down. Dylan Gabriel to Dylan Simpson. Will Shipley rush up the middle, gets that first down, so it's now 1st and 10 from the Giants' 21 for the Eagles. We could call that the red zone. It's about a half yard away, and they're now officially in the red zone, as that is a 3-yard rush by Bigsby on that one. Bills-Panthers, 40-3. Bills over the Panthers. Andy Dalton with a short pass to Coker has got them 8 yards. That is 1st and 10 from Buffalo's 35-yard line. Josh Allen, 12 of 19 with 163 yards passing and a touchdown. He's also got 2 rushing touchdowns on 3 carries. James Cook, listen to this. James Cook, 19 carries, 216 yards, 2 touchdowns, one of those carries being a 64-yard touchdown. We got a big play in this Giants-Eagles game. We'll get an update on Saquon. We'll get an update on that big play as the Giants try to hold the line against the Eagles and not let this one get out of hand. Khalil Shakir also has 6 catches for 88 yards and a touchdown in that one. Andy Dalton, 10 of 17, 131 yards and an interception. So the Bills entrenched in this one, 40-3. And we'll get an update in the Eagles-Giants game. Like I said, big touchdown in that one. Jets get on the board. That is a touchdown from Breece Hall. So Breece Hall carrying the offense right now, 5-yard carry, and they end up getting, let's see if they're going to go for 2 here or they're going to kick the field goal. And it looks like they went for 2, and Justin Fields scramble. And that gets that one 31-24 as the Jets are now fully entrenched in this one. 14-17 left in that one. Aaron Glenn still searching for his first win of the year. The Bengals looking to get back to 500. Joe Flacco, 18 of 16, 193 yards, 2 touchdowns. Breece Hall, 15 carries, 92 yards, and a touchdown. Tyler Johnson, 3 receptions, 64 yards, and a touchdown. Justin Fields having a nice day himself, 15 of 25, 176 yards, and a touchdown. This coming after the owner basically threw him under the bus this week. So that'll be exciting finish in that one. 8 carries for 26 yards. Also worth noting on a more somber note, Jets legend Nick Mangold passed away shortly before noon from complications from his kidney disease. And, our thoughts, our prayers, our love is with the Mangold family and, his extended Jets family. You saw Rex Ryan getting emotional on ESPN earlier. So our thoughts and prayers are there. So maybe, just maybe, the Jets could come away with a win to, soften or at least give them something to, cheer about in this moment, as that is a tragic loss. One of the great centers of all time, 11 years with the Jets, 7 Pro Bowls, and, we'll, always think of him, and he's in our thoughts as well as his family. To get back to the NFL action, the Ravens take over after a crucial play here, and let's get an update as a lot is happening in that game, and Mike Popovic has more for us.
Hey, Anthony, Chicago on a 2nd and 10 from their own 4-yard line. Caleb Williams throwing to Roma Dunze, who's had a pretty good day today, but intercepted by Nate Wiggins at the Chicago 18. He ran that back for 9 yards. So the Ravens take over 1st and goal at the Chicago 9. Henry for -1, but then Tyler Huntley on a pass play to Charlie Kohler, wide open, crossing tight ends, likely on the weak side, and Kohler on the opposite side, on the strong side, as it turns out, but they cross across the middle, and Kohler is able to get through free, wide open on the left side flats, and touchdown for the Ravens, who now extend their lead to 10 at 23-13, 8-13 in the game in this one. And turnovers, or forcing turnovers, has been a real issue for the Ravens this season, even though they talked about in the offseason really working hard at trying to change that narrative, and it hasn't really happened. But in this game today, coming up at a very key time for the Ravens. So they take a 10-point lead, 8:13 left. They will kick off to Chicago, and we'll see what happens from there. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Also worth noting, Ronnie Stanley back in the game after being injured earlier. The Bears, they looked like they were rolling early. I kind of was already writing the Ravens off for this game, so joke's on me. Caleb Williams now 17 of 23 with an interception. DeAndre Swift, 11 carries, 45 yards and a touchdown. Roma Dunze, 5 catches, 84 yards. Colston Loveland, 2 catches, 27 yards. And DeAndre Swift, 2 catches, 26 yards. On the other side, Tyler Huntley, 15 of 20, 166 yards, a touchdown. Derrick Henry has 18 carries for 63 yards, and Tyler Huntley, 6 carries for 42 yards. Before we get to the update, let's give you some more scores around the league. Bengals have the ball at their own 48. They're at midfield after another big Samaje Perine run for 21 yards, 31-24. Bengals over the Jets, 31-30. Dolphins over the Falcons, 30-7. Patriots over the Browns, 31-13. Eagles over the Giants, Bills 40, Panthers 3. We just heard the update from Mike, 23-13. Ravens over the Bears, and Texans 23-15 over the Niners. 2nd and 12 for the Texans from the Niners 15. So we'll monitor that one. We'll get you all the updates. We'll get you all the post game, all the reactions. We'll get you ready for the 4 o'clock window. But first, Pete McCarthy with an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Giants rookie running back Cam Scatterbo suffered a gruesome-looking right ankle injury that had players looking away. Scatterbo was carted off the field. The Giants trailing the Eagles by a score of 31-13, and Jackson Dart was just strip-sacked. The Eagles recovering at the Giants' 30-yard line. 10:31 to play in the fourth quarter in Philadelphia. The Jets pulled to within 7 points of the Bengals, looking for their first win on the season, but the Bengals have quickly moved the ball into Jets territory. They're down to the Jets' 34-yard line, still 13 minutes to play in Cincinnati. It's Joe Flacco trying to lead the Bengals to another win, and now they're inside the red zone of the Jets. It's the Dolphins 34, the Falcons 3. The Dolphins entering this game at just 1-6. 8:36 to play in the fourth quarter there. Jalen Waddle is 99 yards receiving and a touchdown. The Patriots have taken control against the Browns. They're up 30-7 after scoring 3 touchdowns in the third quarter. Bills killing the Panthers 40-3. Early in the fourth quarter in Charlotte, the Ravens have a 23-13 lead on the Bears. Baltimore looking for a second win on the season. Ravens running back Derrick Henry passes Walter Payton for 5th place on the all-time rushing touchdowns list. Henry has 111 career touchdown runs now. And the Texans have a 23-15 lead on the 49ers, and they are in the red zone at the Niners' 15-yard line. 11-12 to play in the fourth quarter in Houston. Only 3 games coming in the later window. The surprising Colts own the NFL's best record at 6-1. They're hosting the 1-6 Titans. The Broncos, coming off their historic comeback over the Giants last week, are hosting the Cowboys, and the 5-2 Buccaneers are in New Orleans. Sunday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers taking on the Packers for the first time in his career. The Steelers enter at 4-2. The Packers 4-1-1. The latest AP poll is unchanged at the top 6, with Ohio State continuing to lead Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia. Vanderbilt climbs to 9. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, that is right. I am Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM Network if you're watching on YouTube. What's going on, folks? A lot to get to. First, Giants-Eagles. We'll go out there first as an update. We've had a big play taken back, and, the Eagles have taken over, and Michael Owango has more on Eagles-Giants.
Well, the Eagles got a touchdown pass from Jalen Hurts to Dallas Goedert, 17 yards. It was Dirk's third touchdown of the day, a second to Goddard, who also caught a 6-yard pass back in the second quarter. The play you're referring to was, it looks like it was a touchdown pass to Slayton for the Giants, but he was ruled pass interference and negated that one, so kind of add insult to injury for what's been going on with New York so far today. 9:29 to go here in this fourth quarter, and the Eagles have a comfortable 31-13 lead over the Giants.
Thank you so much, and let's go out to Buffalo as the Bills continue to beat down the Panthers. Kevin Casey has more from Carolina.
Anthony, it is a beatdown, and these are the Buffalo Bills. They come strong. I'm thinking 30,000, 40,000 of them here, and they're strong, and they're chanting in the stadium here. They're like the ECW fans of the NFL, and they're just laying it down on Carolina. And it's not Josh Allen, not really needed today. 12 of 19 passing, 163 yards, and the touchdown. James Cook, though, the real story. 19 carries, 216 yards rushing. Khalil Shakir, 88 yards receiving on 6 catches. It's been all Buffalo in this game. Carolina now down 3 offensive linemen out with injuries in this game. So it's going to be a tough week for Carolina as they head to Green Bay next week. But for Buffalo, they're back in should be, with 8:10 to go, should be back in the win column as their offense looks like it's hitting on all cylinders. 8:04 to go in the game. It's 40-9. Buffalo leads Carolina.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And he's right. I've never heard them refer to that, but they are like the ECW of NFL fan bases. Tables and all. Tables, chairs, and ladders and all. So we'll monitor that one as there's not much to monitor, but we will monitor that one as Mitch Trubisky has now made an appearance, Tar Heels legend. And we'll go out to another one, another blowout. Patriots, Browns, and Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Well, Anthony, one of the few negative things that's happened to the Patriots in the second half happened a few moments ago. Bryce Berringer got off a 15-yard punt, and it set Cleveland up at the Patriots' 26-yard line, and it was Dylan Gabriel to David Njoku from 11 yards out for a touchdown. They went for a 2-point conversion that failed. Then they went for an onside kick. That failed. So the Patriots have the ball back, and they now have a lead that was cut from 30-7 to 30-13. So that's what the score is with 7:53 to go here in the fourth quarter, Anthony.
Thank you so much for that update, Alan. And we have another update. Ravens, Bears. The Bears get it within a 7-point game as they kick the field goal to make it 23-16. Like I was saying in that Eagles game when Michael updated us about it, as he told you, a big play. It looked like a touchdown to Darius Slayton, and that one was called back. OPI, Brian Daboll visibly annoyed. Jets down 38-24. It is now 4th and 1. They're going to get that, and they're going to move the ball. It's now 2nd and 6, actually, from the Jets' 44-yard line as they try to keep pace with that high-powered Bengals offense under Joe Flacco and Samaje Perine as we all drew it up. But first, let's go out to Miami. Dolphins, Falcons. Jeff Zell has more for us.
Well, the Falcons, you know what they just did? They scored a touchdown. That's right. Tyler Algier, a 6-yard touchdown run. Miami now leads this one 34-10 with 5 minutes to go. This was going to be the worst loss in Falcons history at Mercedes-Benz. They lost by 27 to the Rams in 2019. They're down by 24 now. Before it was 31. Tua Tagovailoa, 20 of 26, 205 yards. A touchdown pass in each quarter to a different person in each quarter. 3-yard pass to Devon Achane, 3-yarder in the first quarter. 9-yard touchdown pass to Malik Washington in the second. 43 yards to Waddle in the third, and 20 yards to Ollie Gordon in the fourth. 23 first downs to 10 for Atlanta. 1 of 10 on third down for the Falcons. Once again, Miami 34, Falcons 10, under 5 minutes to go in this game.
Thank you so much on that one. And it looks like we're going to get another Breece Hall touchdown if he did not step out of bounds, and it will be close. They're going to review it. If not, he is in the end zone, and that'll make it 38-30 before the field goal / 2-point conversion, whichever way they go. I do not think he stepped out of bounds, but I am not close enough to the TV to really give you a microscopic view. And the Jets are running the 2-point conversion, so that looks to be upheld there. 7:52 left in that one as they go for 2. And once that play is final, we'll get an update on that. And Justin Fields drops back, scrambling, almost runs into his lineman. And he is going to it was close, but it does not look like he got in. Scrambled. It was actually pretty impressive. Scrambled, avoided the sack. As he was getting sacked, he fell down, threw the ball to Isaiah Davis, but he was an inch or two short of the goal line. So it'll be 38-30 with 7:52 left in that one. 6:07 left in the Eagles-Giants game as the ball just launched downfield and somehow caught. That should have been an interception, but it was somehow caught by Dotson as Jalen Hurts adds another touchdown for the Eagles there to put that one away, 37-13 with 6 minutes to go. The Bears are still battling against the Ravens. Mike Popovic has got more for us.
Yeah, they just kicked a 47-yard field goal a few minutes ago to cap a 10-play, 48-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Right now, the Ravens on the move. Let me update you on that drive. The Ravens taking over at the 34. Tyler Huntley with a 6-yard pass to Zay Flowers. Then Derrick Henry a run for 5. Right now, and just see... had my head down on the last play, but right now they're looking at 2nd and 8. Chicago 47, 3:28 right now in that one. Okay, Justice Hill with a run for 2 yards on that last play. But going back to the Chicago drive on that one, interesting play that took place 1st and 10, Chicago 32. There was a completion to Zach Rice for 4 yards. However, the Ravens challenged a pass completion on the play as Marlon Humphrey came in, stripped the ball out. So it looked like it was a definite fumble, and then it seemed like both guys had possession of it, but ultimately they called forward progress, and the challenge did not go the Ravens' way, so the Bears continue on their drive. The next play, that a completion to DJ Moore for 18, then Colston Loveland for 11, Zacchaeus for another 5-yard completion, then 2 incompletes for Williams to Adunze and Duvernay, which led to a 4th and 5, and being down 10, they needed the field goal, so Santos kicking his 3rd of the game to make it 23-16 right now. Just some stats of the game for you. Anthony Caleb Williams, 22 of 32, 221 yards, no touchdowns and interception. DeAndre Swift, their leading rusher, 11 carries for 45 yards and a touchdown. Roma Dunze, 6 receptions, 94 yards in this one. For the Ravens, Tyler Huntley, 15 of 20, $166 and a touchdown. Derrick Henry on the ground, 18 carries for 63 yards and a touchdown. And Zay Flowers, the leading receiver, 6 for 57. Luther Burden out of this game after being evaluated for a concussion for the Chicago Bears. Ronnie Stanley, as you mentioned, left the game but came back at left tackle for the Ravens. And Marlon Humphrey was evaluated for a concussion, the slot corner for the Ravens, but he was cleared and came back into the game. So 23-16, the Ravens 3rd and 7 at their own 48 right now. 3:23 in the 4th from Baltimore.
Thank you, Mike, on the update there. Jets overturned the 2-point conversion. They challenged it. It was overturned. So it is now 38-32 with 7:48 left in that one. Both teams have all their timeouts, so we'll see how that goes for Aaron Glenn and co. Let's go out to Houston as the Niners try to stay alive against the Texans. Adam Spillane has more for us.
Yeah, Niners running out of time, but they do have the ball in Texas territory. They trail by 11. It's 26-15, 2:49 to go after Christian McCaffrey just caught had a 27-yard catch on the previous play. McCaffrey has been held in check by this Texans defense. Just 8 carries, 25 yards on the ground. And that catch was just his second. He had 1 catch for 4 yards before that last play. So the Niners have it at the Houston 41-yard line, 2:35 to play, and they have 2 timeouts left as Mac Jones will throw deep towards the sideline, and that was incomplete. It was intended for Kendrick Bourne, and I couldn't tell if he caught it and just came out of bounds, but it was ruled incomplete. So 2nd down and 10 here for the Niners. It's been a really good game for C.J. Stroud. And the key for Stroud has just been the way the Texans have controlled the football, and a lot of that is because Stroud has completed over 75% of his passes, 30 of 39 for 318 yards. The Texans have also gotten a nice game out of Woody Marks, 11 carries for 62 yards, and he also had a 50-yard catch earlier in the game. So 2.5 minutes to play. Texans lead 26-15 as the Niners are driving, as they're going to get inside the 30 and pick up a first down. But the Niners are running out of time, down by 2 possessions.
Thank you so much, Adam. And don't look now. It's 3rd and 10 for the Bengals. The Jets trying to get the ball back, down 6. The Bengals at their own 28-yard line. We'll update that in a second. But first, let's go out and to the other New York team, Eagles-Giants, as this one's getting away from the Giants.
38-13, the Eagles lead with about 4:14 to go. Moments ago, it was a Jalen Hurts pass to Jahan Dotson for the score. It was the 4th touchdown pass by Hurts in this contest, 2 to Dallas Goedert, and the other to Saquon Barkley. Barkley also, of course, that 65-yard touchdown run. Giants moving very quickly. They are moving within goal restrictions in red zone territory and see if they can make some respectability here. But right now, with 4:12 to go, he goes up by a score of 38-13.
Thank you so much, Mike. And Saquon looks to be okay as he's been out on the sideline. He hasn't gone in the locker room, so any further concerns about that, I think, could be put to rest. We'll hear more post-game from Sirianni and Barkley and see what exactly happened. Maybe it was just a cramp. We don't know. The Jets are getting the ball back after sacking Joe Flacco on 3rd down, and a great return from the Jets return man as he gets the ball up to about midfield, about 40-yard line-ish for Williams. So we'll see what goes from that. And we've got a big pass down towards the end zone in this Texans-Niners game. It looks like a 50-50 ball that the Texans might have come away with. We'll get a confirmation on that as soon as possible, as, you know, the 2 games I was questioning coming into the day. Actually, all 3, because I questioned the Bengals spread not being more. They are all in danger, if not confirmed to be over with at this point. Ravens 23, Bears 16. The Ravens have the ball, 2nd and 3 from the Bears' 18-yard line. The Bears just wasted their last timeout, about 3 minutes left, so you envision them at least getting a field goal there to ice this game, as it was a 7-point lead to begin with. It'll go up to 10 in a moment. And the Texans now, it is confirmed, it is an interception. So the Texans have the ball. It's 26-15, 1:56 to go. I don't know how many timeouts left the Niners have. So we'll see that the Jets get a first down on a 23-yard pass to Smith on that one. So Justin Fields cooking right now. Another Breece Hall first down run here. Or if it's not a first down run, it's about 2nd and 1. But another Breece Hall run there, and it is first down for them. And 6 minutes to go there as the Jets are pounding away in this one. An exciting one as Breece Hall's making guys miss. He's making Bengals players run into each other. So we'll continue to monitor that, get you the updates there. It's really the only, unless something drastic happens in this Ravens-Bears, Texans-Niners game, it is about the only close game we got. To go around the league, 4th quarter, 34, Dolphins 34, Falcons 10, Bengals 38, Jets 32. There's a minute left in that Dolphins game. Like I said, about 5:50 left in this Jets game. Patriots 32, Browns 13, 4 minutes left in that one. Eagles 38, Giants 20, about 2:40 left in that one. Bills 40, Panthers 9. The Bills and Panthers, that just went to the 2-minute warning. That's about to be 3rd down for the Jets here. Bears 16, Ravens 23. Ravens trying to put this away. 1st and goal from Chicago's 2-yard line after the timeout. Texans 26, Niners 15. They just went to the 2-minute warning, so we'll get all that. It's 31. Jets have the ball on the Cincinnati 16. When we come back, we will get the update from that game and all of the others. Stay tuned for the 4 o'clock window. Stay tuned for the post game. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, just in time. As always, up to the minute update stats. Mason Taylor, we weren't sure if he was going to play today, and the Jets just tied the game. Justin Fields to Mason Taylor. Oh, no, it was Breece Hall to Mason Taylor. How about that? A little trickery. Breece Hall, 2 rushing touchdowns and a passing touchdown as the Jets look to get their first win in the Aaron Glenn era. Obviously, they're going to have to kick the field goal here, and there's a minute 54 left. All the timeouts left for the Bengals. So we'll get an update in that one. Like I said, it is now 39. The extra point is good. 39 Jets, 38 Bengals, 1:54 left. All 3 timeouts for the Bengals. We've seen this before with this Jets team. Can they close, get their first win of the season, and their first win in the Aaron Glenn era? Somebody who didn't need to take long to get his first win with a new team, Mike Vrabel, as now the Patriots are getting ready to go 6-2 and 2-2 at home. And more on that, Alan Siegel has got you covered from Foxborough.
Well, Anthony, I'll tell you something. If I told you before the game that Myles Garrett was going to have 5 sacks and other pressures in that game, you would have said, well, the Cleveland Browns are going to do a pretty good job against the Patriots. But it didn't happen. The Patriots took a 9-7 lead right at the end of the first half and then went for naught off to the races in the second half as they beat the Cleveland Browns 32-13. There's still 45 seconds left to go, but the Patriots are in victory formation. Drake May, 18 for 24 for 282 yards and 3 touchdowns. He did throw a pick. And the Patriots, as a team, ran for 180 yards, and they have now won 5 games in a row. They go to 6-2. As you mentioned during the broadcast, they are 2-2 at home, 4-0 on the road. They have Atlanta next week, and then a game in 2 weeks against Tampa Bay, which could be interesting. So the Patriots are the hottest team in the league right now with 5 straight wins after their 32-13 win over the Cleveland Browns, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan, and an impressive win. You know, with the way the Falcons look today, the Patriots playing the Falcons next week, that Tampa Bay game in 2 weeks could be a battle of 2 first-place teams, 2 two-loss teams. Very impressive. Like I said, if you're just joining us, the close game of the window, Jets 39, Bengals 38, 1:54 left. The Bengals are taking the field right now from their 25, and Joe Flacco completes a pass to Jamar Chase for about 8 yards. We'll update that as that continues to go. Some finals around the league. Texans 26, Niners 15, Bills 40, Panthers 9, Eagles 28, Giants 20. The devastating Cam Skattebo injury in that one. Saquon Barkley surviving an injury scare in that one. And Chase Brown rushes for the first down as they get to about the 48, maybe the 44 in the Bengals territory. Like I said, so 38-20, Eagles over the Giants. Patriots 32-13 over the Browns, as we just heard from Allen. Dolphins 34, Falcons 10. Earlier this week, the Chargers decimated the Vikings 37-10. J.J. McCarthy back next week for the Vikings, it looks like. So Nico is happy. Michigan fans and Viking fans also happy there as well. Joe Flacco dropping back and almost intercepted. They got the ball across the line. They put the field goal range line. It was about 3 yards past that into double coverage. I think it was, we'll see who it is in a second, but it was in the double coverage across the middle, would have gotten them to about the 38. The two Jets defenders, they hit him. Adams comes across as the third defender after the pass breakup and almost picks it off in a diving attempt. So we'll see as this one continues. This is the game to watch right now, as we all expected. I was mocking the line for it only being 5.5, and here we are laughing at me. And, if you're a Jets fan, you're laughing at, the landscape of the NFL. The Bengals are about to take a timeout there after a failed play. Everybody else is final. One more time for you. Texans 26, Niners 15, Ravens 30, Bears 26, Bills 40, Panthers 9, Eagles 38, Giants 20, Patriots 32, Browns 13, the Dolphins 34 to 10 over the Falcons. Tua 20 of 26, 205 yards, 4 touchdowns. Devon Achane 18 carries, 67 yards. He also had a receiving touchdown in this one. And Jalen Waddle, 5 catches, 99 yards for a touchdown. Big stat getters of the day. Like Allen told us, Myles Garrett, 5 sacks. He blows past the milestone today. He's now up to 112.5 sacks in his career. He's now 1 behind Calais Campbell and one behind or two behind J.J. Watt to move into 25th and 24 respectively. So we'll monitor that. Derrick Henry finished the day with, let me get the exact update. Derrick Henry finished the day with 71 yards, so he is now not much behind his big milestone. He was 138 yards coming into the day, 78, so he's got about 60-plus more yards to go to get to 12,000, and we have got what may be the final blow in this Jets-Bengals game as we get ready for the 4 o'clock window. A big play over. It is 4th and 9 from the Bengals' 45-yard line. Joe Flacco drops back, tries to hit the receiver over the middle for a, probably would have needed a little bit of a run. He was getting bared down. Actually, that was led up to the 4th down. On the 3rd down leading up to the 4th down, Joe Flacco throws it left with pressure in his face, misses Jamar Chase, and then, like I said, pass across the middle, broken up, and that means the Jets will take over after a week of comments and injuries, the owner saying what he said, the coach and QB having to defend it, Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner hurt, and the Jets walk away 39-38 victorious over the Bengals. The Bengals now move to 3-5 and 2-2 at home. The Jets go to 1-7 and 1-2 on the road. A big win for Aaron Glenn and co. Joe Flacco and that offense played really well. If you would have told me that the Bengals put up 38 points today, I would have told you they won the game. And the Jets defy the odds. Another big offensive performance for Justin Fields. Reminiscent of Week 1. So a big W for the Jets in this one. Kicking off right now, Bucks, Saints. That game is underway. Saints have the ball at the 47-yard line after Spencer Rattler hits a pass to Shaheed for 10 yards. Denton Day did point out to watch guys who are on the trade block, and Shaheed is definitely a guy. Shaheed is definitely a guy to watch there, as he could be had from all intents and purposes from the reports. So we'll continue to monitor that. We've got Cowboys-Broncos, our marquee matchup of the 4 o'clock window, kicking off at 4:25. And the big spread of the day, Colts 14.5-point favorites over the Titans. That also kicks off at 4:25. Later tonight, Packers-Steelers in Aaron Rodgers' big, I guess you want to say revenge game against the Packers. Packers 4-1-1, Steelers 4-2. And Monday night will be Commanders-Chiefs, Battles of the Seas. Mahomes versus a Jaden Daniels Commanders team. The final scores around the league, once again, Chargers 37, Vikings 10. That was Thursday night. A lot of blowouts, so bear with me. Dolphins 34, Falcons 10. Texans 26, Niners 15. C.J. Stroud 30 of 39, 318 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ravens, without Lamar Jackson, a late Lamar Jackson scratch. They win 30-16. Derrick Henry, 21 carries, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 71 yards. 7 catches from Rome Odunze, 114 yards. 25 of 38, 285 yards for Caleb Williams and an interception. The Bills beat the brakes off of the Panthers on the road. Bills go to 5-2. And 2-1 on the road. Panthers go to 4-4, 3-1 at home, losing their first home game. They lose 40-9. Andy Dalton struggled, 16 of 24, 175 yards in the air and an interception. Josh Allen, very little that he needed to do. He did add 2 rushing touchdowns. He had a passing touchdown, 12 of 19, 163 yards. Right now, not even a question. It's going to take a big performance from someone in this 4 o'clock window to surpass him, but James Cook is right now our early player of the game favorite. 19 carries, 216 yards, 2 touchdowns. Mitch Trubisky even got into this one. That's how you know it was a big blowout. And then we have the Eagles win 38-20. Saquon Barkley, a massive game today. 4 catches, 24 yards, and a touchdown. 14 carries, 150 yards, and a touchdown. Dallas Goedert, 3 catches, 28 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts throws 4 touchdown passes on 15 of 23, adds 179 yards, sacked 4 times for 28 yards. Cam Scatterbu, the sad news from this game, injured, devastating ankle injury. He caught a touchdown pass early on. Jackson Dart, 14 of 24, 193 yards and a touchdown. Tyrone Tracy, 39 yards on the ground. They couldn't get much going. They did have a bunch of sacks, and we will monitor. Once we get a definitive news on what the injury actually is for Cam Scatterbu, we will update you there. And actually, we do have it. A dislocated ankle was that. It was very gruesome. I don't recommend looking up that. Patriots 32, Browns 13. Drake May, a beast. He goes 18 of 24, 282 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception, 7 carries, 50 yards. Travion Henderson, 10 carries, 75 yards. Ramondre Stevenson, 14 carries, 34 yards. No rushing touchdowns in this one. Mac Hollins, 7 catches for 89 yards. Kayshon Boutte, 3 catches, 75 yards, and a touchdown. Stephon Diggs gets his first Patriots touchdown. Hunter Henry gets a touchdown today as well. On the other side, Dylan Gabriel, 2 interceptions, 2 touchdowns on 21 of 35, 156 yards in that one. Malachi Corley, just to show how poorly that was, did not mean the rhyme. Corley, poorly, I am a rapper. Malachi Corley, 1 rush for 31 yards, leads the day for the Bengals. The Browns on the ground. Quinshon Judkins, 9 carries for 19 yards. A tough day. A Browns receiving core that had a lot of different guys get involved last week, this week. 10 of the 21 completions going to the tight ends. 6 of 62. Harold Fannin Jr., a touchdown. David Njoku, 4 catches, 37 yards, and a touchdown. 5 catches for Dylan Sampson as he gets 29 yards. Quinshon Judkins, disappointing day, also in the air, 3 catches for negative 2 yards. Myles Garrett, 5 sacks, and they still lost. The most sacks by a mile now for a player under the age of 30 in the history of the game, or since 1982 was the stat, but I'm sure that's when they really started tracking those things. And the upset of the day, Bengals 38, Jets 39, a very somber day for the Jets family as the great Nick Mangold passed away. And, the Jets are able to pull out a victory for Nick Mangold and his family as, again, our thoughts, our prayers, our love is with the family, his extended Jets family. And they had a big day. Breece Hall, 1 pass, 4 yards, and a touchdown. He had 2 rushing touchdowns, 18 carries for 133 yards. He caught 2 catches as well. Isaiah Davis, 7 carries, 65 yards. He also had 5 catches, 44 yards. Tyler Johnson, 3 catches, 64 yards, and a touchdown. Mason Taylor, the big decisive touchdown from Breece Hall, 5 catches, 34 yards, and a touchdown. So a big day all around for the Jets. And, I know Jet fans wanted to see them run the ball. They ran the ball today. We've got a big 4 o'clock matchup as Bucks, Saints. That game's underway, well underway. There's about 11 minutes left in the first quarter there. It's scoreless. The Bucks came into the game 3.5-point favorites on the road. Titans at Colts. Colts 14.5-point favorites at home. Cowboys at Broncos, our matchup of the window. Broncos 3.5-point favorites at home, wearing the sexy throwbacks. We did get to see the sexy Kelly Green throwbacks from the Eagles earlier. Anthony Gallo, stay right here. Gridiron Game Day will be right back. We got post-game sound. We've got all the 4 o'clock window action. Anthony Gallo back after this.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes. 1 o'clock window down. 4 o'clock window in swing. Well, not full swing because we still got to wait for the 4:25 kickoffs. But Bucks, Saints, they're about 8:34 left in the first quarter. They're going as we will get a lot of player sound. We spoke to Jalen Waddle. We'll hear from Jalen Waddle. We will update all of these games. We speak to Jody at 6 o'clock. So a lot to get to here as well. Post-game sound, player interviews, 4 o'clock window, all of that. So we got the Broncos wearing the sexy, orange jersey, blue helmet throwbacks. And we've got the Cowboys visiting them. The Broncos are 3.5-point favorites. Like I said, the biggest spread of the day, 14.5 points for the Colts. And the Bucks and Saints are, tied right now, scoreless. And we will get that as well. A lot of player interviews to come as well. A jam-packed 1 o'clock window with that exciting Jets finish as well. Coming into the day, we spoke to Alan earlier with the Patriots and about how shocked we were. Not that we doubted this Patriots team, but they are now 6-2, came into the day 5-2. They're 2-2 at home in first place. They gear up for a game against the Falcons in 2 weeks, a big game against the Buccaneers. So a lot to look forward to in Patriots country. And it feels like every week someone else gets involved for the Patriots. And this week it was a lot of different guys getting involved in the passing attack and the rushing attack. And specifically so, we are joined by Hunter Henry, coming up big today, both in the passing game, in the blocking game. Hunter, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
It's funny because we have our updates every segment as something's going on, and Alan's updating about how you're doing a great job trying to contain the monster that is Myles Garrett, and right off cue, you come up with a big touchdown. How do you stay ready, both focusing on stopping Myles Garrett, but also being a productive part of the pass game?
Yeah, it was obviously a big task for us. He still was pretty productive in a lot of ways. But that's just the guy you got to pay attention to. And, it was big on us to just try to help in any way we could, mix up different looks on him, but he still be able to be productive. But, we were just able to continue to chop away and continue to fight and continue to go at it. And it's just proud of the guys.
And you guys are now 6-2. You could be a little bit better. Obviously, some early hiccups going on. What's the credit? New coach, a lot of new pieces in that locker room. What can you speak to the hot start for you guys?
No, I feel like we learned a lot about ourselves early. We came out the gates a little slow in the season, but been able to, play some good football here and take advantage of things. And defense is playing good. We're able to execute in some situations. It's been really, really good. And just be able to sustain drives. Obviously, we could have been bigger today. We were not able to score enough in the red zone a little bit. We need to execute a little bit better. But it's a really good defense, and we knew it was going to be a tough day.
Oh, credit! What can you say to Drake May's growth in year 2? Your offense is high flying right now. What have you seen from the second-year quarterback?
Yeah, just a lot of confidence, man. Just tough guy. He's continuing to plug away and continuing to fight, and it wasn't maybe going like we wanted to early, but credit to him to just keep plugging away, keep fighting. He did a lot of good things for us. He's just continuing to do a lot of great things for us. It's a lot of fun to play with him.
Hunter, thank you for the time. Enjoy the win.
All right, man.
Hunter Henry, Patriots 32, Browns 13. We'll have all the player interviews as we go along. A big day for him. And, listen, you see that Myles Garrett had 5 sacks today, but overall they only had 6 sacks, and they all came from, one of the best, if not the best right now in the game when it comes to pass rushes. And, Hunter Henry with a big touchdown catch late in that game to extend that game and really take a lot of pressure off the offense. And talking about good pass rushes, obviously Myles Garrett as a singular guy, great pass rush. This Broncos team, one of the best pass rushes in the game. And to set the scene, Cowboys, Broncos, from the Mile High City, Bruce Morton's got more for us.
Harvey back to return. Good afternoon. We are just about to start. Denver won the toss and elected to receive. So we'll see what the Broncos do with their first possession. The Broncos have not done well on their first possession in the last 5 games, 4 punts and 1 fumble. They will try to do better than that today. This will be an intriguing matchup. The Cowboys offense, which has been cooking. The Cowboys have been averaging 31 points a game. They go up against a Bronco defense, which allows 18 a game, the fourth best in the league. Weather forecast today, mostly cloudy with temperatures topping out in the high 60s, but no chance of rain. We're just about to start Broncos and Cowboys.
Thank you so much, Bruce, as we continue to monitor all these games. As we said, the Bucs-Saints game is underway, about 3:30 left in the first quarter. On third down, it looks like the Saints will end up having the punt. That one's still scoreless. The Broncos receive the kick. Bo Nix looking for his 9th straight victory at home. And, we've had a lot of, great jersey day, by the way. You got the Kelly Greens from the Eagles. The Broncos wearing the orange, crush jerseys with the blue helmets. The cool, I don't know what jerseys they are, but those cool Texans jerseys they wore today. So a good jersey day. And let's hope this window is a little bit more, closer than the first window. Thankfully for the Jets-Bengals game, if you missed it, Jets 39 over the Bengals 38. The Jets scored 23 fourth quarter points to come back and win that one, winning it on a Breece Hall halfback pass to Mason for the big touchdown. Breece Hall, 18 carries, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, and added that touchdown pass as well. So interesting stat they're showing here on the Broncos-Cowboys game. Cowboys give them 143 yards on the ground. Broncos only rushing 173. And then we will speak to more players as we go. And we are joined, a big blowout, a lot of blowouts today. 40-9, Bills knock off the Panthers. They start off the bye week very good, 5-2, and we are joined by one of the defensive stalwarts on that team, big defensive performance. AJ Epinesa joins us. AJ, what's going on?
Oh, having a good time, guys. How are you doing?
Good. So today you guys led by your defense. You gave your quarterback the day off between the running back and the defense. First with the defense, what can you credit? Every week it feels like you guys have a new matchup, tough matchup, but you're able to come up big with different guys performing all week. How do you stay ready and stay as a unit?
We just harp on the fundamentals all week long, and we try to make games not too big and not too small. We try to keep everything in perspective. Doing that helps us keep things in the correct light to where, things aren't too big, too small. And so we can kind of keep that mentality of that go zone, stay in that flow state and not really make things bigger than they need to be.
And I know we got the news like a little bit later in the week, but how do you stay prepared also for a different quarterback? Obviously, we weren't sure about what Breece Young's status was. Andy Dalton plays. You guys handled them well. How do you, game plan? Is it game planning for both quarterbacks? Are you just, going with the ebbs and the flows as the news comes out?
I think we just react when the news comes out, and we just try to do the best we can with what resources we have. But once we heard that Dalton was playing, I don't think necessarily the plan had changed other than, he's a veteran, so he might be a little more savvy with certain things. And the other quarterback, 9, he does a really good job at staying in the pocket and some other good things. So there were some similarities, but, the plan would still be basically the same.
So James Cook's contract was a big talking point of the offseason, and obviously he's here to stay. How important is he to this team?
Oh, man. He deserves every penny. He plays his butt off every single snap. He always gives his best effort. And his juice and energy for the team. It's where it needs to be as a leader and as someone who's considered such a great player as he is. He does everything the right way. So it's easy when you're his teammate to cheer for him because he's enjoyable to have around and he's a hell of a football player.
AJ, good luck the rest of the season. Thanks for the time.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys.
Bills 40, Panthers 9. AJ Epinesa joined us right there. He had a sack and a tackle for a loss today, a couple of QB hits as well. So a big day all around for that Bills team. We'll come back. We'll have more interviews with the players. We'll update these games as they continue to go along. Bo Nix with a big interception early. Bucks have the ball, 2nd and 7 from their own 11 as they try to get on the board against the Saints. Cowboys will take over at midfield. Colts already threatening 1st and 10 from Tennessee's 29. We'll be right back. We'll update all the 4 o'clock windows. We'll have some post-game interviews Also, all that, Anthony Gallo. First, Pete McCarthy with an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony. Giants rookie running back Cam Scatterbo suffered an apparent serious ankle injury in the Giants' 38-20 loss to the Eagles. Scatterbo was carted off. Former Giants running back Saquon Barkley went off for 150 yards rushing for Philadelphia, as well as 2 touchdowns. The Jets could smell their first win of the year, and they went to a trick play at the goal line.
Ball. Boy, thought about it, now tosses to the end zone, he's got Taylor for the Jets touchdown.
Spiro Ditas says, heard on CBS, the Jets defense then holding off Joe Flacco and the Bengals for a 39-38 win. And yeah, that was running back Breece Hall throwing that pass. Aaron Glenn earns his first win as a head coach, and meaningful on a deeper level with Jets legend Nick Mangold dying hours earlier at just 41 years old. The Patriots improved to 6-2, steamrolling the Browns 32-13. Drake May throwing 3 touchdowns in the New England win. The Bills are a half game behind after destroying the Panthers in Charlotte 40-9. The Ravens earned their second win, defeating the Bears 30-16. Derrick Henry scoring 2 rushing touchdowns. He passes Walter Payton for 5th on the all-time rushing touchdowns list. The Texans topped the 49ers 26-15. The Dolphins earned their second win 34-10. Against the Falcons. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers makes his long-anticipated first career start against his old team, the Green Bay Packers. Both the Packers and Steelers hunting for a 5th win on the season in Pittsburgh tonight. As for the 3 later window games, all are scoreless at this point. The Cowboys and Broncos, Titans, Colts have just started up. The Buccaneers, Saints are almost at the end of the first quarter with no score. NBA, Luka Doncic is out for tonight's Lakers game against the Kings. Doncic has a left finger sprain and a lower left leg contusion. LeBron James, of course, also out for Los Angeles. The latest AP poll is out. Vanderbilt climbs to 9. The top 6 is unchanged, with Ohio State leading Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia to round out the top 5. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Check out our new and improved website at infinitysportsnet.com. That's infinitysportsnet.com.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back. Week 8. The 1 o'clock window, done. The 4 o'clock window, in full swing. And we've got a lot to get to. Cowboys at the third. It's 3rd and goal from the Denver 6. We will get an update there. Pat Surtain, a couple plays ago, goes up, breaks up a play against George Pickens, came off the field. We're still waiting to see if he comes back. I do not think he was back on the field for that 4th down, for the 3rd down breakup in that one. So the Cowboys will be forced to punt. A great dive by, I think it was Brandon Jones there to break it up, and the Cowboys field goal is good. So we'll get an update there. Colts 3, Titans 0. The Colts kicked a field goal as we were in break. And Bucs and Saints into the second quarter. That game is also scoreless. We spoke to Jalen Waddle, or we will hear from Jalen Waddle. We spoke to A.J. Epineza and a few others earlier, Hunter Henry from the Patriots. So you can always go back on the Odyssey app and use the rewind function as well. And we will do that as well. But first we hear from our guy on the Dolphins. Dolphins win a big one. They come away with the 34-10 victory on the road, and Jalen Waddle joins us right now. Jalen, how do you credit this group? A lot of outside noise, a lot going on, whether it's the quarterback or the head coach, just noise surrounding the team, trade deadline. How do you credit this group for sticking together?
Yeah, man, I just credit to the guys we have in the locker room, the captains that we have on the team. Mike McDaniel. Just keeping our heads straight forward and, not allowing the outside noise to, impact the weeks, knowing that, it's a lot of games left.
So everyone got involved. You had 4 different guys catch a touchdown pass today, including yourself, Tua getting everyone involved. How do you just, what's the credit to the locker room as far as everyone staying ready for their moment in every moment?
Oh yeah, man. We got the same confidence in all our players to go out there and make plays. I think our O-line played great, and we had a great plan and run game with A-Chain getting his touches and making plays. So everyone play like that makes it easy for everyone to get involved and make plays.
What can you say to Mike McDaniels? He's got a lot of pressure on him right now. People calling for his job. Obviously, that's not true till it happens. What can you say about Mike and just the locker room sticking by the coach?
Yeah, man. Everyone loves Mike, and he's doing a great job of keeping everyone focused and and having our 1 week 1-0 mindset through all the noise and everything that's been happening this year.
Your season's far from over as a team, but we spoke about the outside noise. You also have to deal with people just floating your name out there in trade rumors. How do you stay focused every week?
Yeah, I never really hear too much about it, honestly. But it's the NFL, and around the time of the trade deadline, that's just part of the game.
Jalen, enjoy the victory. Enjoy your teammates. Have a great day, dude.
You already know it. Appreciate it.
Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins. Dolphins 34, Falcons 10, 5 catches, 99 yards, and a big touchdown. Let's get an update from some of these games. First, Cowboys, Broncos. Bruce Morton's got more from Mile High.
Yes, we have 9:12 to go in the first quarter, and the score is 3-0 in favor of the Cowboys. Cornerback Triquez Bridges picked off Bo Nix on the Broncos' first possession at the Dallas 40 and returned it to the Cowboy 48. Thanks in large part to a 30-yard pass from Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys moved into scoring position. They got down to the 1, but a false start pushed the ball back to the 6, and the Cowboys had to settle for a Brandon Aubrey 24-yard field goal. So in the last 6 games for the Broncos, on their first 6 possessions, they've punted 4 times, fumbled once, and thrown an interception once. The Broncos are now looking at 3rd and 2 from their 34. We have 9:07 to go. First quarter, Cowboys lead Broncos 3-0.
And thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Indianapolis as Cam Ward tries to knock off the exciting offense of the Indianapolis Colts, and Andrew Smith has more from Lucas Oil Stadium.
The Colts have a 3-0 lead with 5:43 to go in the opening quarter as Indy took the opening kickoff and methodically drove down the field, 4 first downs, 3 of them on Daniel Jones passes, 2 to Josh Downs, 1 for 19 yards to Alec Pierce. However, a throwback screen to Ashton Dulin got blown up, led to an 8-yard loss. The Colts had to settle for a 43-yard field goal from Michael Badgley. Tennessee was able to drive out to midfield, but a sack of Cam Ward on 3rd and 6 at the 50 has the Titans punting the ball to the Colts, and so Indy will take over, leading 3-0 here with 5 minutes and 3 seconds to go in the opening quarter.
Thank you so much, Andrew, as we monitor that one. The Broncos they got a couple teams in the red zone. Broncos threw a deep pass to Franklin. I thought they were in the red zone there for a second. Pat Surtain is on the sideline. So, again, much like Saquon Barkley earlier, he was not sent to the locker room, so we'll see what's up with him. 2nd and 10 for the Broncos from Dallas's 40 after an incomplete deep pass to Troy Franklin. The Bucs are on the New Orleans 1-yard line trying to break the scoreless tie. It is 3rd and goal for them, and a big run here from R.J. Harvey, and it's going to turn into a big play, and we'll get an update on that as soon as possible. The Colts 3, the Titans 0, and Daniel Jones 5 of 7, 42 yards. A little update, I whiffed on the Bengals pick, whiffed on the Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown pick, so we got to hope that the other ones hit as well. But Broncos are now, in after a big run from R.J. Harvey, which we'll get the exact update on that and confirmation in that game. The Bucs are on the 1-yard line. It looks like they may have been stalled, so we'll see if that ends up being a touchdown or not, or if they go for it on 4th and 1 from the goal line. and that will, break the scoring tie in that one. Colts, like we said, 3, Titans, nothing. Let's get an update on the early window for this fantasy day. James Cook, like I said, 33.6 on the ground. 33.6. This is a PPR league, so 33.6 points. James Cook, 19 carries, 216 yards, 2 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, 33.4, 14 carries, 150 yards, and a touchdown. 4 receptions, 24 yards, and a touchdown. So 2 touchdowns each. Barkley, 1 on the air, 1 on the ground, both for Cook on the ground. Breece Hall doing it all today. 1 for 1, a passing touchdown, which led to the win. 18 carries, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, and 2 catches for 14 yards. That gets him 32.86 points. Drake May leading all the quarterbacks, 26.28 for him. Chase Brown, 25.5. Jalen Hurts, 25.36. Earlier in the week, Justin Herbert at 25.28. Joe Flacco, 24.32. So a big day for the QBs. Jamar Chase, 21.1. We spoke to Jalen Waddle moments ago, 20.9. And Lad McConkey had 20.8. Let's get an update. Let's see if the Bucs were able to punch it in from the 1-yard line. More on that. Our guy, Les East from New Orleans.
Yeah, the Bucs were not able to punch it in. They tried 4 times from the 1-yard line. In fact, 5 if you count a penalty on the Saints defense on the first try. They did not. They did not throw a pass. They kept trying to run the ball in from the 1-yard line. Failed 4 times. The Saints had a chance to score in the first possession of the game, but Spencer Rattler fumbled, and Levante David recovered for the Bucs at their 32. So both teams have had an opportunity but not been able to score. The game remains scoreless. 7:23 left to go in the second quarter.
Thank you, Les, and we will jump back down to the Caesars Superdome in a bit. That Saints defense coming up with a big stop right there as they are 1-6, trying to go to 2-6, trying to go to 2-3 at home. The Bucs trying to go to 6-2 and 4-1 on the road. We mentioned how the Bucs and the Patriots play in a couple weeks. Both very good road teams. So we will see how that goes for them going forward. In that Broncos game, like I said, a big run. R.J. Harvey, 1 carry, 40 yards for the touchdown. That gets the Broncos on the board. They are now up 7-3 as the Cowboys are about to take over after the ensuing kickoff, as they will get that ball to about the 26, 27-yard line. And we will see if Pat Surtain is going to come out for this defensive drive. The Broncos trying to build off of their second in 3 weeks, I guess 4 weeks now, their second exciting fourth quarter comeback, first against the Eagles in week 5, and then in week 7 against the Giants in even more historic fashion to win 33-2 or 33-32. The Cowboys trying to get over 500 as they are 3-3-1, 1-3 on the road though. So it'll be a big win for big win for both of these teams, obviously going forward, as they do not. The Cowboys want to keep pace with the Eagles, and the Broncos want to try and stay ahead of the Chiefs and Chargers, as those teams are currently battling them for the division. The Chargers holding the tiebreaker over both the Chiefs and the Broncos. And it looks like Pat Surtain is back out there. He, 2024 Defensive Player of the Year, so would have been a massive letdown and loss for the Broncos if he wasn't in there. And it looks like we are going to get a penalty in that one. Daniel Jones scrambling for a couple of yards to make that 2nd and 7 from Indy's 41 as they try to build on their lead. Some of the statistics early on. Spencer Rattler, 8 of 8, 62 yards. Tucker for the Bucs, he has 4 carries for 26 yards. The way he wears his pads with that number 44 on his back, he kind of looked like Mike Alston running the ball earlier. Bigger pads, was, trucked into a couple guys. It was the first thing I thought when I saw it. Abuka has 1 catch for 24 yards. In the Broncos game, Dak is 2 for 4 with 38 yards. The big pass, 1 catch to CeeDee Lamb for 29 yards. And R.J. Harvey, like we said, 1 carry, 40 yards for a touchdown on big play here in the Bucs game. As I give credit to Spencer Rattler, there is a consequential play in this one, and we'll see what that means if it is confirmed, if the penalty flag is picked up. But a big play in Bucs Saints. Colts get the first down after a Jonathan Taylor 15-yard run between the tackle and the left guard to get them to Tennessee's 44. It is now Colts 3, Titans 0, or it was that. And it is 3rd and 5 for Dak Prescott and co., and he is mobbed by this scary, historically paced Broncos pass rush, and it'll be 4th down for them as it looks like John Franklin Myers with the sack, but I mean, you could have given 9 half sacks on that one. Les East has got an update, though. Like I said, big play in Bucs Saints, and Les has got more for us.
Yeah, the Bucs defense did what neither offense had been able to do previously. After the goal line stand by the Saints, on 2nd and 1 from the 10-yard line, Spencer Rattler's pass is deflected and intercepted by Anthony Nelson, the outside linebacker. He runs 4 yards for a touchdown, and it's the first score of the game. Tampa takes a 7-0 lead, 6:41 left in the second quarter. Spencer Rattler, who had 3 interceptions and a lost fumble against the Bears last week, already has that pick 6 and a lost fumble in today's game.
Thank you so much, Les. And that, right after Spencer Rattler was off to the hot start, he immediately throws that tip pass, and the Bucs get on the board. Like we all drew it up with their defense first. The Colts now into the red zone. It is 1st and 10 for Tennessee. Jonathan Taylor, this time off the right side, off the tackle, gets a big 11-yard gain, bouncing off a couple of defenders before being taken down by Diggs of Tennessee. So they are now on the 19, about 15 seconds left in the first quarter for them. And Daniel Jones will hand the ball back off to Jonathan Taylor as he bounces to the outside in that one. We'll get an update on that as soon as that play, they cut away from it, so I didn't see how it ended, as soon as that play is confirmed. But in the red zone, the Colts are there trying to get on the board. Broncos 7, Cowboys 3. Broncos with the big 40-yard run from R.J. Harvey. Cowboys getting 3 points off the Bo Nix interception. Big pass to CeeDee Lamb for 29 yards, set up that field goal prior to the R.J. Harvey touchdown. Like we just heard from Les, Bucs 7, Saints 0. Spencer Rattler 8 of 9, 62 yards. The 1 pick 6 being the blemish for them. I think it was Anthony Nelson with the touchdown in that one. I'll tell you in 1 second. It was, yes, Anthony Nelson. The sack. He has a sack, a tackle for a loss, interception, and now the touchdown to go with it. So he's already off to a fast start in that one. Jonathan Taylor, we do have confirmation, bounced off the right side. 3 big runs of double digits, and the third one being a big touchdown for the Colts. We'll be right back. We'll update all these games. We'll hear from some more players. Maybe we'll get some coach sounds, podium sound, all that. Anthony Gallo, stick right here. Gridiron Game Day. Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM, and YouTube. Be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we are fully underway in this 4 o'clock window. In an hour, the great, the man, the myth, the legend, Jody McMahon McDonald. Jody Mack joins us to break down all of the 1 o'clock window, react to the 4 o'clock window, and to preview the primetime games as we get some updates here. Colts 10, Titans 0. Titans have the ball at midfield, about Colts 49-yard line. It's 2nd and 13 for Cam Ward and co. as he almost fumbled away a snap moments ago. And he drops back to pass, scrambles to his right, and tries to avoid getting tackled and completes it for what looks like I'm not sure what that is. I think it's going to be a 5. Now it looks like they're trying to fight for the ball as if it might have been a fumble. But that looks about a 4-yard catch to Spears, as that'll set up a 3rd and 6 from the Colts' 42-yard line. Actually, a beautiful play by Cam Ward. Avoids the tackle, throws it across his body. Oh, it was a fumble, I think, unless they ruled him down, but it was recovered by the Titans. And we'll get a confirmation on that as soon as possible. If you missed any of it, we spoke to Jalen Waddle. We spoke to A.J. Epineza. We spoke to Hunter Henry. You can all listen to that on the Odyssey app. Use the rewind function on now 3rd and 6 for Cam Ward and co. As, again, he is trying to avoid the sack, and he does, and he runs for about a 3-yard gain, so that'll set up 4th down. There's a flag on the play, though. I think it is, let's see, you can never trust the sidelines, but the Titans are pointing towards the Colts on that one. As Mike McCoy and co. Try to get their first victory as interim head coach. While we were in break, the Broncos took over on a punt from the Cowboys, and they drove down the field. Bo Nix ended up completing the drive with a 25-yard pass to Troy Franklin for a big touchdown. It was a 4-play, 62-yard drive, a couple penalties, but a 16-yard pass, a 10-yard pass, and a 25-yard pass. In between that, a 21-yard run, all set up the big pass to Troy Franklin, and the incompletion across the middle. Not a deep ball earlier, so they're clearly trying to open up the passing game. As you know, Bo Nix has statistically been one of the worst downfield passers, missing a lot of open guys. So obviously they want to keep at that because the targets are there. So you hope that they start falling. And we got a big play here in Tennessee as the Titans offense continues to build on this drive. We'll get an update there from our guy Andrew Smith in a moment. But that was a big drive from the Titans as they try to do anything to get a victory. After losing Callahan, he got fired as coach, and now Mike McCoy in there trying to simplify the offense for not just Cam Ward, but probably the entire team. So we'll get a confirmation on that big play there, as it could have a big implications. And we got 1st and 10 here for the Cowboys after a Dak Prescott scramble to the right for 5 yards to continue to play. Pat Surtain, like I said, if you missed it, he was out. He's back in. He came in the last defensive drive. So Broncos country can release that collective gasp that they had earlier. 4th and 7 for the Bucs on Tampa Bay 16 as they get ready to punt. That game has just hit the 2-minute warning in the second quarter. For timing updates, the Cowboys-Broncos game, there's about 1:41 left in the first. Titans-Colts is 11:19 left in the half, and as I said, they just hit the 2-minute warning. In Bucs-Saints, if you missed the Bucs lone touchdown, the lone scoring of that game, Anthony Nelson tipped a ball up into the air, picked it off, and trucked over Spencer Rattler to score the touchdown. He has a sack, a tackle for a loss, and an interception for a touchdown to get the scoring on the board there. Let's go out to Denver, though, as Cowboys and Broncos are battling it out, and Bruce Morton has more for us.
All right, Anthony, we have about 1:30 to go in the first quarter, and the Broncos lead 14-3. Whether in pass pro or opening holes for the backs, the Bronco offensive line is bullying its opponent. Denver already has 156 yards of offense. As for the scoring, after a 24-yard Brandon Aubrey field goal for Dallas, Denver responded when R.J. Harvey found a hole, then eased his way 40 yards to the house. After a Cowboy punt, the Broncos moved 62 yards in 4 plays, capped by a 25-yard pass from Bo Nix to college teammate Troy Franklin. And that's where we are now. The Cowboys are trying to respond. They have just crossed midfield, and they're at about the 45-yard line of the Broncos. So that's where we stand. 51 seconds to go. First quarter, Broncos lead Cowboys 14-3.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Indianapolis as we've got a score in that one. Andrew Smith has got the update for us.
Yeah, the Tennessee Titans have just scored to cut the Indianapolis Colts lead to 10-7. Earlier, Jonathan Taylor had 5 carries for 50 yards on a 73-yard touchdown drive that put the Colts up 10-0. He had the last 18 of those for the score. But just a moment ago, Tyjae Spears, a 41-yard run on 3rd down and 6, brought the Titans to the 1-yard line. And from there, Cam Ward hit Gunnar Helm wide open in the end zone for a 1-yard touchdown to cut the Colts lead to 10-7. Daniel Jones, 7 of 9, 62 yards. Jonathan Taylor also 62 yards rushing for the Colts. Cam Ward, 4 of 5 for 47 yards passing for Tennessee. So it's a 10-7 Colts lead with 11:14 to go in the second quarter.
And thank you so much, Andrew. It was a big run and a lot of confidence. You know what? I say this every week, and I hate to sound like a broken record. And Cam Ward has had his moments where he hasn't looked great. He's looked like a rookie. But there are moments where he looks really good. And a lot of that was on that drive. He's got the impressive arm. We know that. But the scramble to the right, that's with the throw across his body to set up the first, the 3rd down that ended up leading to a big first down play. And then that play where he scrambles on the outside, he's avoided multiple times almost getting sacked, able to lob the ball in there for a touchdown. So he has, again, shown me signs that, like, the talent is there. When they get him an offensive line and maybe some more weapons, it could end up being a big, a big day in Tennessee when that finally happens for him. I do think that they have a long way to go, but there are times where he shows these glimpses. And that's, a lot of rookie quarterback play, especially when, there's always the Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels aspect of it, or C.J. Stroud, where their rookie year, they make the playoffs. But a lot of it is you just hoping you see glimpses, or they take a jump. I thought a guy like Caleb Williams had taken a jump, and then today he's got glimpses of not taking a jump. So we see where that goes week in and week out. And, I've been critical of Bo Nix. Last week I was, firing the coach and crapping all over Bo Nix, and then they come back in the fourth quarter with a big victory. So it is, you take it play by play, game by game, but Cam Ward at times has impressed me. And on the other side of the ball, Daniel Jones, we all wrote him out. I work in New York, my full-time day, during the week job, and when I'm not hosting on here, I'm hosted on FAN, is, Giants and Jets football talk. And we had written off Daniel Jones as a collective market, and I think a lot of football fans have. We crushed the Colts for not starting Anthony Richardson, and Daniel Jones has been fantastic as of late. And we have another big defensive play in the Saints-Bucks game, as this one has, possibly gotten away from Spencer Rattler again, but we'll get confirmation as they have not confirmed this one. So we'll get an update from Les East as soon as possible. Friend of the show, Antoine Whitfield Jr., with a big play there. So we'll get the confirmation in a moment from Les. 15 minutes to go as the second quarter is just kicking off for the Broncos and Cowboys. It'll be 3rd and 20. Dallas has the ball at their own 48. And the Broncos lead 14-3. Bo Nix, 5 of 7, 88 yards and a touchdown. R.J. Harvey, a carry, 40 yards and a touchdown. Troy Franklin, 3 receptions, 61 yards and a touchdown. In the Colts game, Daniel Jones, 8 of 10 now, 73 yards after an 11-yard pass to Pittman. 6 carries, 62 yards for Jonathan Taylor. DK, 2 catches, 39 yards for the Titans, leading the way receiving-wise. Cam Ward, 4 or 5, 47 yards, and a touchdown. He's been sacked once. He has a scramble of -3. I don't think that's actually correct because I did see him earlier gain 3 yards. Tyjae Spear, 1 carry, 41 yards. Tony Pollard, 5 carries, 20 yards for them. Like I said, Tremere DK with the 2 catches for 39 yards. On the other side, Josh Downs, 2 catches, 29 yards. Alec Pierce, 1 catch, 19 yards. Michael Pittman Jr., 3 catches, 18 yards. Tyler Warren, Penn State alum, 1 catch for 15 yards. And Jonathan Taylor, as always, leading the way. Earlier, the best game of the window, shockingly, 23 points in the fourth quarter. The Jets come from behind. They beat a Bengals team 39-38. They not only get their first win of the season, Aaron Glenn gets his first win of his coaching career as a head coach, and they win it on a Breece Hall halfback pass to Mason Taylor, and we have audio from when Aaron Glenn spoke earlier. So here's Aaron Glenn at the podium.
When it comes to this game, very, very exciting. I told our guys at halftime, these are the games that I really can tell the mental and physical toughness of our team and the grit that we've been talking about that we have to play with to win these games. And throughout the season, you guys have been hearing me say we have to learn how, before you can learn how to consistently win, you have to learn how not to lose. And there was a number of things that we did today that didn't put us in a position to lose this game, but put us in a position to win this game. Penalties, no turnovers. I mean, we didn't get a takeaway, but man, our guys were fighting their ass off to try to get it. And this is a game of players making plays, especially in crucial times. And we had a number of guys that made plays at crucial times. So now it's our time to consistently do that. And all that happens the way that you go about practice. Proud of these guys, man, proud of the way they fought. We still have a long way to go. It's one win, and I hate the fact that we're 1-7, but I'm happy that we got us a win today. And we can get ready to go through this bye week and get ready for Cleveland, all right, for after this bye week. So any questions?
Hey, James.
Oh, yeah, yes. This was, and I heard about it this morning, true jet through and through. And I hate I didn't start with this because this means more to me than anything of Nick Mangold passing away. Obviously, I didn't play with him, but I was here as a scout when he was playing, and he was the heart and soul of this team. He had a number of kids, and it's always tough to hear that, especially a guy that's a true jet through and through that made his appearance felt. And I'm sure you guys seen him around a number of times. So prayers goes out to him and his family. And that's tough to hear. It's tough to hear because of who he was as a person, him being a true jet. Prayers goes out to him and his family. Questions?
Can you talk about just the second half adjustments that you made, especially being down 15 in the third quarter?
You know what? Offensively, we knew that we wanted to run the ball quite a bit against this team. And we continue to do that. That's one thing that Tanner didn't get away from is running the ball. And we knew our two guys would be able to make some yards when it comes to that. And we know our offensive line was really feeling it when it comes to coming off the ball, being physical, putting themselves in a dominant position to be able to do that. And then we want to make sure that like we created one-on-one so Justin could be able to complete some of these play-action passes. And I like the fact that he was getting the ball down the field, making these plays. When it comes to defense, man, those two guys that they have are tough to deal with. And, I mean, our guys buckled down and made sure, listen, if someone was going to beat us, it was going to be somebody else. And that's something that I've learned from Coach Belichick of playing under him and understanding exactly how he do things. Man, let's take those two guys. I mean, obviously they made some plays, but let's take those two guys out and something else have to beat us. And our guys understood that. Now, we got to do better. We got to do better. I understand that. But we did enough, especially when it was crunch time, to go win this game, which I'm proud of.
That was Aaron Glenn at the podium post-game, his first career victory as NFL head coach on a somber day for the Jets as we remember the life of Nick Mangold, who passed away earlier today from complications of kidney disease. We'll be back. We'll update all the 4 o'clock window games. We will get an update. We'll get Jody at 6 o'clock. We'll update the fantasy scoreboard. We'll update my picks, which are not good. And a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back, and we have a ton of updates to get you through this 4 o'clock window leading up to 6 o'clock when Jody joins us to finish the 4 o'clock window. And we've got a possible another score here in Denver. We'll get an update from Bruce Morton on that in a second. Some other scores. While we were in break, the Colts went down and scored, capping off a 6-play, 71-yard drive that lasted 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Daniel Jones, a deep left pass down the sidelines to Pittman for a 21-yard touchdown. The pass interference, also pass interference on was declined. Badgley, however you say it, he hit the extra point, so it is now 17-10 there. The Titans immediately went 3 and out and punted the ball. Bucks and Saints are at halftime. It is 7-3 there as the Saints kicked the field goal while we were in break, and the Cowboys now have the ball. It is 3rd and 6 from Denver's 25. They're looking to get back on the scoreboard. It is 14-3 in that one. 11-18 left in the half there. 6:14 left in the half. Colts over the Titans. Like I promised, the updated leaderboards, if you missed it earlier, from obviously all the action right now, but also the 1 o'clock games earlier. James Cook, 33.6 points. This is a standard PPR scoring system. So the fantasy leaderboards are as follows. James Cook, 33.6. Saquon Barkley, 33.4. Breece Hall, 32.86. Drake May, 26.28. Chase Brown, 25.5. Jalen Hurts, 25.36. Now the Cowboys have the ball in the red zone. It is 1st and 10 from the 17 as they run the ball. And let's get a better update from our guy, Bruce Morton, who's at Mile High. What's going on, Bruce?
All right, Anthony, we have 9:40 to go until halftime. It's 14-3 Broncos, and the Cowboys have moved the ball now down to the 11 of Denver, looking at 2nd and 4. As of right now, all the scoring in this game in the first quarter, Brandon Aubrey with a 24-yard field goal for Dallas. Then the Broncos went to work. R.J. Harvey with a 40-yard run and a 25-yard pass from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin. So right now we are looking at 2nd and 4. For the Cowboys. They are on the 11-yard line of the Broncos. Dallas trying to cut in to the Dallas lead, and as we speak, there's a penalty on the Cowboys. That is their 7th penalty on the day. Dallas really hurting itself in the penalty department. So now it'll be 2nd and 9 from the 16-yard line of the Broncos. Again, the score is Denver 14, Dallas 3.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to New Orleans as that game just went to halftime. Les East has more for us.
Happening in the last 2 minutes of the first half. The Saints turned the ball over for the 3rd time in the half when Rashid Shaheed fumbled with 1:44 left in the half. Antoine Winfield returned it 47 yards for a touchdown, an apparent touchdown, but it was ruled that there was a whistle during the return, so the ball was brought back to the spot of the recovery. Moments later, Baker Mayfield fumbled when he was sacked by Demario Davis. And the Chase Young recovered for the Saints. The Saints got 1 first down. Blake Grupe kicked a 48-yard field goal with 1 second left. And now we have gone to halftime. Tampa Bay 7, New Orleans 3.
Thank you so much, Les. And we will update that one as soon as that kicks off in the second half. And we've got a borderline. It looks like he did not get in. Jake Ferguson down at the 1 as it's now 1st and goal for the Cowboys. As they look to get this lead down to 4. Andrew Smith has more from Indianapolis as the Colts extended their lead.
Yeah, the Colts with a 17-7 lead over the Tennessee Titans as we tick inside 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. The drive that extended the Colts lead was the Michael Pittman Jr. drive. He had 3 catches for 46 yards, including a contested 21-yard touchdown reception in the corner of the end zone while also drawing a pass interference, and was able to hang on to the football. But earlier on the drive, he got a 14-yard catch in traffic where he actually bobbled the ball and caught it off the tip to bring the Colts into plus territory, and then a 20-yard pass to Tyler Warren set them up into scoring territory. Since the teams have traded 3 and outs, the Colts have just punted the ball back to Tennessee. The Titans will have the ball. They're on 22-yard line. 5:18 to go in the second quarter. The Colts leading 17-7.
Thank you so much. And Daniel Jones taking a big hit there. Not really a big hit, actually. He just got sacked by McCreary. Actually was. His head kind of hit the ground pretty hard there. And it'll be 2nd and goal for the Cowboys now after a, let's see who it was. Was it a Dak Prescott sneak? And he is snuffed, not even close to the line. And he reached the ball out. As we saw earlier with that tush push, we see Jalen Hurts reach the ball out and it not be called for a fumble when Kayvon Thibodeau snatches it away from him. So interesting to see how they call that moving forward as well. We'll get an update from Bruce Morton as soon as this drive concludes as well in that one. Bucks, little stat update on this one. They are up 7-3, all defense in this one. Spencer Rattler, 14 of 18, 126 yards with an interception. That interception going to Anthony Nelson, who had a pick six, 1 sack, 1 tackle for a loss, a pass deflection, a QB hit. So he is doing everything. Antoine Winfield Jr. had a pick six called back in that one. So he also has a fumble recovery. So 2 fumbles, both recovered by the defense. So Rashid Shaheed, he had a fumble. Spencer Rattler had a fumble in this one. Alvin Kamara, 3 carries, 12 yards, 2 catches, 24 yards. Chris Olave, 3 catches, 33 yards. So 2 guys there who could be traded. Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave, both guys who will be on the market. As we spoke earlier to Denton Day pregame, when we were doing our pick spot, and he mentioned to watch for guys who may be on the trade market. So those are 2 guys to watch. Baker Mayfield, 6 of 9, 50 yards. Very slow start for Baker. Rashad White, 11 carries, 30 yards. Sean Tucker, 5 carries, 29 yards. Sean Tucker, reminding us of another number 44 that wore the high pads for the Bucks. Emeka Ibuka, 1 catch, 24 yards. White had a catch for 9 yards. Sterling Shepard, a catch for 8 yards. Cade Otton, 2 catches for 8 yards. So we'll continue to monitor that one. They both have 3 sacks in that one, as the Bucks are trying to go to 6-2. And the Saints are just trying to stay afloat and go to 2-6. The Bucks also try to go 4-1 on the road to show how good of a road team they've actually been this year. The Titans take over after the punt, the sack on Daniel Jones, and the Titans are about to but they're about to start that drive in this one, as it is 17-10 with 5:18 left in the second quarter. Daniel Jones, 12 of 16, 131 and a touchdown. Jonathan Taylor, 7 carries, 64 yards and a touchdown. Michael Pittman Jr., 5 receptions, 53 yards and a touchdown in that one. For the Titans, Cam Ward is 5 of 8 with a touchdown and 53 yards. Tyjae Spears, 1 carry, 41 yards. Tony Pollard, 5 carries, 20 yards. Chamir Dike, 2 catches, 39 yards. So in this one, I whiffed on my 2 earlier picks, Cincinnati and the 5.5 point spread. Sorry, I am in mushmouth right now. Christian McCaffrey, anytime touchdown. So 0 for 2 on that one. RJ Harvey right now has got us in the win, but we got to see how this game ends up, because he has 2 carries for 42 yards. But I took him 40-plus rushing and receiving combined yards. Daniel Jones, 210-plus passing yards, as he is at 133, so we're well on our way there. And the Packers money line tonight. We'll continue to monitor those picks. We'll monitor the entire fantasy scoreboard. We'll get you injury updates, everything in between, all the action, all the turnovers, scoring, injury updates, all the news around the league right here on Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, and the BetMGM Network. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Giants rookie running back Cam Scatterbo suffered a gruesome dislocation of his right ankle. Players were trying to look away in the moments after it happened. Giants lose to the Eagles 38-20. Former Giants Saquon Barkley running for 150 yards and finding the end zone twice. The Eagles improve to 6-2. The Jets earned their first win of the season. Running back Breece Hall throwing for the game-winning touchdown. 39-38, Jets win in Cincinnati, scoring 23 fourth-quarter points to get it done. Aaron Glenn earning his first win as head coach.
Proud of these guys, man, proud of the way they fought. We still have a long way to go. It's one win, and I hate the fact that 1-7, but I'm happy that we got us a win today.
Especially meaningful considering the news from this morning that Jets legend Nick Mangold died at 41 years old. Ravens running back Derrick Henry passing Walter Payton for 5th place on the all-time rushing touchdowns list. Henry had 2 rushing touchdowns. Ravens beat the Bears 30-16. Texans defeat the 49ers 26-15. San Francisco falling to 5-3. The Bills blow out the Panthers 40-9, but they remain behind the Patriots in the AFC East. The Patriots defeating the Browns 32-13. Drake May throwing 3 touchdowns. The Dolphins earned a second win, 34-10 in Atlanta. As for the later games, the Buccaneers have a 7-0 lead on the Saints. Under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Late in the first quarter, we're in the second quarter now in Denver. So let's say halftime, Buccaneers 7, Saints 3. You have the Broncos up 14-10 on the Cowboys midway through the second quarter. And the Colts looking to move to 7-1, have a 17-7 lead on the Titans. 2.5 minutes to go in the second quarter there. Tonight, it's Aaron Rodgers taking on the Packers for the first time. Both the Steelers and Packers hunting for a 5th win. Lakers star Luka Doncic will miss tonight's game in Sacramento with a left finger sprain and lower leg contusion. Doncic will be reevaluated in 1 week. The Lakers are already without LeBron James to start the season. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we've got a lot to get to, a lot of updates to get to as well. The Bucs and the Saints have kicked off the second half. The Broncos and Cowboys are nearing the 2-minute warning. Colts have the ball, 1st and 10 from their own 15. They're up 17-7 over the Titans, as that one is about 1:47 left in the second quarter as they kick off after the punt by the Titans. So the Colts look to get one more point on or not one more, but get another score on the board before they go into half. The Bucs at 7-3 in that one, 12 minutes left in the third. They now have the ball 2nd and 7 from New Orleans 22 as they are threatening, trying to extend their lead. And moments ago, the Broncos went on a 6-play, 65-yard drive. I think they are going to – it was a penalty, so it was confirmed. 6 plays, 65 yards, the failed 2-point conversion for the Broncos, and this one is now 20-10. It was a direct snap to R.J. Harvey for the touchdown, and the penalty on unnecessary roughness was waived off. And the 2-point conversion failed. Bo Nix pass to Evan Ingram, incomplete. So the Cowboys will get the ball back with about 3:47 left in the half as they try to stay and keep pace with the Broncos. Interesting to see that R.J. Harvey is getting involved in this one. And we've got a big play here in the Bucs game. A little bit of confusion there, so I will let Les East break that down as soon as it's confirmed because a lot going on, a little fracas in the end zone, but we'll get an update there. Colts start their drive. Daniel Jones sacked for 6 yards. It is now 2nd and 16 at Indianapolis' 24-yard line. Let's update the scoreboard from earlier. Obviously, the week kicked off Thursday night. Chargers 37, Vikings 10, as the Vikings now look to get J.J. McCarthy back this coming week. This week, the 1 o'clock window, Texans win at home 26-15. Ravens win at home 30-16. Bills win 40-9 on the road. Eagles win 38-20 at home. Patriots win 32-13 at home. and the Jets beat the Bengals 39-38, 23 points in the fourth quarter to upset the Bengals, get Aaron Glenn's first victory as head coach, and we did speak or didn't speak. We had audio from Aaron Glenn earlier. You can always go back in the Odyssey app and listen to that. And the Dolphins won 34-10 over the Falcons. And let's update what the things Falcons did not. So the Dolphins beat the spread today. The Jets beat the spread today. But Eagles, Patriots, Texans, Ravens, and Bills all covered. Right now, the Bucs are, they're covering right now if the game was to end. Same thing with the Broncos. And the Colts are the only one because they had a 14.5 spread, the largest of the day. But enough of my rambling. Let's go out to Denver, as Dallas and Denver are battling, and Bruce Morton has more on the previous drive by the Broncos.
All right, Anthony, we have 3:39 until halftime, and the Broncos lead 20-10. Their cause aided and abetted by a series of dopey Dallas penalties. In the second quarter, ex-Bronco Javonte Williams scored from a yard out, making it 14-10, but Denver responded with a 1-yard run off a direct snap by R.J. Harvey. That scoring drive was helped out in a major way by a 32-yard pass interference call on Cowboys safety Elijah Clark. For Harvey, that TD was his second on the day as he ran 40 yards to the house in the first quarter. The Broncos also scored in the first quarter on a 25-yard pass from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin. On the day, Nix is 7 of 11 for 112 yards. As for the here and now, the Cowboys are looking at a 3rd and 2 from their 28 as they try to cut into this deficit. We have 2:46 to go in the second quarter. Broncos lead Cowboys 20-10.
Thank you so much, Bruce. As it is still 3rd and goal, I thought there was a touchdown in the Bucs game. I didn't want to get ahead of myself, and they definitely waved it off. I think it was an incompletion, or they said he was down at the 1. So the Bucs now have it 3rd and goal from the 1, and we'll get an update as soon as that drive is final. Let's go out, though, as Indianapolis tries to score before the half, and Andrew Smith has more on the Colts and the Titans.
The Colts have a 17-7 lead over the Tennessee Titans, but the Titans, after forcing a 3-and-out, the second consecutive 3-and-out they forced, that included a sack of Daniel Jones, they've gotten the ball back, and Cam Ward just completed a pass over the middle to bring the Titans out toward midfield at their own 46-yard line, as Elik Ayamaner had a 20-plus yard reception. So Tennessee has the ball at midfield, looking to possibly get a field goal before halftime. Joey Sly, of course, is a very, very big leg, and we are playing indoors today. Daniel Jones having a solid day, 13 of 18 for 146 yards, but he has been sacked 3 times. Cam Ward's now 7 of 11 for 95 yards for Tennessee. So the Titans have the ball near midfield with 18 seconds to go, and they are, however, out of timeouts.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So that will be a tough one for them. 18 seconds to go at the 46. We'll see if they can maybe get something deep downfield off that can possibly maybe a penalty or just a Hail Mary attempt to get them on the board in that one. It is now the Cowboys did punt. A near pick by Jonathan Cooper ended that drive for the Cowboys as they punted, and the Broncos take over at their own 28 with about 2:14 left. They have 2 timeouts left. If the Cowboys were to get the ball back, they also have 2 timeouts left as well. And Bo Nix scrambling to give, or, running for his life before lobbing it up for a J.K. Dobbins 4-yard reception. Let's go out to New Orleans and get a little bit more clarity on what just took place at the goal line. Les East has got us covered.
Yeah, we finally have an offensive touchdown in the Superdome on the first possession of the third quarter. The Buccaneers drive to the Saints 1, where they had 1st and goal. Remember, in the first half, they had 5 plays from the 1 and didn't score, even with the Saints penalty. This time they tried to throw the ball, had an incomplete pass, ran it to no gain, threw another incompletion. Finally, on 4th and goal from the 1, Sean Tucker squeezes into the end zone on a 1-yard run. The Buccaneers increase their lead to 14-3, 10:08 left in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Les, as we will continue to watch that one Spencer Rattler, 14 of 18, 126 yards. Bo Nix. Baker Mayfield, 10 passes completed for 15 attempts, 116 yards. I said that completely odd, and I apologize for that. 8 runs on 33 yards for Sean Tucker, 12 carries for Rachaad White for 33 yards. Sean Tucker with the touchdown as they continue to navigate the injuries at running back to Bucky Irving. Cade Otton, we thought had a touchdown. He was down at the 1. He caught 3 of his 4 targets for 29 yards, and Tez Johnson, 3 catches, 29 yards. The Saints doing a good job of taking Emeka Egbuka out of the game early as the Bucs are going to want to get him going. Alvin Kamara, another disappointing day on the ground so far. 3 carries, 12 yards. Kamara also 2 catches for 24 yards. They have 2 fumbles, both of them lost, one by Rattler, one by Shaheed. Chase Young also recovered a fumble of his own. Baker Mayfield with a fumble, Sean Tucker with a fumble. And on the other side, they got a defensive touchdown. As you heard Les say, that was the first offensive touchdown earlier. Anthony Nelson tipped up a ball, picked it off, trucked Spencer Rattler for the touchdown, leading to a big turn of events. He's also got a sack, a tackle for a loss. I guess the pass deflection was included on the interception, and another QB hit on top of the sack. We are just going to halftime here in Indianapolis as the Colts lead 17-10 after a couple of disappointing drives by both the Colts and Titans to end the half. Cam Ward, 8 of 13, 109 yards for a touchdown. Daniel Jones, 13 of 19, 146 and a touchdown. Daniel Jones been sacked 3 times today. A normally great offensive line for the Colts, struggling against the pass rush of the Titans. Ty J. Spears, 4 carries, 47 yards. Tony Pollard adds 5 for 20. In the air, Chimere Dike, who's becoming a mainstay in this offense for the Titans, as much of a mainstay as you can be in the passing game. 4 catches, 69 yards. On the other side, Jonathan Taylor, 8 carries, 72 yards and a touchdown. Michael Pittman Jr., 6 catches, 68 yards and a touchdown. Tyler Warren, 2 for 35. Josh Downs, 2 for 29, and 1 for 19 for Alec Pierce. No turnovers in this one. Sack-wise, just 1 sack for the Colts, 3 for the Titans. Tavondre Sweat with the big sack. Former Bronco Draymond Jones, big sack. And Roger McCreary from the secondary coming off the side got a big sack as well. Second quarter, about 1:30 left for the Broncos. This is the last game still in the first half. And they will get the first down. It looks like they're in field goal range. Still 2 timeouts left. It's going to be 1st and 10 for them with about a 1:19 left. And now they will complete another pass. It looks like to J.K. Dobbins. It's now 2nd and 4. From what looks like, it'll be about the Cowboys 38 and 36. I was close. I almost nailed it. 6-yard pass to Dobbins as the Broncos. Dobbins out of bounds. They didn't use any of their timeouts yet, so 2nd and 4 for them. They're up 20-10 in that one. The Saints just got a penalty called on Penning, so the offensive holding will move it back to 1st and 16 as they are at their own 9-yard line, looking to continue what little offense they've had today. So 2nd and 16 from their own 9-yard line. Earlier today, like we said, 4 of the 7 home teams won. All but 2 of the favorites won and covered, and the 2 favorites that did not cover lost in the Falcons and the Bengals. So something to look out for there. The scoring leaders of the 1 o'clock window / 4 o'clock window. James Cook, 33.6. This is a standard PPR scoring league. Saquon Barkley, 33.4. Breece Hall, 32.86. Drake May, 26.28. Chase Brown, 25.5. Jalen Hurts, 25.36. So those are the top 6 guys right there. And I just want to note how great of a day James Cook had. We had 3 major – is the running back back? I think that is a key to ask here. But James Cook 19 carries, 216 yards, 2 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, 14 carries, 150 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. Also adding 4 catches, 24 yards, and a receiving touchdown. Breece Hall, he adds 18 carries, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 2 receptions, 14 yards, and the kicker, the game-winning or the game-tying TD pass, which led to the 2-point conversion late to put them, or not the 2-point conversion, it led to, the 2-point conversion was prior, but the game-winning touchdown, which led to the extra point, giving them the lead for good to Mason Taylor. And we've got another big play in the Broncos game, as we will see if that holds up. There is a flag on the field, but it could be the rookie Bryant's first touchdown of the season. But again, the running back, James Cook, Saquon Barkley, Breece Hall, even Chase Brown, all with big days. Chase Brown doing more on the ground, but having a rushing and a receiving touchdown to go along with Saquon Barkley, who did the same. In the air, quarterback-wise, big day for Drake May, big day for Jalen Hurts. Joe Flacco, even in the loss, had a big day. Tua, they won 34-10. He threw 4 touchdowns, passing touchdowns. Jalen Waddle, who we spoke to earlier, you can always go listen on the Odyssey app, 5 catches, 99 yards, and a touchdown. For those of you that are, sick in the head like I am when it comes to fantasy, the defensive scoring leaders of the games that have gone final, Bills had 18 points for their defense. Chargers had 13 for theirs. Patriots had 12. Kickers, there was only one kicker, I think. There were a couple kickers that had a big day. Cameron Dicker on Thursday and Keami Fairbairn for 14, and Tyler Loop had 13. So a lot of fantasy points to go around. Not quite our week. I think it was week 2 or week 3 where we had all those teams that scored 30 points. And we will get confirmation on this touchdown, but I do think it is a touchdown to the rookie Bryant for the Broncos. Nix to Bryant, 24 yards. Defensive offside, it was declined. The kick is good, so it is now 27-10. So normally, the Broncos like to not start till the fourth quarter. Today, they're getting after it early against the Cowboys team. Offensively, that's been great, but defensively has struggled. More struggles from them today. So Pat Bryant, his first NFL touchdown of the year. Big day for the Broncos rookies as Pat Bryant adds the touchdown in the air, and R.J. Harvey, 3 carries, 43 yards, and 2 touchdowns for them. So a big day for both Broncos rookies. We'll see if that defense can continue to do what they've been doing. So let's see what happens there. But we have seen this Broncos team close, as of late, but we also saw them earlier in the year to the Colts and the Chargers choke away some games as well. So we'll get an update from that. The great Jody Mack joins us, the man, the myth, the legend, Jody McDonald. We've got 2 more hours of me, 4 more hours of Jody. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM Network on YouTube. Stay tuned. We got a lot more to get to.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. And it's not just me. Jody Mack, the Mac Man, joins us. A joyous day. Jody, 2 W's for you today. Your Eagles and your Jets win big. What's going on, dude?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I didn't think the Jets had a prayer when they fell behind by as many points as they did. But my guy, Justin Fields, played pretty darn well, despite the fact that the owner basically threw him under the bus at the beginning of the week.
Yep.
Letting he know Tyrod Taylor wasn't going to be able to go. So he jumps back in there, runs the offense effectively. Bryce Hall has a huge day running it as well and passing it. The old halfback option touchdown to put the Jets in front late. Yeah, it was a good day. I didn't want to see my team go 0-17, and I feared that that was at least a small possibility. It has now gone by the wayside. If they win next week, they will be on a winning streak.
It is the first time I don't feel bad bringing up the Jets for you. And, real quick update, 14-3, Bucks over the Saints, about 5 minutes left in the third quarter there. Titans and Colts about to kick off the second half, and Cowboys and Broncos just going to halftime. But let's start, my first question was going to be about, what teams are legit. But with the Saquon injury, I know he came back, but is it starting to be concerning? They already missed Cam Jurgens, Adoree Jackson. A.J. Brown, I think, is legitimately hurt. Some people are speculating that this has to do with the deadline. Like, how much can this Eagles team withstand before their injuries actually become a concern?
They've got some. There are other teams that are more injured than the Eagles. It's not like, how are the Eagles winning with the entire team sitting on the sidelines? They've got some. Jurgens is a very good center. It's a good thing Brett Toth played center because they've had to use him at guard as well. He is one of their key offensive off-the-bench line guys, and he's terrible at guard previously this year. So he played better today at center. Who knows about A.J. Brown? He is your prototypic wide receiver diva in the National Football League. He's quoting cryptic things, biblical lines on Instagram. Was kind of surprised he didn't play this week, but I'm sure that he was injured enough to not play. I think that is a media creation that the reason he didn't play today is because the Eagles wanted to make sure he was healthy if they were planning on trading him before next Tuesday trade deadline. I don't buy that for a millisecond. I just think I think he had an injury today, and by the way, didn't stop the Eagles from putting up a ton of points. It was nice to get the Saquon Barkley back, who was borderline MVP of the National Football League last year. First time that level Barkley showed up today and was phenomenal. Before, you're right, he left as well, but again, that did not look like a major injury. Eagles are fine health-wise, and they're better than they surely were 2 weeks ago when they had lost 2 games in a row, and people were questioning the offense. They weren't running it efficiently enough. The wide receivers weren't happy with the amount that they were getting the ball. Well, Jalen had a big game. They each, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, went for over 100 yards, 300 combined. So the passing game is great, and this week, before he got hurt, the running game was phenomenal. He looked exactly like the same Saquon Barkley that was maybe the best player in the National Football League last year. So Eagles are in really good shape. The division is going nowhere fast. The Commanders are well behind them and have to play without Jaden Daniels this weekend. The Giants, despite beating the Eagles, are now 2-5, while the Eagles are 5-2. 2-6, while the Eagles are 6-2 after today's win. The Cowboys are trailing your Broncos pretty badly here. Yeah, the Eagles are going to win the NFC East. It's going to be the first time a team wins the NFC East back-to-back years in 2 decades. Hasn't happened in 2 decades. Yep. There's been a repeat winner in that division. It's happening this year. The Eagles are not falling apart. They're fine. Are they the lock team in the NFC to get back to the Super Bowl? No, I wouldn't say that. But they're going to win their division. They're probably going to have a bye heading into the playoffs. The Eagles are perfectly fine where they're at right now.
Right, and I do think that the story about – I never thought A.J. Brown was actually getting traded. I actually didn't even think it was a thing until Schefter had to report that they're not thinking of trading him. And that's just him doing his due diligence. But I was like, is this actually a thing that people thought? But a couple of things, too. You talk about the NFC, and the Eagles are very good. I feel like this is a deep NFC. And I think that even some of these teams that are under 500 are a lot better than their record proves. You can only be what your record actually is. But it is a deep NFC. And I think where I feel like the AFC is a little bit more clearer up top, there is a feeling of anyone in the NFC can get in because there is a lot of deep teams. And the Eagles have, I feel like, more competition than maybe they did a year ago.
Who are I need to now understand what you consider deep. Who would be a deep NFC team? We've gone over the Eagles. Yes, they are certainly in the mix. Well, I believe the Lions are in that mix too.
Well, I think the Vikings are better than what they've put on paper. Especially this week.
I don't.
Well, that's fair. I also think that the Rams are a good team. I think the Bucs are a good team. I think the Niners, if they could ever get healthy, are a good team. But I guess you cannot bank on health. So I do think there's a little bit more of a The Seahawks, I like the Seahawks a lot as well. The Packers, their defense hasn't lived up to what I thought it would be, but they also are another team that I think is very good. And I do think it's a little bit more wide open than, let's say, a year ago.
I'll give you most of the teams you just rattled off. You know I like the Seahawks. They were my upset pick to win the NFC West before the year started. Rams are pretty good, except the Eagles beat them. 49ers, I thought the 49ers were actually going to win today. That was one of my picks. Not only did I take the 2.5 points, I said I think they'd win the game outright. They fell behind early. First time this year I saw Mac Jones look like the scared rookie quarterback from New England today.
He looked awful today.
He threw some really ill-advised passes. Now, they got after him a little bit, and he was pressured. Their offensive line didn't do as good a job as they had previously for him, but he forced passes, did not look good. I don't know what San Francisco is. I actually think they've overachieved to get to 5-3. So the North is tough. The South is Tampa, and see you later, bye, everybody else. The Panthers, I know, were above 500 before the game started today. How'd that go with Andy Dalton?
Not
so
good.
They're back down to 300. So it's a two-divisional race. The North and the West have some competitive teams, but the Eagles are going to coast in the East. And if you ask me, it's the Eagles, the Lions, then a bit of a drop-off. Probably Packers third. But even though Green Bay is still technically ahead of Detroit in that division because of a tie and they haven't played yet this week, I would say those are the top three teams in the conference, except don't count out Seattle. I'm not going to all year long, so we'll see what happens when we get to the playoffs.
And I know they lost to the Eagles. I do like the Bucs a lot as well, even though right now, even though they're up 17-3, they are struggling a bit with the Saints. Before we get back to that conversation, let's get an update from some of these games. First, we go out to Indianapolis. Andrew Smith has got an update on Colts and Titans.
Yeah, the Indianapolis Colts have just extended their lead to 23-7 pending the extra point. Jonathan Taylor breaking a 70-yard touchdown run on the Colts' first snap of the second half. And so he's now over 100 yards, 142 yards on the day, has 2 touchdowns. And the Colts have extended their lead after forcing a Tennessee punt on the Titans' first drive as Grover Stewart had a really good third down stop on Titans running back Tony Pollard. That forced a punt. And then on the first play, Jonathan Taylor takes it to the house. So the Colts now with a 23-7 lead over the Tennessee Titans here with 11:10 to go in the third quarter, pending Michael Badgley's extra point.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to Denver as that game's getting ready to kick off the second half, and Bruce Morton's got more from Empower Field at Mile High.
All right, Anthony, we are at the half, and the Broncos lead 27-10. Apparently, the Cowboys forgot to bring their vaunted offense to the game tonight. They might be trying to hitch a ride from the team hotel, but they did bring their porous defense to the game. Bo Nix has thrown 2 touchdown passes, 25 yards to Troy Franklin. Then with 39 seconds to go before the half, he connected with rookie Pat Bryant, who made a picturesque over-the-shoulder catch. Nix, on the day, 13 of 17 for 169 yards. Denver also has TD runs of 40 yards and 1 yard, respectively, from another rookie, R.J. Harvey. Dallas, in the first half, held to 152 yards of offense. Again, we're at the break. About to start the third quarter. Broncos lead Cowboys 27-10.
Thank you so much, Bruce, and we'll continue to monitor that. Bucs 17, Saints 3. That game is about 2:43 left in the third. Going back to the conversation, we talked about the NFC, and I know the Colts right now and the Broncos are doing damage early. Obviously, a lot of football left in both of those games. But the Bills win big today. They come out of the bye very quickly. The Bills have, I thought people wrote them off a little too quickly after that loss to the Patriots. Mm-hmm. I think this Bills team is just as good as about anybody else in the AFC, including the Chiefs. I'd still probably put the Chiefs at top. That might be a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome in my case, but Colts, Chiefs, Bills, I think are the 3 best teams in the AFC.
You are not by yourself because most of the betting outlets have the Chiefs as the favorite not only to win the AFC, but to win the Super Bowl again this year. So you are not alone on that front. The best team in the AFC so far this year has been the Indianapolis Colts. Yes. And I think they've actually opened up a little difference. Now, does that guarantee when the playoffs roll around they'll just push their way right into the Super Bowl? I'm not saying that. I'm saying through 8 weeks of the season, who's been the best AFC team? It's Indianapolis, and by a little bit of a margin now. And, oh, by the way, with the 80-yard touchdown that we just reported on, Jonathan Taylor, I just saw the replay just now. That play, in addition to everything he is doing this season, he is this year's Saquon Barkley.
He is.
Last year, I argued that Saquon Barkley should have gotten the MVP. And I made the argument with 2 weeks to go or whatever was left in the season. And then the Eagles, when he had a chance to have the most dynamic rushing yardage mark in the history of the game, decided to give him the last week off because they couldn't move up and they couldn't move down in the standings. They couldn't catch the Lions. They couldn't fall out of having the second best record in the conference. So they went very conservative and protective, and they put him in bubble wrap for the final game of the season, which, number one, I was disappointed in, and number two, I absolutely believe hurt his chances. Because if a guy sets the record for most yards in the history of the National Football League, you don't think that has influence on the MVP voters?
Yes.
I did, and I think that basically sealed the deal that he wasn't going to get it. If you look at the players so far, 8 weeks into the National Football League season, who has been the most productive offensive player? I think it's Jonathan Taylor. I think it's a running back again. Do I think he'll get the MVP? No, I think he'll come up short just like Saquon Barkley did because they just don't like to give it to running backs. It's a quarterback award, and a quarterback almost always gets it. So, Jonathan, you have my blessing. I'll be rooting for you. I said, for me, you've been the most valuable player. Do I think you're going to get the trophy at the end of the year? No, you're going to get stiffed because you're only a running back.
Right, and it's funny because the other guy who I think is kind of becoming a dark horse in that race, and he's not having a better season than Taylor, but he's the next closest, specifically at running back, James Cook, another monster day. And that offense, he has taken a step this year, and that offense has really jumped to another level. They still probably need another receiving target, but he has jumped to another level, and it has only given Josh Allen, who has been good, not great this year, another, chance to breathe. I joked, we spoke to AJ Espinoza earlier, and I joked how they were able to give Josh Allen the day off because of Cook and the defense. But James Cook, another one of these guys who just feels like a game changer every time he touches the ball.
And did you watch Hard Knocks this summer?
I didn't, and I thought of you because I remember you mentioned this earlier in the year, and I thought of you watching the game today, and you had mentioned this weeks ago about how important he was.
And they opened up camp, and he was holding in. He was not practicing. He refused to practice because he wanted the contract extension. So it was kind of weird around that. That always happens when you have a major star who's holding in. It kind of throws camp a little bit off kilter. But they got it done by, I think it was right after the first preseason game, so they had 2 more preseason games to go, and they got it done on like a Sunday, and he was ready for practice on Monday after that, a preseason game on Saturday. Don't hold me to those dates, but I think I got them right. And, man, you could just see the excitement with his teammates. When he got into the locker room, when he got back out to practice, you found out, it's Josh Allen's team, but don't kid yourself. They love their star running back, too. And the offense was so psyched to get him back. So the Bills knew before the season started he was going to be a key component to their offense. As much as Allen is MVP level, they like to have balance. That's what makes a quarterback an MVP, when he's got a running game that will keep the other team honest. And, he's a key part of it. I would say he's not having quite the season that Taylor's having, but a similar season. And he also won't be getting the MVP because they give it to a quarterback every year.
Well, I wanted to say this, too, because I have 2 more questions when it comes to the running back position. But with the first one with Taylor, I do think he may have more of a shot than maybe Saquon did, because I do think, similar to what we do in basketball and maybe even in baseball, like a guy who plays on a good team that's not a quarterback, sometimes it hurts them, and I think that hurt Saquon a bit. They had Brown, they had Goddard, they had Smith, they had the quarterback in Jalen Hurts, the defense, and I think that people held that against him and just ignored what was a historic season. For Taylor, this is a very good Colts team, but I don't think a lot of people expected him to be this good.
No, not even close.
Yeah.
Yours truly picked the Colts to finish fourth in the four-team division this year because I thought Daniel Jones would play for Indianapolis the same way that he played for the Giants. And apparently Shane Steichen is a much better play caller and designer than Brian Daboll is because Jones has played phenomenally this year for the Colts. You're right. I don't think when the season is over and done with, do I think he'll have the numbers that Saquon did last year? Probably not. But he could have a better chance because you're right. Nobody had the Colts being this good. People thought, well, the Eagles had been to the Super Bowl year before that Saquon joined them, and that you knew that was going to be a major plus, and it took them all the way to Super Bowl and a Super Bowl win. But that wasn't factored into the MVP voting because you got to do that before the playoffs ever roll around. People will know if the Colts keep it up the way they're going right now and finish with the best record in the AFC. Yeah, as good as Daniel Jones has played, and I've eaten enough crow, I'm really getting tired of eating crow on Daniel Jones because I do it so often because I was so wrong about him. But Jonathan Taylor is the star of that team. Don't kid yourself.
I agree, and I thought that they would win the division, but with like 8 wins, 9 wins. I did not think it was going to be a very good division. I am not a Texans believer. I wasn't a Jags believer, and I certainly wasn't a Titans believer. The last question before we go to break. The 3 top performers so far, actually 4 top performers so far, are all running backs today. I think that we've had a little bit of a renaissance the last 2 years for the running back position.
I'm glad you said 2 years because, yeah, it started last year with Saquon and Derrick Henry, and it has just followed suit again this year. And the superstar quarterback, Josh Allen, had a good day today. Threw a couple, ran a couple. He did Josh Allen-type things.
Yeah. He had to do minimal, though, to just he was able to sit back and breathe for once.
The argument will be made now that Mahomes has legitimate wide receivers. Kansas City's offense is clicking again. He's always a legitimate candidate. Lamar, who was the preseason favorite, even over Josh Allen, is completely no-low contender because he can't even get out there onto the field. They say he gets out there in practice, and then they have to come out and admit, well, he just ran the scout team. He didn't really fully practice, so he ended up sitting this week. So, yeah, there isn't a jump off the pages quarterback MVP right now that you would point to, which you're right, give Jonathan Taylor, maybe even if it isn't a complete Saquon numbers year, he might have a better shot at MVP.
We will talk a little bit more about that. We'll get into the rest of the games that happened in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll react to the 4 o'clock window. Bucks entering the fourth quarter up 17-3 over the Saints. Broncos up 27-10. Cowboys are on the Broncos 6. Now the 1 yard line, so we'll get an update in that one. Colts up 24-7, 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. Anthony Gallo, Jody Matt, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that is right. And before we get back into the conversation, recapping all the 1 o'clock games, reacting to these 4 o'clock games, let's get an update. Bruce Morton's got more. Cowboys, Broncos, and this one got interesting.
Yes, it did, Anthony. 8:10 to go in the third quarter, and the Cowboys have pulled to within 27-17. In this quarter, ex-Bronco Javonte Williams with his second one-yard scoring run of the game. That drive was helped out by Denver quarterback Riley Moss, who was trying to get into the Guinness Book of World Records as he committed not one but 2 PI penalties in the end zone. The Broncos in the first half got a couple of touchdown passes from Bo Nix. He is now 13 of 17 for 169 yards. Then rookie R.J. Harvey contributed scoring runs of 40 yards and 1 yard, respectively. Thanks to a nifty kickoff return, the Broncos have the ball near midfield, just past midfield, actually, on the plus 46 of Dallas as the Broncos try to strike back. 7:59 to go in the third quarter. Denver leads Dallas 27-17.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Indianapolis as the Colts are in the red zone. Andrew Smith has got us with an update.
Yeah, the Colts with a 24-7 lead over the Tennessee Titans. We have 5:18 to go in the third quarter. The Colts right now facing third down from the Titans' 10-yard line after a 50-yard pass from Daniel Jones to Alec Pierce on 3rd and 13. Set that up. Jones is now up to 220 yards on 17 of 24. And prior to that, of course, Jonathan Taylor made it a 24-7 game with an 80-yard touchdown run. The Colts defense then forced a 3-and-out and led to the 1,000th punt of Johnny Hecker's career. He's the 27th player in NFL history to do that. He's been around so long. He played 4 years for the St. Louis Rams, but he reaches the milestone. Meanwhile, the Colts are knocking on the door. They have third down and 8 from the Titans' 10-yard line, leading 24-7 here with 5:18 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to New Orleans as the Bucs are putting the beat down on the Saints, and Les East has got an update from New Orleans.
Yeah, since the last time I talked to you, Chase McLaughlin has kicked 2 field goals, one from 55 yards, one from 52 yards, to extend Tampa Bay's lead to 20-3. There's now 13:30 left in the fourth quarter. Along the way, in the third quarter, the Saints benched Spencer Rattler and replaced him with rookie second-round pick Tyler Shuck. So the Saints are looking to see if their rookie and perhaps their future starting quarterback can give them a lift. So far, he's been unable to do that.
Thank you so much, Les. Jody, a lot going on right now, but earlier, all but 2 teams covered in that first window, but 2 spreads that I was not very high on. And I was almost downright confused. And we got a big play in the Colts game, which we'll get an update on in a bit. But the Ravens, 2.5-point favorites, and the Texans, 2.5-point favorites. Both win comfortably, both covered. Starting with the Ravens, no Lamar Jackson. A lot of confusion there in that one. Is there a little bit of hope creeping back in for Baltimore?
Hope? Desperate hope? Maybe. Here's the reason why Baltimore still got a shot. If Pittsburgh gets beat tonight, and they could, they're taking on a Packer team who's been better than them so far this year in their house, but still, the Packers are a slight favorite in the game. If Pittsburgh loses, the winner of that division this year is going to win 10 at most. Do you think there's an 11-win team in the AFC North this year?
I do not.
Neither do I. So you got to get to 10 wins. The Ravens got their second today, and maybe even 9-8 with the tiebreaker could get you divisional championship. So if they were in a different division, if they were in the East trailing the Patriots and or Buffalo, no, they don't make the playoffs. If they're in the West, they'd be they'd be ahead of the Raiders, but they'd be behind 3 different teams, all of which look like playoff teams to me in Denver, Kansas City, and L.A., so it would be a no. The reason that the Ravens, with today's win, can still say, hey, we're in the mix, is because they're in as bad a division as they are.
Yeah, a big drop here from Cortland Sutton. Should have been a touchdown. Well, the Ravens do have the Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, and Jets as their next 4 games.
Beware the Jets. This is the new look Jets.
The new look Jets.
The revived Jets. The Woody motivated Jets. Because he threw the quarterback and the team under the bus this week.
Yeah, and left them all to answer the questions, too.
Yeah, I don't know if the Jets they'll win a couple more games before the end of the year. Can they actually get on a streak? I'm not sure. I'm hoping so. But, yeah, that's a lighter schedule. The Ravens should be able to take advantage of that. And I saw it was either Glazer or Schefter on one of the pregame shows today say that because of where Jackson was at. I believe they're on Thursday night this week.
Yes.
I think they're the Thursday night game. So they knew if they pushed him for this week and something happened, then he'd miss Thursday. Why don't we just go one more week with our backup? And, hey, only played real well and have Lamar fully 100% by the time they get to Thursday. So they're going to get their MVP level starting quarterback. So, yeah, I'm not counting them out, but they dug themselves a pretty good hole that they got to climb out of.
They did. And like you said, a lot of it starts tonight with the Steelers-Packers game. Also, it helps that the Bengals lost one they should have won. I mean, the Browns are not going to be very competitive right now, even with that defense and Myles Garrett playing out of his mind. Before we jump over to that Texans-Niners game, for the Bears, how indicative of this is, again, as soon as I start to buy into the Bears, they have a week like this week. I know the Ravens were a little bit healthier on defense, but they had a week like this week where I felt like they should have won easily. And they walk away, the quarterback playing pretty uninspired football, and outside of a couple of big passes to Odunze and DJ Moore, not really doing anything, and even DeAndre Swift not getting involved. How much of a letdown was it for the Bears this week?
For the Bears, sounds like for you, sounds like for me, because I took the Bears in 2.5 points. I thought they had a chance to win the game. I said here on the network last night, I think they can win the game outright, so I played them on the money line. Yeah, they didn't come close to winning the game. And here's my problem with their quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And it was evident, it's always been kind of evident, but it was evident in this game, and it was really evident late in the game. When he's under pressure, and I'm not even talking about a defensive lineman with a paw in his face, I'm talking about having to rally the team to come from behind, he throws the ball way too hard. He had guys that were open, and he just put too much juice on the football, and guys were dropping catchable passes, but I don't know what catchable they were because it was like a Nolan Ryan fastball coming in. So I think he feels the pressure when he knows he's got to make big plays. He doesn't usually throw the ball 400 miles an hour in the first quarter of a game, but late in the game, he'll try too hard and whip the ball like nobody's business, and it ended up hurting the Bears today because they tried to get back into it in the fourth quarter. They didn't, and in part that was because Caleb just wasn't throwing it well enough to the open wide receivers that were there.
I agree, and I think that was a good assessment because there was a couple plays where he would scramble out. It felt like he had a guy at the sidelines, and he's launching it as hard as he can and not even coming close to the target either. Before we go to the update, a couple of things. Pat Surtain, questionable to return with a shoulder injury. We thought it was the ankle, so it is a shoulder injury. So that is a big one for the Broncos as he's still not out on the field yet. And the Saints have benched Spencer Rattler, Tyler, I think it's Show, their second-round rookie.
Schuff.
What was that?
Schuff, I believe it's
Schuff. Okay, so Schuff. He is now in the game. Tyler Schuff at quarterback, second-round rookie, up against the Bucs. The Buccaneers are up 20-3 as they have the ball on their own 37. The Broncos kicked a field goal to make that one 30-17. And earlier, Daniel Jones hit Josh Downs for a touchdown. So they are now up 31-7. And we will update all of that. We'll continue to recap the 1 o'clock window, preview the primetime stuff. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Giants rookie running back Cam Scatterbo dislocated his ankle in the Giants' 38-20 loss to the Eagles. Scatterbo will undergo surgery in a Philadelphia area hospital tonight. In that game, former Giants running back Saquon Barkley went off for 150 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Barkley exited in the third quarter with a groin injury, though he said that he would have re-entered the game had it been closer. In the late games, the Buccaneers have a 20-3 lead on the Saints 4 minutes into the fourth quarter. The Saints have turned to Tyler Shuck at quarterback. The Broncos up 30-17 on the Cowboys, 5:27 to play in the third quarter, but as Anthony mentioned, Pat Surtain II questionable to return with a shoulder injury. The Colts on their way to a 7-1 record. That's the best in the NFL as they lead the Titans 31-7. Daniel Jones with a couple of passing touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor with a couple of rushing touchdowns. Taylor 10 carries, 149 yards for Indianapolis. In the earlier games, the Jets earned their first win using a trick play to do it. Running back Breece Hall throwing for the game-winning touchdown. 39-38, the Jets stunned the Bengals behind a 23-point fourth quarter. Aaron Glenn earning his first win as a head coach and getting something off his chest.
This team gets criticized for so much, and I understand why. You know, we're 0-7. You know, we brought a lot on ourselves, but there's a lot of it I feel like is unwarranted. You know, but it is what it is. And I'm just so happy for those guys. I'm so happy for the coaches.
Meaningful on a deeper level with Jets legend Nick Mangold dying hours earlier at just 41 years old. The Patriots improved to 6-2, steamrolling the Browns 32-13. The Bills a half game behind the Pats in the AFC East. They destroy the Panthers in Charlotte 40-9. Ravens pick up their second win 30-16 over the Bears. Texans top the Niners. Dolphins earn their second win over the Falcons. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers makes his long-anticipated first career start against his old team, the Green Bay Packers. Both teams looking for a fifth win on the year. I'm Pete McCarthy.
The Infinity Sports Network is on your smart speaker. All you have to say is, play Infinity Sports Network. That's it. Play Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that is right. Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, and the BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? We'll continue the conversation with Jody in a bit, but first, let's get an update. Cowboys, Broncos, Bruce Morton's got us from Denver.
Anthony, we have 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, and the Broncos are in front 30-17. They have the lead and the ball. In this quarter, former Bronco Javonte Williams ran to pay dirt from a yard out, his second 1-yard scoring run of the game. Denver then answered with a 42-yard field goal from Will Lutz. That's been the scoring in this quarter. Then Dallas was trying to pull to within one score but had to punt. The Broncos now have the ball on their 35-yard line looking at 2nd and 1. On the day, Bo Nix has a couple of touchdown passes, and R.J. Harvey has run for TDs of 40 and 1 yard respectively. Also contributing, J.K. Dobbins, 10 carries, 82 yards. 2nd and 1 for the Broncos from their 35. We now have 1:20 to go in the third quarter. Denver leads 30-17.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Indianapolis as the Colts are trying to put the Titans out of their misery, and Andrew Smith has more on that.
Yeah, the Colts are facing fourth down from the Tennessee 37-yard line, leading 31-7. When we last talked, the Colts were in the red zone. They finished that drive with a 10-yard touchdown pass from Daniel Jones to Josh Downs. It was Jones' second touchdown pass of the day. He's thrown for 239 yards. Meanwhile, Jonathan Taylor has 149 yards and 2 touchdowns on just 11 carries today. And the Colts are on the move again. On Tennessee's next possession after the Downs touchdown, DeForest Buckner had a fourth down sack of Cam Ward, the Colts' second sack of the day, setting them up in plus territory, and they are now on the move as Jonathan Taylor just ran for a first down. So the Colts have 1st and 10 at the Tennessee 34-yard line as we begin the fourth quarter, leading 31-7.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Jody, it looks like, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because last week we had a bigger margin going into the fourth quarter, and we got some excitement, but I don't expect the Titans to come back. I don't expect the Saints to come back. Cowboys, they get a stop here. This game is certainly not over yet, but kind of a dud of a day. If your Jets didn't have a big comeback, this would have been blowout city all day.
And as you and I were kind of talking about last hour, the return of the running game, we had a couple of quarterbacks who won games today and didn't exactly put up Buffalo numbers.
Yeah.
Justin Fields wins for the Jets today. Jets score well over 30 points. One of the touchdown passes goes to his running back, Breece Hall, who went with the halfback option. Fields only threw for 167 yards, but that was good enough to get a win today. Same thing with Josh Allen. When Josh Allen only throws for 100-something yards, you don't think that that's going to be kind of a Josh Allen type day. It was, because he just handed the ball to White, and he just took off and ran like a demon all day today. So the day of, you got to start at 300 yards. And if you don't have a quarterback and throw for 300 yards, you can't win in the National Football League. A little bit different than that here in 2025.
Yeah, and a lot of these are blowout wins with the quarterbacks not really airing it out. I mean, Baker Mayfield's about to ease to a win, and he's only got 152 yards, no touchdowns either. And there's a couple turnovers in that one. I mean, they got the defensive touchdown early. Daniel Jones, though, consistently putting up numbers. Bo Nix not having the gaudy stat line either, and it's been more the running game, the defense. He does have the 2 touchdowns, but a big – sorry, I had to sneeze there. I survived it. But, yeah, he's having a decent day as well. Better than last week at this point, at least.
And that's what you want. I've only been saying this for 40 years now, Gallo. What wins in the National Football League? What gets you to the deep into the playoffs and maybe the final game and give you the chance to host the Lombardi? Balance. Everyone talk, defense wins championships. Offense sells tickets. Defense wins championships. Well, if you don't have some offense, unless you're the Bears or the Ravens of the 2000 Bears of the 90s, those are like all-time great defensive teams who, yes, on a given year can win a Super Bowl with a Trent Dilfer. But those are so few and far between, it's ridiculous. The teams that win championships have balance. Offensive balance means the ability to throw and run the football. Defensive balance means not giving up points and the ability to turn other teams over. Balance is still the key if you're talking about making a significant championship run in the National Football League.
Agreed. And you can lead with your defense or you can lead with your offense. It can't be a one-sided affair. I mean, even if, I always like to use this as an example. It involves my team winning a Super Bowl. But that Super Bowl 50, the Broncos were the best defense in the league. Their offense was very productive. The quarterback was not playing great, even if it was still Peyton Manning, but the offense was very productive. And on the other side, Cam Newton was a one-man offense, and it was one of the best offenses in the league. They had the second or third best defense in the league as well. You look at the Eagles last year. The defense was very good. The pass, they had an underrated secondary for most of the season, and the offense was balanced at all 3 levels. So I totally agree with that. And I think we see that today with the teams that are the best teams in the league. The Chiefs are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. The Chiefs have an underrated defense because the offense consistently gets all the credit. You look at the Colts, it's not just their offense. They lead the way with their offense, but the defense is very stout. It's a good defense, and I totally agree with that. You have to have balance.
Didn't Peyton Manning have a 50-touchdown year in Denver? And the Broncos didn't go to the Super Bowl. And then after a couple of years, Peyton was a viable starting quarterback, but not leading the league in touchdowns like he did previously. But their defense improved. Their running game was there. That's why they won that Super Bowl.
Right. And, I mean, he was 8 of 16. He had 8 touchdowns, 16 interceptions that year. Their biggest offensive output was a Brock Osweiler-led game, which they lost against the Steelers that year. And, we see it all the time. I mean, when the Bucs beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, it was led by that pass rush. I mean, obviously the Chiefs were down 2 tackles, but it was led by that pass rush. And on cue, Jonathan Taylor, another touchdown in that one, as he continues to be the dominant force that he is, a 19-yard pass for a score. So Jones to Taylor on that one. But it is a balance. This Cowboys team could be really good if they had the defense to pair with this offense. And there's a few teams like that in the league.
Dallas' defense is brutal.
Horrendous.
And I knew as soon as they moved off their best player, trading your best player right before the season starts, or at least your best defensive player. I think he was their overall best player. Sorry, Dak Prescott. Sorry, CeeDee Lamb. But I think Michael Parsons was their best player. You know you're going to take a step back, but you don't know what the residual effect it's going to be, because it can creep into the mind of their teammates. Wow, they're asking me to do that much more because Mike is not here to save the day. And, yeah, to a man almost across the board on that defensive line, they've all come up smaller than they had played previously. So the domino effect of the Cowboys trading him, I think, has been significant, and that's why they do not look like a playoff team to me.
They don't. And the score now, it's 30-17. The Broncos have the ball, first and goal from Dallas's 10. Ingram catching a pass. Now 2nd and 6 as Dobbins rushes for 4 yards there. Bucks, about 3:20 left in that one. They're up 23-3. They will punt it now on 4th from their own 30. And after the touchdown, it's 38-7 Colts over the Titans as Jonathan Taylor, 3 touchdowns on the day, 12 carries, 153 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown. So his MVP candidacy takes a huge leap yet again today as he, somehow surpassed. We didn't think he could be surpassed earlier with James Cook, but somehow Taylor has surpassed him now. 2 catches, 21 yards, and a touchdown. 12 carries, 153 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
I will continue to hype on for him for MVP as the weeks go on. But the team you just touched on, updated score on, that I want to give some props to today. The Bucs not only got beat by the Lions last week, they got handled by the Lions. It really wasn't all that competitive a game. I picked Tampa, so I was pretty disappointed in their effort. They're the best team in that division. They were when the season started. They have been since it went underway. But after you take a beating like that against a better team, you might question yourself going into the next week. You might go, yeah, but who did we beat? Are we as good as we think we are? We kind of got it handed to us. They've come back and been stone cold dominant today. Now, they're supposed to. New Orleans isn't very good. They pulled their quarterback in mid-game, and they put Shuck in, which I couldn't believe. You knew how bad the Saints season was going to be. When they pick a guy in the first and the second round like they did Shuck, and he can't win the starting quarterback over Spencer Rattler? Really? How bad was he in camp? And sometimes you have that. You take a shot at a quarterback, and he comes in, and he's not quite ready for the NFL. Shuck was a 5-year player in college. He's a 24, 25-year-old guy. He might have even been 6 years in college coming in. He's supposed to be the type of quarterback who can step in and start as a rookie. And not even close if he can't beat out Spencer Rattler. And, oh, by the way, they've been losing, and this is the first time they've actually gone to Shuck in a game. Saint fans, you're out there listening, good luck. You've got a while for that team to have to get together because right now they are no kind of competitive in 2025 here at the NFL.
And we will get to the conversation because I do want to talk a little bit of trade deadline on the other side, and they have some pieces that are probably going to get traded. They have nothing really, both quarterbacks 21 attempts, both quarterbacks an interception thrown. And on the other side, like we said, balance. They haven't had a great offensive day. The quarterback has done just enough. The running backs have both been productive and done just enough. And they do it without 2 of their top wideouts. They haven't even got a huge production from Emeka Egbuka. We'll update all that. 23-3, Bucs over the Saints. 2 minutes to go in that one. The Broncos add a score. We'll get the full breakdown of that drive from Bruce in a moment. 37-17. Colts 38. Titans 7 is that one. All 4 games in the fourth quarter. 1 more hour of me, 3 more of Jody, Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back, and we have a lot to get to, and we've got a lot more to cover. Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, all of these games winding down right now. Real quick before we jump back into the conversation, Broncos up 37-17. Cowboys have the ball at the Broncos 11-yard line as they look to drive it and score. Bucks up 23-3, and the Titans have the ball at the Indianapolis 8, and they are up 38-7. And the drive ends very quickly for the Cowboys as they throw an interception to I'm not sure if that was John Franklin Myers. I didn't see the number, but a big boy. That's who they threw the interception to.
And
Tillman.
Dak is not having his best of days. He's
No.
thrown a couple of picks already today, and the Bronco defense is very good. We know this, but they're doing it, as you noted earlier, without Patrick Surtain, who's their best overall player. So Yeah, the Cowboys playing desperate football when you've got the ball, and I didn't even see how long a run on
he
the
almost
return
took it to the house, the big boy.
Yeah, he ran about 40 yards before he got caught near the 50. You lose a guy like Surtain, it goes one of two ways. Everybody gets nervous, or everybody rallies around and says, we got to pick up our teammate, and certainly that's the way it's looked for the Broncos so far since Surtain went out of this game.
Well, and I can tell you this much. I thought maybe that Riley Moss would have stepped up in this game. They are winning despite him taking 3 pass penalties, 2 pass interference, 1 holding in this one. So we will see what that Surtain injury is. Maybe it's a precaution, and because at first we thought it was the ankle. So hopefully it's just a precaution that they're up big and they don't want to risk him getting hurt. He's not coming back into the game. So obviously that is a big one if they do lose him. And I think, outside of Myles Garrett, consistently I think he is one of the top 3 to 5 best defensive players in the league. So it is a major loss. And speaking of Myles Garrett, 5 sacks today to get to 110 sacks all time, and he is now 1 behind Calais Campbell for 25th and 2 behind T.J. Watt for 24th.
And surpassed Reggie White today for the most sacks ever by a player under the age of 30. So when you're surpassing a guy like Reggie White in a sack category, that tells you how great a player and how good a career you're having. And I actually kind of feel for Myles Garrett. I guess I shouldn't, because he got the mega, and I mean mega contract during the offseason, so he's being very well compensated, but he didn't force their hand. He didn't say, I want to be traded, I don't want to sign the contract. He kept his mind open and said, well, if you're willing to pay me what I want, which is blatantly overpaid, well, maybe not even that, but really well paid, I'll stay here and continue to chase the quarterback for you guys. The Browns, they're a bad football team. They've been a bad football team. They continue to be a bad football team. I know Joe Flacco in his first trip through actually snuck them into the playoffs a couple of years ago, but they weren't true contenders. And it's got to be a little deflating for Myles Garrett to be playing as well as he is, for setting all-time records, and your team is not only not winning but getting blown out most weeks. That's tough.
And they took the opposite approach that the Saints took. They were it was like doing Madden franchise mode. They're like, let's draft every quarterback we can, sign every quarterback we can, and hope one of them sticks. And they're not losing because of Dylan Gabriel, but they are also certainly not being elevated by his play. So it's tough because there's not really a future there. And, you see that number under 30. Well, eventually he's going to age, and they are going to feel like they wasted this window of Myles Garrett.
Can I ask you a question? I know you were doing the show earlier. And
yes.
I'm doing it now. We're both doing it now. It is not easy to stay on top of what's actually on your TV while you're talking, while you're punching. You got it harder than me because you're punching up the reports from the stadiums. Sometimes you miss stuff. And I missed something earlier today before I ever got on the air with you. And then because of circumstances and situations, I never really got a chance to see it. Now, I had the game taped, so I could have gone back and watched it shortly thereafter. Because of what they said in the broadcast, I chose not to. Did you see the play that Scatterboo got hurt on today?
I did. Live, I did not realize how bad it was.
That's what I'm saying.
And then Red Zone, obviously we have the local feeds here, so that I was flipping between those two games. And Red Zone showing the replay, and Red Zone did not cut away.
Really?
From that, and they showed it, and it was very gruesome. It was.
Yeah, see, I must have been watching the regular straight-up feed of the game, because they not only did they not show it, they said, we're not going to show it, because apparently in the booth they had seen one, maybe it wasn't on the air, that you could see the bend of the leg the way it wasn't supposed to be.
It was his ankle, and that's, I won't get into gruesome detail. And to his credit, man, that's why these guys are special and we are not. He, obviously he was in pain. He also, is as tough as cookies come, and like he came off the field and, looked confident. Obviously, probably trying to let his teammates know, like, hey, go out there, don't worry about me. But it was gruesome. It was tough.
I didn't see it, but I took the announcer's word for it. Romo is the kind of guy who usually likes to tip things like that, and even he seemed taken aback by how bad it was. I didn't see it. I believe their description. If you saw that he didn't move and he started pounding the ground immediately thereafter, that I did see. I said, okay, he's hurt. And then they got to bring out the John Deere, and they got to throw a cast on it right away. And we found out afterwards that it is a dislocation of his ankle. Probably ends his entire season, which is too bad. Not only was he having a good year, he's having a good day again today. He helped beat the Eagles 2 weeks ago, and he had a couple more touchdowns today. The Giants, with the fact that they'd taken a beating today, they weren't going to be a playoff team anyway. But they got 2 rookies on offense. They're really playing well. Dart being one, of course, and Scatterboo being the other. If he's done for the season, so are the New York Giants.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be excited about with that Giants team. Today felt like a big step back. And the blaming of the officials is never great either. I did think that was a fumble on that tush push, but that was not what decided the game. That was clearly 2 different teams in 2 different classes. And I think that today was the first, real tough going for Jackson Dart. Obviously, the game against the Saints was tough, but that was a collective, struggle from that team, and I felt like today was a lot. I didn't realize how bad the Scatterboo injury was at first, and I was confused why everyone was reacting the way they did, because I had saw him on the ground and did not see his ankle, and then obviously the replay showed it, and it was way worse than I could imagine. So it ended up being a tough day for the Giants in general, and a tough day for New York football. Obviously, the Jets win, and I know this one probably hits close to home. It hits close to home being a local guy as well, being a former offensive lineman, but Nick Mangold passing away, from complications from his kidney disease, and really, like, it felt like the Jets pulled that one out, with a special but sad moment hanging over the franchise.
And he goes back to the time when I was still working in New York, and I did a charity affair with both he and Marvin Jones of the Jets, and 2 nicer guys you couldn't find. And I'd never met Mangold before. I'd watch him play. I don't even know if I'd had him on. I think I might have had him on as guest once, maybe not. Maybe it was after the fact, after we did the personal appearance, because he and I got along, and he said, yeah, I'll come on your show, Jody. But a class act, 7-time Pro Bowler. It's just one of those things. They had a rare kidney disease, and they couldn't find a transplant. It's just flat out wrong when a guy who how good an athlete is, what kind of shape he keeps himself in, passing away at the age of 49 is just crushing.
It's crushing, and he is one of the 52 modern era nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I always feel like offensive linemen get the raw end of the stick with that, and for me, there wasn't a better center in his generation, than him. And I'm not just saying that because of the news today, but also he was great, and he was the, him and DeBrickashaw Ferguson, anchored that offensive line for a decade.
And like I said, class guy, class act. He has been out of the game long enough that none of today's Jet players and none of the Jets coaching staff have know of him or played with him. And I don't know that I'm sure they all got word of it because it came down this morning before the games got underway. So I'm sure they knew. Can I say that it lifted them to higher heights? I don't know. I would guess not. But if there was a moment for Nick after the game in celebration in the clubhouse, I'd be very happy to hear that.
Yeah, and we will continue that conversation and all the conversation around the league in a moment. But first, let's check in. Broncos in the red zone. They're threatening. Bruce Morton's got us covered from Denver.
All right, Anthony, we have 7:18 to go in the fourth quarter. Broncos with the ball and in charge, 37-17. They're looking at 3rd and goal from the 5 as we speak. Bo Nix has thrown his 3rd touchdown pass of the day and his 2nd to University of Oregon teammate Troy Franklin. This one earlier in the fourth quarter covering 7 yards. It culminated an 84-yard drive. an 84-yard drive highlighted by a 39-yard pass to Cortland Sutton. And as we speak, another Bronco touchdown, a pass of 5 yards from Bo Nix to R.J. Harvey, who we will talk about in a second. But Nix on the day, he is now 19 of 28 for 247 yards. The aforementioned Franklin, 6 catches, 89 yards. J.K. Dobbins has not found the end zone, but he has contributed. He is 14 carries for 113 yards. And the aforementioned R.J. Harvey scored earlier on a 40-yard run and a 1-yard run, so that's his third touchdown on the day, his first as a pass receiver, the one just now. Former Bronco Javonte Williams has 2 Cowboy TDs, both the Cowboy TDs, both of them on 1-yard runs. And with that, the point after from Will Lutz is good, so we have 7:14 to go in this one. The route is on. Broncos lead Cowboys 44-17.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Indianapolis as the Titans are in the red zone, and Andrew Smith has more on that one.
Yeah, Cam Ward has driven the Titans into the red zone on back-to-back drives. The Colts, with a 38-7 lead here in the final 3 minutes of this game, have been playing with their backups for the entire fourth quarter. And on the last drive, the Titans drove into the red zone. Chris Lamont picked off Cam Ward in the end zone, and Riley Leonard took over at quarterback, making his NFL debut for the Colts. They had a 3-and-out, but the Titans have driven the ball from their own 33-yard line into the red zone. A big reason why, a 22-yard pass to Gunnar Helm, who had a touchdown earlier in this game, and also a 17-yard pass to Tyjae Spears. It's fourth down for the Titans on the 3-yard line. The Colts, big day, Daniel Jones, 21 of 29, 272 yards, 3 touchdowns. The last of those, a forward pitch to Jonathan Taylor for a 19-yard passing touchdown. Jonathan Taylor had a really efficient day, 14 touches, 174 yards, and 3 touchdowns from scrimmage. And the Colts look like they are well on their way to improving to 7-1, and the Titans falling to 1-7, although Tennessee has just scored to make it a 38-13 game, pending the extra point here with 2:36 to go.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and we will get you the final score as all of these ones go final. Jody, some interesting stats. We talked about the Myles Garrett stat earlier. Derrick Henry scores his 111th touchdown to move into 5th all-time. He's now only 9 behind Adrian Peterson, and I believe he passed Walter Payton. Or maybe it was Gale Sayers. I'm about to get the exact rushing touchdown number for us right now. It was Walter Payton.
It was Walter Payton.
Yes.
You're passing a Hall of Famer like Walter Payton. Yeah, that's a pretty big achievement and significant. Probably in a Hall of Fame track. I'm not going to say guaranteed Hall of Famer, certainly trending that way. If you said, Jody, get off the fence, make a pick, yay or nay. I'd say yay that he's going to be eventually elected to the Hall of Fame, but I wouldn't call it a lock. And between you and I, before he went to Baltimore last year, I thought that his career was in pretty significant descent and was going backwards. And he got with a better team, with a better offensive line, and they used him wisely. And all of a sudden, Derrick Henry, if not for Saquon Barkley, would have been the best running back in the National Football League last year. So really good bounce back in his career for Baltimore. I feel bad that their season has been as bad as it has been. But they get Lamar back, and Derrick keeps running. Yeah, maybe the Ravens can do a amazing comeback thing this year.
Right, and I it's funny because I actually thought, after last year, if he clearly still had it, and like barring a steep drop off, I thought he was a lock for, being in the Hall of Fame. Also for me, listen, I am only 34. He is the best running back, I think, at his peak that I've seen with my own eyes. There's a lot of guys that I've only seen highlights of. Even Barry Sanders, I was very young when he was playing his final years. So when he was at his peak, he's obviously not there anymore. But I did think it was a noteworthy stat. And now he sits, 10 behind, passing Adrian Peterson to be 4th all time in rushing touchdowns.
You too young to remember Emmitt Smith too?
Cardinals. Emmitt Smith is more in my memory.
No. That's not Emmitt Smith.
I know, and it's at the tail end of his Cowboys career.
Okay.
Was right as I really was appreciating it. And there's guys like obviously Terrell Davis or a Jamal Lewis when they had singular years that felt like the best I've ever seen. But Terrell Davis's career cut really short due to injuries. And, Jamal Lewis, it was never a sustained level. He was great, but never like Hall of Fame sustained level of success. Same thing, Marshall Faulk, I was a little bit on the younger side when he was really in his prime. And I'm not saying he's better than all these guys, just what I've seen with my own eyes. And I've seen Derrick Henry get to play a couple times in person. I was there the day they benched Mariota to start Tannehill, which kind of changed the trajectory of that Titans team at the time.
And I'll give you one more guy who I think is in your age range, and maybe it's, again, a little bias on my point because he actually was pretty damn good in a Jet uniform. Two of them, as a matter of fact, who started their careers elsewhere. Curtis Martin,
great
Hall of Famer. Talk about consistent. He was a model of consistency. And LaDainian Tomlinson, like Marshall Faulk, was one of the best two-way backs I ever saw. And I've been watching football only 25 more years longer than you, big guy. So LaDainian was great at not only running the football but catching out of the backfield, just like Marshall Faulk on the greatest team on turf. Yeah, we've had some really good running backs, and some have already made it into the Hall of Fame, as I just told you. I would say yes to Derrick Henry, but not a foregone conclusion. You can go ahead and figure out how many years he's got to wait and then know he's going to be a first-timer. I don't know that that's the case. I think he's eventually going to get in, and I think deserves to get in, but not a stone-cold lock for my money because I guess I have seen other running backs during my lifetime watching the league that were as good, if not better.
And then one more real quick. Jonathan Taylor, first 65 games, he's now fourth all-time for touchdowns by a running back in his first 75 games. So 63 touchdowns, first 75 games, that put him, and that was after he scored the first one. I don't know where it's at now. I think there was a little bit of distance between him and number 3, but very impressive from Jonathan Taylor as well.
3 letters for you. MVP.
Yes, sir.
Jonathan Taylor.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We will talk trade deadline. We'll preview the primetime games, and we'll react to these games as they go final. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, we've got a couple more final. Bucks at the Saints, already final. That was 23-3, and the Colts-Titans game just went final, and Andrew Smith has more for us.
Yeah, the game has just gone final. The Indianapolis Colts moved to 7-1 on the season and will leave this week, Week 8, with the league's best record. They're now 5-0 at home and sweep the Tennessee Titans, who fall to 1-7 after a 38-14 victory. The Colts led 17-7 at halftime and then took command early in the second half when, on the first offensive snap, Jonathan Taylor broke an 80-yard touchdown run to make it a 24-7 game, and then after the Colts got a stop, Josh Downs got a 10-yard touchdown pass to extend the lead to 31-7, and then later Jonathan Taylor a 19-yard touchdown reception as well. He ends up with another big day, 153 yards rushing and 2 more touchdowns for the NFL leader in both of those categories on just 12 carries. Also had a receiving touchdown. Michael Pittman Jr. a big day as well, 8 catches, 95 yards and a touchdown. And Daniel Jones continues his renaissance, 21-29, 272 and 3 touchdowns today. Cam Ward threw for 259 for Tennessee, and one of those, a touchdown pass to Gunnar Helm, his first career touchdown. Tyjae Spears had a late touchdown as well for the Titans. So the Colts now 7-1 on the season, and now they'll step away. 5 of their next 6 will be away from Lucas Oil Stadium beginning in Pittsburgh next week. as the Colts look to continue their hold on the AFC South here as we hit the season's midpoint.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to Denver as this game is looking to wind down. Joe Milton has been put in at quarterback for the Cowboys. Bruce Morton's got more on Cowboys-Broncos.
All right there, Anthony. Both sides about ready to let the air out of the ball and go home. We have 2 minutes to go in this game, and the Broncos lead 44-24. It is a crowded stat sheet for Denver. Bo Nix, 4 touchdown passes, 2 of them to Troy Franklin. R.J. Harvey has run for 2 TDs and caught a touchdown pass from Nix. How prolific has the Bronco offense been today? Well, the Broncos have this horse named Thunder that gallops the length of the field after a Dallas touchdown. Thunder by now has been reduced to a trot. And if you think Thunder's work is easy, Anthony, you try galloping the length of a football field. As for Dallas, as you mentioned, Dak Prescott done for the day. His resume, 19 of 31 for 188 yards, no TDs, and 2 interceptions. He had 3 interceptions all year coming into today. And the aforementioned Joe Milton, he came in and did deliver a touchdown pass in garbage time, but 35 yards to Jalen Tolbert. So that's where we stand. We're at the 2-minute warning. The Broncos ready to up their record to 6-2. They lead the Dallas Cowboys 44-24.
Thank you so much, Bruce. And that one will go final, and we'll update you there as that does as well. Jody, the trade deadline around the corner. And we've heard a lot about wide receivers. Obviously, there's a lot of good teams that are wide receiver needy. Anyone you're looking out for, singular player that you look to be traded and, a team to make a big move?
Well, did the Dolphins win today change their trajectory? It really shouldn't. A lot of people are saying Breece Hall, the Jets should be on the open market. Oh, by the way, ran one in today, threw one in today, played very well. If the Jets are actually considering trading him, his value might have gone up some today. Not a lot, but at least some. And if you're trending, you always want to be trending in the right direction. Cleveland absolutely should be moving guys. They already moved Flacco. We know they're not going to move Myles Garrett, but anybody else for the right price should be available from that team as far as I'm concerned. Tennessee is bad, but they don't really they got one really good defensive lineman who I would say is untouchable.
Yeah, and they've basically said that.
And I believe it, and I surely agree with it. Don't know that they're going to be major sellers. The Raiders are on record that they're not moving Max Crosby, who's someone that I'm sure any team that is looking to make a Super Bowl run will have already inquired and told, sorry, no sale. There isn't a standout guy for me. The one quarterback trade that was going to be made was Cincinnati, and they already did it. And Flacco has played well for them. They didn't lose today because of Flacco. They lost because their defense couldn't shut down a middling at best Jet offense. So I don't know that I got a standout guy that I say he's just too good on a bad team for him to be stuck there, and that team is in rebuild mode. They have to get the most for him. I don't know that there's a guy like that in the league this year.
Yeah, I agree also. Like, even Jalen Waddle, who I do think is incredible, when he is on, I think he's one of the more underrated receivers in the league because he's usually overshadowed by Tyreek Hill. But there's so many teams. I mean, we heard about the Giants, which I don't think they're making a trade for a receiver. But then you look at the Patriots. They need a receiver. The Bills probably need a receiver. I think the Broncos could benefit from another receiver. So there is a lot of teams looking for receivers. And I think there's a lot of receivers available. The 2 guys from New Orleans in Olave and Shaheed are guys that I think could be available. Maybe at tight end, the Browns decide to move on from Njoku. And a team says, we can't get a wideout, but maybe we'll upgrade at tight end as well. So I do think that's where we're going to see the splash. I don't think Hendrickson is getting traded.
Nope.
Now, I think the Bengals think they still have a shot. They do at the division. So why would they trade him? Myles Garrett is not getting traded. And if the Raiders aren't trading Max Crosby, maybe they get rid of Jacoby Myers, but that's not really moving the needle too much. He's a solid number 2 for a team that is wide receiver needy.
If a team needs an edge pass rusher, and you just ran through 3 of the best pass rushers in the NFL, none of which I think are going to get traded, the team you should be calling, and again, they won today, Tua looked pretty good. Defense was surely good enough to win a football game in the National Football League. They've got a couple of defensive pass rushers that should be available. Jalen Phillips should be available as far as I'm concerned. Chubb should be available as far as I'm concerned. If you're looking for an edge guy, and I think I thought the Eagles were going to be in that market after Zadarius Smith, who they signed late in the offseason. Actually, it was into the season. Goes down with being retired. But they get Brandon Graham to instead come out of retirement, which I think will be as far as they'll go with adding another edge guy. They should get Nolan Smith back maybe as early as the week after the bye. Eagles are on the bye next week, so he's got an extra week to get healthy. I don't think the Eagles are making a play for an edge guy, but prior to them signing a guy like Brandon Graham, the team that it seemed, at least through the media, don't know what's going on behind closed doors in Howie Roseman's office, but it seemed to be that sources were saying if the Eagles went edge, they would look to make a deal with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, and that feels like, because those guys probably don't cost as much as the top-end guys. And the Max Crosby thing, it felt like, the Cowboys are always attached to these superstars, even if they're not available. I never actually thought the Raiders would move him. The guy I thought the Raiders would move would be Jacoby Myers, maybe even Mayer at tight end, who before Brock Bowers got there was a serviceable starting tight end. Your Jets are primed for the picking. There's a lot of talent on that defense individually, and Breece Hall feels like a guy who could get traded as well. They do with Isaiah Davis playing the way he did today. There's a lot of talent there. They're not going to get Braylon Allen back this year, and I don't know what their view is. When we talk about the Dolphins, though, Chris Greer has been there 10 years as GM. Everyone goes to the head coach, but Chris Greer has been there 10 years as GM. I can't envision him saying, like, I'm going to just give up now, unless he knows he's safe no matter what happens to the head coach.
Probably. I don't know the relationship between the general manager and the owner there. I think that franchise right now is a mess, because I do think the coach has kind of lost the locker room. He certainly lost the boy genius status that he had at one time. As you correctly point out, Greer's been there a while, and making the playoffs is not a given, and advancing when they get to the playoffs has been almost completely non-existent. And I think their owner is overly involved and makes the job of both the general manager and the coach more difficult than it should be. So I would say the Dolphins are unpredictable, because I don't know who's safe there. I don't know who's not. If you had a guy that you wanted to blow out because you were looking to go in another direction, I don't know that that's a high-profile job for either of those two positions. So I think the Dolphins will just play it straight up here, heading to the trade deadline. If they can make a good deal, if they can help themselves in the future, I think they'll go there. If not, I don't think either the coach or the general manager, I think the coach is closer to being fired before the season ends. I think Greer's will be here for the entire rest of the season.
Yeah, I agree. Another name to watch, too, I'm curious if Alvin Kamara, although struggling this year, if he would be on the block as well. We have an update to get to. We have one more segment. We'll preview the primetime games. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. First, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, for some non-NFL news, LSU is discussing head football coach Brian Kelly's future, according to Pete Thamel. LSU lost 49-25 to Texas A&M yesterday, and today LSU is left unranked in the latest AP poll. Kelly is owed just over $54 million in buyout money per the report. The Broncos blow out the Cowboys 44-24. Bo Nix throwing 4 touchdowns. The Broncos are 6-2. The Colts move to an NFL best 7-1, a 38-14 win over the Titans. Jonathan Taylor with 153 rushing yards and just 12 carries. Taylor found the end zone 3 times in all. The Buccaneers roll over the Saints 23-3. The Saints turned to rookie Tyler Shuck in the second half. Shuck completed 17 of 30 passes for 128 yards and an interception. Giants rookie running back Cam Scadaboo suffered a dislocation of his right ankle. Players were trying to look away from it moments after it happened. Giants lose to the Eagles 38-20. Scadaboo will undergo surgery in a Philadelphia area hospital tonight. The Jets earned their first win of the season. Running back Breece Hall throwing for the game-winning touchdown. 39-38, Jets win in Cincinnati. Justin Fields on what was an emotional week.
I found myself in my closet crying, on the ground, laying down. Not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. I felt like, I was built to handle that, and I was put in place to handle this situation.
Courtesy of SNY. Emotional day for many in the Jets organization with the news this morning that Jets legend Nick Mangold died at 41 years old. Ravens running back Derrick Henry passing Walter Payton for 5th place on the all-time rushing touchdowns list. Henry up to 112 career rushing touchdowns. He had 2 today in the Ravens' 30-16 win over the Bears. Texans defeat the 49ers. We also have the Bills roll over the Panthers 40-9. Drake May hearing MVP chants at Gillette Stadium. Patriots win 32-13 over the Browns. Dolphins 34, Falcons 10. Second win of the season for the Fish. Sunday Night Football features Aaron Rodgers taking on the Packers for the first time in his career. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. We've got about 15 minutes or so left with you, and then Jody's got you all the way till 10. And we've got to touch on tonight's big matchup. Rodgers facing his former team against the Packers. Packers. Steelers 4-2. Packers 4-1-1. Jody, I'm excited for this game.
Anthony, let me ask you a question, because maybe I can't divorce myself from my opinions about the individual player. But the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight, not his on-field capabilities, because he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but how would you describe Aaron Rodgers and the way he handles himself off the field?
Insufferable.
I like that word. That's
Insufferable.
Better than my word, because I want to call him a diva, because there are a lot of divas in the National Football League. I think many more receivers than quarterbacks, which is kind of weird because the quarterbacks are the most important, and you would think that if guys are going to get all big about themselves, be more quarterbacks and wide receivers, but that has not been my take. I don't think I can call him a diva. The word I keep coming back to is just whack job. That I think he's loopy. That I think he's a little nuts. Insufferable does a good job of describing him. Thank you very much for that. And I don't know if I can, because I felt so burnt by the 2 years that he was with the Jets, my squad, that I didn't know that I had a good grasp on him. I like your word of insufferable. He is just that. And oh, by the way, he showed his insufferableness again this week in doing press prior to the game, knowing that he had Green Bay media on a phone call or whatever. He said he's looking forward to finishing his career with Green Bay. He wants to go full circle and go back to Green Bay because that's where he had his best years, and football has made his career and his life, and was just gushing with praise about the Green Bay Packers as he's tasked to beat their ass on the game tonight. If you're a teammate of his with Pittsburgh and you hear him waxing poetic about being a Packer and going back to be a Packer again. Now, I didn't differentiate whether he meant as a player and going back and competing for a job, being the backup, whatever else, or the whole one day he retires so that he can say he retires as a player on that team. He didn't break that down. He didn't say that. So he left it open to interpretation, which if I'm one of his Steeler teammates, I am all sorts of ticked off at Mr. Insufferable.
Well, I think on field, he's great. I actually think he's a little overrated the way people talk about him. He is one guy who skirts criticism a lot. How many times do you have to see this guy fail in a big moment before he gets criticized? He throws 3 picks in the NFC title game because they get a first down in the second half, and we're blaming the head coach only. Not saying the head coach wasn't to blame, but we're blaming the head coach only. And his tenure with the Jets, most people, did not lay any blame on him. He brought all his friends in there. Everything was curtailed to him. I think he's an all-time great. I think he's insufferable. He gets married in the offseason, and he's like, oh, everyone loves to talk about me, and then he's waving the ring in front of everyone, so they ask about it. Very frustrating. He loves the media. As much as he acts like he hates the media, and he's this pseudo-intellect, he loves the media. He loves to be the center of attention. If you remember when they were rumored he was going to be a Bronco, and they brought it up to him, and his whole thing was like, who leaked this, blah, 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 because he wanted to be the one to have the narrative. I think he's been good this year. Even with the success with the Steelers, he's getting overly praised for what has been an overall great Steelers performance. And I also think this is a psychological thing. I'm sure he's praising the Packers, so then when he beats them, it's like, look at what we did. I praised you, and then I just, took you down in your own building.
And, oh, by the way, even in the latter stages of his career as a Pittsburgh Steeler, during Roethlisberger's last few years, they won because of defense. Ben wasn't the reason that the Steelers were making the playoffs, and the Tomlin record of never having a losing season is intact. These last couple of years post Roethlisberger, absolutely it's been about the defense. And the reason why Pittsburgh is in the lead in their division right now is, number one, the rest of the division is playing pretty damn poorly. And number two, more so, it's their defense again. It's always been about the defense in Pittsburgh. Now, Rodgers, to his credit, has come in, hasn't rocked the boat, which he usually does.
Yes, he hasn't.
And he hasn't played poorly. He just hasn't played like the superstar all-time great that he was with the Packers. He's certainly showing his age, but he is not the reason they're in first place. As usual, in Pittsburgh, defense first.
Defense first, and the rushing attack has been very good. Jaylen Warren has been one of the more underrated players in the league, and Kenneth Gainwell has given them productivity at times. Defensively, they're doing a lot of great things. I mean, they're multiple guys with they have 2 guys with 4 more sacks, 3 guys with 2+ sacks. They have a bunch of bunch of turnovers, bunch of forced fumbles. They're doing everything, and I actually think they're a lot better than I thought they were going to be. A bad team this year. I thought that they were going out there, you slightly upgraded at wide receiver with DK over George Pickens. You bring in the quarterback, and I really didn't expect them to take the leap that they have taken, but there's still a lot to be proven. They probably should have lost to the Jets. They probably should have lost to the Patriots. The Jets, obviously, they couldn't close, and the Patriots, a lot of self-inflicted wounds in that game, and this is a different Steelers season, and we're talking very differently about the quarterback as well.
And a lot of times when you play that odd number game, be it your 3rd game, your 5th game, your 7th game, your 9th game, that's a telling game because it takes you off the possibility of being even.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers are 4-2. That's good. First place, good. They lose tonight to Green Bay, and, oh, by the way, they're an underdog at home, and it surely can happen. And if you need my pick ahead of time, I think it will happen. I'm taking the Packers to win the game tonight. 4-3, you're supposed to be excited about a 4-3 team, a first place 4-3 team, but it's still only 4-3. So I don't know what the Steelers have achieved yet this year.
Yeah, and I have them. I picked them in my 5 picks for the day, which I'm 2 for 2 right now. I had them money line Packers, but I agree. I also think when you look at these 2 teams, it's the expectations they had coming into the year. I think the Steelers people thought would probably be similar to what they were last year. So the fact that they've started 4-2, I've even been a little bit more enamored with them, but they've been a little bit more hyped up. And the Packers are 4-1-1, and that one tie feels like a loss.
Oh, yeah.
The way we talk about this Packers team is like they are under 500.
Because of that, no one has taken such abuse for a tie as the Packers did, getting the 40-40 tie with the Cowboys. I just think that even though the Steelers are good at home, and they have a very good home crowd, oh, by the way, their crowd travels well. So if the game was in Green Bay, you'd have a whole bunch of Steelers fans there, too. And the Packers are not a bad traveling crowd either. I think it'll be interesting in stands. I think it'll be good on the field. I think that Aaron Rodgers will be outplayed by the guy who replaced him, and I think the Packers are going to win the game tonight.
Yeah, and I'm very excited for this one. I love the storylines. I live for storylines like this, and I just want a good game. I also think when you look at this Packers team, they have a great rushing attack. The quarterback is good. He's not great, but he is good. They can win with him. And defensively, they haven't put it together yet, and we haven't fully seen Micah Parsons look absolutely comfortable in that defense. I do think that defense is every bit as good as it was last year. And by the end of the season, we are going to see that defense is an elite unit.
I've actually been pretty impressed with Parsons because they've used him in different ways. The Cowboys basically left him out there on the edge and let him go hog wild after the quarterback. The Packers have taken him off the line and played him drop back in outside linebacker spots, and they've even circled him inside. And I'm not just talking about bringing him in from the outside to the inside once the ball's been snapped. He's lining up in the middle of the defensive line, which he never did in Dallas. So I give the Packers credit. They knew what they were getting, what kind of talent they were getting, but they've also found new and different ways to take advantage of the very high level of skill of Michael Parsons.
Right, and their one loss this year, the Packers, again, that Cowboys game felt like a loss. I also think if they tied anyone but the Cowboys, we wouldn't have looked at it the same way, but with the Cowboys trading Micah Parsons and all of that surrounding the game. But you also have a guy like Gary who's got 5.5 sacks. You haven't gotten Parsons going yet, and that is a tandem pass rush that's it's probably one of the best, if not the best in the league when those guys are playing at their highest level. The running back is great. They have a decent skill position room when it comes to pass catchers. And like I said, I think the quarterback is good. I think they could win with him. And this is going to be a fun game for sure.
And Jacobs, I think, has been, although I liked Jones when he was there, and Jones hasn't been able to play enough for Minnesota. He's been hurt too often. But I thought they were rolling the dice a little bit when they let Aaron Jones walk. And I knew they were getting a very good player in Jacobs, but he's been better than even I thought both last year and again this year. So that's why the Packers, for me, are the have to play.
Jody, you are the man. I will talk to you next week.
Anthony, always a pleasure, my friend. Let's do this 7 days from now.
Yes, sir. Same time, same place. Me here, you there, as the great Steve Summers once said. Jody Mack has got you for the next 2 hours. We'll be back Week 9, NFL, Gridiron Game Day right here on Infinity Sportsnet at BetMGM. Shout out to Connor, Billy, Nico, Jody, Pete, Tony, everybody. We'll be back next week. Thanks for everything.
And Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment.